It turns out this blonde guy is another transmigrator who got sent to a different world. The classic setup everyone knows. The moment he woke up inside the Campbell Duke's mansion, Mun was completely confused. He clearly remembered getting hit by a truck and dying. So where was this place? After looking around, from the noble decorations to the classic Western-style interior, it seemed he had really crossed into another world. When he checked the mirror, Mun discovered his current face looked almost identical to his younger self, like he was 17 or 18 again. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made, and countless questions flooded his mind. Then he took another careful look. He had to admit it, his younger self was seriously handsome. This face looked exactly like the original version of him. Mun started wondering if this was some fantasy game or novel world. But then another thought crossed his mind. What if the truck accident was just the final hallucination of a dying overweight man? To confirm whether he had really crossed worlds, Mun grabbed the sharp sword on the table. A crisp sound rang out. With just a small cut on his fingertip, blood immediately started pouring out. Mun instantly turned pale and rolled onto the bed in pain. At the same time, he realized just how terrifyingly sharp the sword was. Pain like this left no doubt he had truly transmigrated. Perhaps because of the blood loss, the original owner's memories suddenly rushed into Mun's mind like a flood. After absorbing everything, he learned that he hadn't just transmigrated. He had entered the novel, The Strongest Proud Phoenix in History. Coincidentally, it was one of the few light novels Mun followed every day, and this body's personality was almost identical to his own. The story followed a girl born as the illegitimate daughter of a fallen noble family, who gradually grew stronger and eventually became the hero who saved the world. As for the blonde character Mun possessed, he was an idiot villain from the beginning of the story who constantly bullied and targeted the heroine. His ending was miserable. Every scheme failed, his family suffered because of him, and he was eventually exiled to the frontier to live as a beggar. Remembering that this character didn't even survive 20 chapters, Mun could only hold his head in despair. At first, he thought it was just a coincidence of names, but he had actually become this useless villain. He should have been enjoying life as a noble young master, yet this guy chose the path of self-destruction. Mun thought he would become an overpowered protagonist after transmigrating, but instead he became someone else's stepping stone. The more he thought about it, the more terrified and frustrated he became. Just as he was cursing his fate, a knock suddenly came from outside. Mun quickly calmed himself and told the visitor to come in. The person who entered was a young maid with a rather cute appearance. The moment he saw her, Mun recognized her as Anne, a maid of the Campbell household, and asked why she was there. Anne quickly explained that the lady had prepared formal clothes for tomorrow's banquet and asked her to bring them for the young master to try on. Mun smiled awkwardly and told her to leave the outfit on the table, but Anne quickly noticed the blood still dripping from his hand. Only then did Mun remember his finger was still bleeding. He explained it was just a minor accident and asked if she had any medicine or bandages. When he mentioned bandages, Anne looked confused because she had no idea what those were. Mun was surprised to learn that she actually knew how to treat wounds. Without another word, Anne suddenly knelt before him. Then she gently took Mun's hand and cleaned the blood from his finger with her mouth. The sight left Mun completely frozen. Noble young masters in this world really lived a luxurious life. Once the wound was taken care of, Anne softly reminded him that the young master's blood was precious and hoped he would not hurt himself again. Only then did she wipe away the remaining stain near her lips. Hearing that, Mun's face turned bright red and his mind went blank. After a long pause, he awkwardly promised to be more careful. Seeing that her task was finished and the wound was treated, Anne politely excused herself and prepared to return to work. Mun quickly nodded and thanked her. The moment the door closed behind her, he could no longer hide his excitement. Mun's face was burning red, and all he could feel was an overwhelming sense of happiness. He hugged his pillow and rolled around the bed, laughing as he recalled the gentle black-haired maid. For Mun, that moment felt like pure heaven. Outside the room, Anne also felt something was strange, because it was the first time she had ever heard the young master thank her. After calming down, Mun started thinking seriously. His current identity was insanely good. A duke's son, rich, handsome, with a cute maid by his side. Yet the original owner still chose to provoke the heroine. According to the plot, the entire duke household was destroyed because he drugged the third princess at his own coming-of-age banquet. Mun's eyes instantly lit up. If he knew the cause, he just had to avoid it. There was still a chance to change his fate and live carefree. But then he suddenly froze. Anne had just brought him the coming-of-age outfit, which meant tomorrow was that exact fateful day. The moment he realized it, Mun screamed in panic. He curled up on the bed and started calling for help. System, old grandpa, goddess, anyone would do. Mun almost cried. Just because he pulled a few SSRs in his past life, now he had to suffer like this? He despaired. Without a cheat or system, tomorrow would be his end. Maybe the only option was to apologize directly to the heroine. He even imagined kneeling and licking her boots in public to beg for forgiveness. But humiliation was still better than having his whole family wiped out. After convincing himself, Mun decided pride meant nothing now. Better to bend than lose his arms and legs in exile. And if the heroine wore black stockings tomorrow, well, at least he could comfort himself a little. But right then, something strange happened. A book suddenly fell out of thin air and smacked him on the head. Rubbing his aching head, he complained that ever since transmigrating, nothing but bad luck had followed him. Then he realized the object was a magic tome. In that instant, a familiar thought flashed through his mind. Mun got so excited he almost jumped. In his eyes, this had to be the transmigrator's cheat. He lifted the book carefully, like it was treasure. Mun hugged it tightly, feeling like the heavens had finally given him a way out. He eagerly opened it, already imagining rewriting his fate and marrying countless rich beauties. But the moment he looked inside, his expression froze. He flipped through it again and again, even turning it upside down. The result left him speechless. It was completely blank. Even so, he refused to give up. Maybe it required a special condition to activate, like typical Western magic settings. Coincidentally, his finger was still bleeding. A drop of blood fell onto the cover. Instantly, the book emitted a strange sound as dark magic spread across the room. Mun's face turned pale. He felt something was terribly wrong. This was not good. The eerie magic exploded wildly and wrapped around his body. Even his blood felt like it was being pulled out. Shock turned into pure panic. In the end, his consciousness collapsed and he passed out. When he opened his eyes again, Mun found his hands and feet locked in chains. Even his neck was bound by a heavy iron collar, his upper body exposed like a prisoner on display. He looked around weakly and wondered where the hell he was. Before he could figure it out, a black-haired lowly girl appeared before him. Her cold voice echoed, "So you're finally awake. I've been waiting for a long time." Mun flinched, but the pain all over his body made him grimace. It felt like being run over by a truck. He quickly asked what had happened. The girl calmly replied that pain was natural. Only then would he remember this feeling. Did he know how much it hurt her? She then began speaking in a disturbingly twisted tone. According to her, Mun was supposed to become more cruel, more ruthless, more selfish. He was meant to spread suffering instead of showing mercy. Only when the whole world hated him could she keep him by her side forever. But he had changed, and that was something she would never allow. Still, she believed she could drag him back onto the evil path again and again. In her twisted thinking, the two of them were meant to stay together forever. Even death could not separate them. The moment she finished speaking, countless spears aimed straight at Mun, and the pain hit so violently it almost drove him insane. That agony snapped him back to reality, and Mun screamed in terror, begging it to stop. When he woke up in the real world, he was gasping for air, face pale, muttering in fear. Who was that girl? Was it just a dream? But the pain still lingered on his skins, sending chills down his spine. It felt way too real to be just a dream. Then a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it have been a prophetic dream? If transmigration was possible, then seeing the future in a dream wasn't impossible either. Mun decided to check immediately. He opened the magic book once again. This time, words appeared on the blank pages, filled with dark energy. Do not change the destiny that has been set. The moment the sentence formed, it turned into energy and shot straight into Mun's head. Clutching his head, he understood it was a warning. If he tried to alter the original storyline, the consequences would be severe. Mun couldn't accept it. Such a terrible ending, and he was supposed to just accept it? He walked to the window, staring at the sunset with a bitter smile. Maybe all his earlier hopes were just illusions. If he wanted to survive, perhaps he had to walk the path of destruction as written. But then he remembered an important detail from the original novel. Moon Campbell's ending wasn't complete death. He was only exiled and lived miserably. The original Moon was useless, but Mun was different. That thought reignited his spirit. He had survived the brutal 996 and 07 grind of modern society. The novel never clearly described Moon's later life. If exiled, he could rebuild using modern knowledge in another country. In Mun's eyes, noble status wasn't something worth clinging to. It was just a class built on exploitation. As someone raised with socialist values, he believed he could survive in this world with his own hands and knowledge. After sorting out his thoughts, Mun left his room to attend dinner with his noble family. As he enjoyed the luxurious feast, he sighed inwardly. In his past life, he had never tasted steak this good, paired with top-tier wine. No wonder the privileged class lived so comfortably. Mun smiled so brightly that his mother, Lady Noyce Campbell, found it strange and wondered why her son was in such a good mood. Sitting at the head of the table, his father Ronan Campbell laughed and said the boy must be excited for tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony, a major event in his life. Hearing that, Mun quickly adjusted his expression and seriously replied that he was indeed looking forward to it. Both parents looked pleased. Lady Noyce sighed emotionally, saying little Moon had grown so fast and would surely charm many noble ladies tomorrow. Ronan laughed and reminded her that Moon already had a fiancé, and if Princess Celicia heard that, she might get jealous. At the mention of Princess Celicia, Lady Noyce frowned slightly, saying she never liked that cold princess and felt she wasn't suitable for her son. Ronan could only smile bitterly and reply that if even Cilicia wasn't good enough, then perhaps no one in the Empire would be. Sitting there listening to his parents, Mun broke out in cold sweat. He truly didn't understand where their overwhelming confidence in their sons came from. In Mun's mind, Cilicia was completely out of his league. She was the Empire's third princess, a genius blessed by the gods, and a top contender for the title of most beautiful woman. In the original novel, her cold exterior and warm heart had captivated countless readers. She was the center of attention wherever she went. As for Moon Campbell right now, he was nothing but a useless spoiled noble. In this entire world, only his parents treated him like treasure, and according to the original plot, the coming-of-age ceremony would drag the entire Campbell family into ruin. His parents would be implicated, their status stripped away, and the once powerful family would slowly disappear from the Empire's elite circle. Even though the magic book warned him not to change destiny, Mun refused to accept ending up crippled and exiled. With such a terrible starting point, even modern thinking wouldn't save him. But then he had a new idea. If he couldn't change his own fate, maybe he could redirect someone else's. He quickly analyzed everything. Offending the princess was just the surface. The real reason for his exile was that the Campbell family was accused of treason. His father held military power and got dragged into noble power struggles, leading to a complete purge. After grasping the key point, Mun set two goals. First, pull the Campbell family out of the political swamp to secure a backup plan. Second, find someone to take the blame. And in a Western fantasy world like this, one particular place instantly came to mind. To avoid losing his fiancée and wandering miserably like in the original story, Moon made an extreme decision: poison his own future fiancée. With only one day left before the ceremony, there was no time to prepare much. As he walked the corridor, Mun desperately planned his next move. First priority, avoid committing the crime of insulting royalty. Cilicia was a once-in-a-thousand-years magic genius. Ordinary drugs would not work on her. He needed something far more special. But in the original owner's memory, nothing like that existed in the mansion. Then Mun remembered another location. Maybe he could find what he needed there. He planned to sneak out and confirm if it truly matched the novel's description: a gathering place for underworld figures and wanted criminals. Without solid proof, shifting the blame would not work. Just as he was deep in thought, a maid carrying tea accidentally bumped into him. Her body was weak, so the collision sent her falling to the ground. The first thing she worried about was not herself, but the spilled tea meant for the Duke and Duchess. She looked completely terrified. Seeing this, Moon immediately apologized first, saying he was distracted and not watching where he walked. He even asked if she was hurt. Hearing those words, the girl dared to look up at him in disbelief. But the moment she recognized him as young Master Moon, her face turned even paler. She quickly stood up and bowed repeatedly, voice trembling as if about to cry. From that reaction alone, it was clear how frightening the original Moon used to be. She tried wiping the tea stains from his clothes, but the more she wiped, the worse it got. In the end, she collapsed to her knees, crying and begging Moon not to beat her, or strip her and throw her out. She promised never to make another mistake. Mun froze for a moment and sighed inwardly. It was just spilled tea, yet she was this terrified. That showed how terrible the old Moon's reputation had been. He bent down, helped the maid up, and gently told her it was nothing serious. He would not punish her. But as he pulled her up, Mun noticed her body temperature was alarmingly high. He grabbed Noelle to check more carefully and frowned. She was burning with fever, almost like she was steaming. Mun asked why she was still working in this condition. Noelle stammered that tomorrow was the young master's coming-of-age ceremony. The mansion was short on staff, so she did not dare take leave. Before she could finish, Mun cut her off and sternly said, "No one should work while sick." Just then, Anne happened to pass by and called out in surprise, "Young Master Moon." Seeing her felt like salvation. Mun asked the sick maid's name. Noelle quickly introduced herself. After that, Mun ordered Anne to take Noelle back to rest immediately. Anne hesitated and reminded him that tomorrow was the grand ceremony. All maids were already assigned tasks. If Noelle rested, the burden would fall on the others. But Mun was firm. He said a duke's mansion that large could easily hire temporary workers. He ordered Anne to inform the steward that anyone feeling unwell must rest. If they lacked staff, they should hire more. He did not want sick servants, ruining tomorrow's ceremony for the guests. She would inform the steward at once. After settling the matter, Mun wasted no time and left to prepare for buying the magic drug he needed. The two maids stood there in confusion. Noelle even whispered that the young master used to hate outsiders entering the mansion, saying they would dirty the place, so he never hired extra help. Anne coldly told her not to overthink and just follow the young master's orders before going to rest. But once Noelle walked away, Anne's expression turned serious. Moon was clearly changing. If things went out of control, the plan would have to move faster. Meanwhile, Moon rushed back to his room and began tearing through his wardrobe, searching for a black item. He kept flipping through everything in frustration. The body's memory clearly mentioned it. To deal with a monster-level magic genius like Princess Cilicia, ordinary drugs were useless. Only an extremely rare special potion would work, and that forbidden, expensive item could only be bought in one place. the black market. Luckily, after searching just a few boxes, Mun found what he needed, a special VIP card for the underground market. Holding the card, he couldn't help but admit the old Moon was no ordinary fool. In the original story, this Heidier card was incredibly hard to obtain. With everything ready, Moon headed toward the Chefort Merchant Guild. Taking advantage of the night, he ordered a carriage to drop him near the black market. But once they arrived, Mun told his subordinates to wait outside. He claimed he wanted to buy some gold jewelry for his parents to wear at tomorrow's ceremony. The subordinates showed no suspicion and respectfully agreed, while Moon slipped alone into a dark alley. Following the memory in his head, he navigated through the sewer system beneath Baloran's city on the outskirts of the royal capital and moved deeper inside. At the lowest level, Mun finally saw the guards appear before him. The guard immediately blocked him and questioned his identity. Moon calmly responded with the memorized passphrase. After confirming the code and checking his VIP card, the guard's attitude changed instantly, and he respectfully invited him in. Passing the inspection, Moon officially stepped into the Leopold Black Market. Inside was crowded and chaotic, yet strangely lively. All kinds of forbidden goods were sold here, from magical potion ingredients to magically modified monsters. Looking around, Mun couldn't help but marvel. This really was a fantasy world. In the original novel, a Maya slave once appeared here, and later became the protagonist companion. But he had no time to care about that now. Moon headed straight to a shop specializing in sedative potions. As soon as he entered, a masked figure warmly greeted him like a rare honored guest. Moon skipped the small talk and directly asked for a colorless, odorless potion capable of taking down a mage in a single drink. The masked seller instantly understood and gave a sly smile, saying such goods existed. He even tried to tempt Moon with slave deals for referral fees. Mun lost patience and turned to leave, thinking the seller was stalling with nonsense. Seeing the customer about to walk out, the masked figure panicked and quickly called him back, insisting the potion was real. The shopkeeper signaled Moon to wait and began searching through a display cabinet. It seemed the item was rare enough that the owner had to find it personally. Watching from behind, Mun noticed the masked figure was covered head to toe. Even the voice was magically distorted, making the gender impossible to tell. But from the posture, movement, and striking figure, it was likely a woman, and probably a very elegant beauty. While searching, she muttered that the 2 bottles she crafted recently were clearly in this box, but had somehow disappeared. Mun quickly analyzed the situation. Anyone who could survive peacefully in a black market filled with predators was definitely not simple. Her methods were probably far more dangerous than her charming appearance. Building a connection might be wise, especially if he were exiled someday. While searching, the shop owner laughed and told the young master to wait a little longer. Mun stayed calm. As long as the product met his requirements, waiting was fine. At that very moment, the shop door suddenly swung open. The gloomy shop suddenly welcomed another guest, a girl fully covered by a mask, and the owner instantly switched to a warm smile to greet her. The masked girl got straight to the point. She wanted the strongest sleeping potion, and it had to leave no trace of magic. The owner paused for a second, then said she had it but needed time, secretly thinking it was weird that everyone wanted magic sleeping drugs today. Muon stood nearby, confused, but from her voice and scent he was almost sure she was a woman, and he couldn't help wondering why a woman needed that kind of potion. Most buyers of this stuff had bad intentions, but Muon had his own problems, so he just silently prayed for whoever was about to get drugged. Soon, the owner pulled out an old vial and set it on the table, and the moment Muon saw the bright color inside, he felt something was off. The owner quickly explained that once mixed into red wine or dark drinks, no one would notice. The only flaw was the flashy color, but 1 drop could knock out an elephant for 13 hours. Hearing that, Muon couldn't help but doubt it. 1 drop for an elephant sounded way too exaggerated. The owner patted her chest and swore it was premium quality, and if he didn't believe her, he could test it, though sleeping in the shop would cost 5,000 amir per hour. Muon immediately waved his hand and refused, deciding there was no need to test it. The masked girl picked up the vial and calmly asked for the price. The owner introduced it as a high-grade custom potion called Nanxiang Yi Meng, priced at 130,000 amir, no bargaining allowed. The moment he heard that, Muon was already pulling out his card to pay. But the masked girl spoke first, saying she didn't have enough amir and wanted to trade a piece of intelligence instead. The owner thought for a moment and reminded her that 130,000 was not a small amount. The girl calmly presented the information and claimed it was worth the price, maybe even far more to the right buyer. Intrigued, the owner immediately took the secret document to read. The moment she finished, she burst into delighted laughter, clearly impressed by what was inside. The masked girl simply said that with the owner's ability, verifying the truth wouldn't be difficult. After checking carefully, the owner finally nodded, confirming the information was valuable enough for the potion. The masked girl took the vial and quickly left, while the owner cheerfully escorted her to the door. Only after she disappeared did Muon hand over his card to pay for his own items. Once the deal was done, the owner casually gifted him another vial, making Muon curious about what it was. She gave a meaningful smile and said it was a free bonus, and if used with the red vial, the effect would become extremely intense, clearly something not very decent. Muon calmly stored both vials in his bag, thanked her, and then asked about the intelligence the masked girl had traded. Hearing that, the owner gave a sly smile and leaned closer, teasing that the young master seemed interested in that news. She raised 9 fingers, and Muon thought it would cost 90,000 amir, but the owner laughed mysteriously and revealed the real price was 900,000. Muon froze for a few seconds, then turned around and walked away without hesitation, pretending he had never asked. After leaving the black market, Muon could only sigh. She had just bought it and now wanted to resell it for 7 times the price, proving she was a true profiteer. And this place felt more and more like a den of people exploiting each other. Even as Muon left, the owner kept waving enthusiastically, reminding him to come back next time. Once the door fully closed, she leisurely removed her mask and laughed in satisfaction, as if she had just made a huge profit. According to the information, what was supposed to be the coming-of-age ceremony of the useless young master of the Campbell family would also have the 3rd princess attending, and with the Duke's mansion short on staff, this news was pure gold in the intelligence market. She began considering her buyer's favorites, either the 2nd prince who deeply hated the 3rd princess, or the 2 dukes who were always at odds with the Campbell family. After thinking it over, the owner decided selling to both sides was the smartest move. 1 piece of news, 2 payments, a true merchant mindset. Time flew by, and soon the coming-of-age ceremony at the Campbell Duke's mansion officially began in a grand and luxurious atmosphere. Muon stood beside his father in the main hall, welcoming nobles from all over who came to attend the banquet. A noble approached with his 3rd daughter, but the moment she saw Moon, she trembled and even messed up the Duke's name while greeting them. The instant her eyes met Moon's serious gaze, she panicked even more. Before anyone could say anything, she made an excuse about her mother calling and hurried off, leaving everyone awkwardly frozen. Her father scratched his head in embarrassment and apologized, blaming it on her shyness, while Muon simply smiled and said maybe he had not been welcoming enough. As the banquet went on, Muon quietly observed the reactions of the girls around him. From their wary looks, he finally understood why the original owner of this body was so hated. Almost every girl looked at him with the same caution. To put it bluntly, the former Moon had left behind a terrible reputation, and Muon could only sigh helplessly. Just then, his father gently patted his head and suddenly praised him. He admitted he used to worry Muon could not handle this ceremony, but now he was relieved, because from tonight on, Muon would officially become a true man of the Campbell family. Hearing that, Muon gave a confident smile and promised he would not disappoint him. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed from the main gate, asking all guests to remain silent. The host solemnly declared the arrival of the 3rd princess of the Leopold Empire. She was praised as the child blessed by the goddess of ice and snow, someone of extremely noble status. And the name announced was Her Highness Cilicia. Tonight was not just Moon's coming-of-age ceremony. It was a stage gathering powerful figures of the empire, including his fiancée, the 3rd princess. And Muon's true goal was to make her hate him even more, so the story would follow its original path and keep him alive. As soon as the princess entered, Duke Campbell handed the reception over to his son and went to greet other dukes himself, and Muon politely accepted it. He walked up to Cilicia calmly and complimented her, saying she looked especially stunning tonight. In a cold voice, Cilicia replied that it had been a while and said she was surprised to hear Moon speak so politely for once. In her view, the young master of Campbell was never known for saying nice things. Even with her icy tone, Cilicia still carried out every greeting perfectly according to royal etiquette. Muon could only give an awkward smile, as if she had just called him rude to his face. Cilicia stared straight at him and sharply asked if that was not the truth, instantly making the air around them tense. Realizing the situation was turning bad, Muon quickly changed the topic and invited her to rest after the long journey, and Cilicia simply answered faintly before walking away. Watching her back disappear, Muon finally let out a quiet sigh. The #1 heroine of the original story truly lived up to her reputation, beautiful yet overwhelmingly intimidating. Meanwhile, as Cilicia entered the banquet, she kept thinking about Moon's strange attitude tonight. From her perspective, he seemed to have changed recently, at least becoming far more polite than before. As the party grew livelier, sudden unpleasant whispers from a corner of the hall drew Moon's attention. Some nobles were gossiping about a so-called illegitimate daughter who once fought his fiancé, complaining that Count Buga gave her the inheritance, saying a woman with such origins was unworthy, though others warned them to watch their words since the count was nearby. While the whispers continued, 2 girls slowly stepped into the banquet hall. Just hearing the rumors, Moon immediately guessed that the true center of tonight had arrived. It was Ariel Buga, the real heroine of the original story, a true chosen genius who would one day stand at the peak of the world. The moment she entered, Ariel took the initiative to greet Moon first, her tone slightly mocking as she smiled and asked if he had been doing well lately. Moon forced a stiff smile and was about to politely raise his hand in greeting. But before he could speak, the fat servant beside him stupidly cut in and insulted Ariel with extremely harsh words. Moon almost lost his soul on the spot, immediately covering the servant's mouth and ordering him to shut up. After dealing with the troublemaker, Moon turned back to Ariel with a gentle tone, saying he was doing fine and felt honored that she cared enough to ask. That reaction made Ariel freeze, and the way she looked at him instantly changed. Her mind filled with question marks, since the brainless young master did not call her a low-born bastard today and even remembered her full name, which made her suspect he was plotting something. Meanwhile, Moon had no idea what she was thinking, and he simply turned to the maid beside her and politely called her Lilia. Hearing her name from his mouth, Lilia looked stunned, and Moon calmly explained that of course he remembered the full names of distinguished guests before even offering a handshake. But before their hands could meet, Ariel slapped his hand away without hesitation. She stared at Moon coldly, her eyes filled with anger and caution. Moon was left frozen, while Ariel warned that she only attended out of respect for Duke Campbell and had no interest in dealing with him. She bluntly said he could target her all he wanted, but if he dared lay a hand on Lilia, she would personally castrate him. With that, Ariel pulled Lilia away, leaving Moon alone, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Even after being treated like that, Moon did not get angry, since in the original story, he was the type everyone despised, and clearing his old reputation would never be easy. He had no intention of getting entangled with the #1 heroine either. As long as he completed tonight's plan, they would go their separate ways. She would save the world, and he would live quietly as a side character. Not long after, the ceremony officially began, and Moon stepped onto the balcony to confidently deliver his coming-of-age speech. He declared that from today onward, he was the official heir of the Campbell family, though deep inside, he felt a heavy weight. According to the original plot, this might be the last peaceful night of his life, and even his loving parents could face danger, yet he had no choice but to follow the script. After finishing the speech, he secretly let out a breath of relief. The opening act was over, and now the real part would begin. Moon slowly scanned the crowded hall with sharp eyes. The person he was looking for was his fiancée, Princess Cilicia. At last he spotted her standing alone by a window in the corner, holding a glass of red wine. Moon adjusted his posture and walked over elegantly, saying it was a pity such a noble princess stood alone, proving the host had failed his duty. Cilicia glanced at him with curiosity and asked if he was inviting her. Moon extended his hand theatrically, calling her his beautiful princess and asking for a dance. Cilicia originally planned to refuse, but after a brief pause, she changed her mind since it was his coming-of-age ceremony, and the two stepped onto the dance floor together. The sight immediately drew everyone's attention. Whispers spread across the hall, and even Ariel had to look up when Lilia nudged her. On the dance floor, Moon and Cilicia moved in sync with the music, and the more they danced, the more she felt he was completely different from before. Moon modestly replied that he had only learned a little and did not deserve praise. As they continued dancing, Cilicia suddenly said he had truly changed, and when Moon asked if he once lacked noble bearing, she shook her head and said it was his attitude toward others that felt different. Moon looked confused, so Cilicia reminded him of the academy ball, where he once invited a viscount's daughter in an extremely arrogant manner. As she spoke, the princess even mimicked Moon's old attitude, like he was granting someone the honor of dancing with him. Watching that reenactment, Moon wanted to dig a hole and bury himself from embarrassment. Cilicia coldly asked if she imitated him well, and Moon had no comeback. He simply lowered his head and begged her to forget the past. The music slowly came to an end. At that moment, Moon suddenly invited the princess to talk in a private room after the dance, making Cilicia hesitate. Before she misunderstood, he quickly explained he meant no disrespect and only wanted to discuss their engagement, and after a short pause, she agreed. In truth, this was the first step of Moon's plan, deliberately creating a private situation to push the plot forward. Hearing him mention the engagement, Cilicia frowned and asked if it was really that serious. Moon calmly said he knew she never liked him, and that this marriage was only a political arrangement by the emperor to maintain ties with the Campbell family. He added that if Cilicia demanded to cancel it herself, it would damage royal prestige and strain her relationship with the emperor, and she quietly nodded in agreement. Seeing her waver, Moon leaned in and whispered that, when it came to breaking the engagement, they were actually on the same side, and maybe cooperation was the best solution. Cilicia turned to face him and agreed, saying this topic was not suitable for public discussion. Inside, Moon was celebrating, thinking his plan had finally taken the bait. But just as he felt proud, Cilicia directly asked where his room was, catching him off guard, since she seemed even more impatient than he was. She even suggested leaving before the dance ended, and just like that, she pulled Moon out of the hall. From afar, It looked like the two of them were too eager to wait another second. Right after they left, two unfamiliar maids in a corner began whispering to each other. One confirmed the third princess had gone with the foolish young master, and the other ordered to begin the operation immediately, since this was still the territory of the Four-Heart King. Back to Moon, after being dragged into the private room, he tried to set the mood with wine, but Cilicia flatly refused, saying she could not drink at all. Even when he insisted a little would be fine, she remained firm, claiming even a single drop would overwhelm her body. Moon could only nod and drop the idea. His plan to drug the wine failed, and he started to panic, since the original story never explained how the blonde guy had drugged the princess, until he suddenly remembered the red potion could be hidden in black tea. So he suggested switching to tea instead. He explained that aside from wine, only black tea was prepared for guests tonight. Cilicia felt it was a bit strange, but eventually agreed to drink tea. The moment she accepted, Moon could barely hide his excitement and hurried off to prepare the tea mixed with the sleeping potion. Watching his overly cheerful back, Cilicia felt confused, wondering why he seemed so thrilled just to make tea. Moon sneaked into the kitchen, pouring tea with one hand while secretly dripping the potion in with the other. He muttered that one drop could knock out an elephant, but since Cilicia was a powerful mage, a few extra drops would not hurt. Then after hesitating over the remaining vial, he decided not to add more. While he was focused on spiking the drink, Cilicia grew suspicious and walked over to ask if he was done. Her sudden voice startled him, and he quickly turned around, hiding the spiked cup and awkwardly saying, "It would be ready soon." Cilicia did not think much of it and returned to her seat, unaware that among the two vials he held, one was not actually the potion he originally intended to use. At that moment, Moon's biggest fear was still being caught in the act. Seeing Cilicia sit back on the sofa, he finally breathed out in relief, thankful the potion had no magical aura that could expose him. But then his gaze fell on the two teacups in front of him. He planned to clean up the remaining potion to avoid suspicion, only to realize the other vial had already spilled completely onto the floor. In that moment, he clutched his head in despair, since that potion was meant to be diluted and sold as sleeping medicine for his first profit, and now it was all gone. While Moon was grieving his lost money, Cilicia called out from outside, asking if he was done, forcing him to answer quickly. With no other choice, he carried the spiked black tea over to the princess. The moment Cilicia saw the color, she frowned, since the tea looked far too red. It even gave off a faint glow, making it look extremely suspicious. Caught off guard, Moon quickly made up a story, saying it was a rare tea imported from the eastern nation, something called Da Hong Pao. But his stuttering explanation only made him look more guilty, increasing Cilicia's suspicion. She calmly asked him to drink first, and when he pretended to feel wronged, she gently reminded him that proper noble etiquette required the host to taste it first. Cornered, Moon reluctantly agreed, but just as he raised the cup, Cilicia suddenly stopped him. She directly snatched the teacup from his hand. Acting casually, she said, his cup looked better and wanted to switch, and before Moon could react, it was already done. Cilicia took a natural sip, but almost instantly her expression changed. Moon was startled and called out to Her Highness. Before he could say more, her body began trembling, losing balance, and she glared at him with furious eyes. After cursing him as a bastard, Cilicia collapsed onto the sofa unconscious, and the teacup fell and shattered. Seeing the princess finally fall, Moon secretly sighed in relief, even praising himself for putting potion in both cups. If he had not done that, his plan would have failed earlier, and the black market drug truly had terrifying strength. But right after relaxing, he felt something was wrong, since the original story never mentioned Cilicia being unable to drink alcohol, though he pushed the thought aside because Ariel was supposed to appear soon and save her. Moon slowly pulled down the silk stockings on Cilicia's legs. He then messed up her clothes to stage the scene, but worried she might get cold, so he only loosened them slightly and ruffled her hair. Remembering he had to prepare himself too, Moon started taking off his own clothes, struggling with the complicated noble outfit. Once everything was set, he nodded in satisfaction. Now all he had to do was wait for the heroine to arrive. Looking at Cilicia unconscious on the sofa, he could not help but admit she truly was the Empire's #1 beauty, stunning even while asleep. His plan was simple: lure the princess in with talk of the engagement, create a fake scene of misconduct, and push the plot back on track. At first, everything went smoothly, and Cilicia had indeed fallen unconscious. But what Moon did not know was that the vial contained not only a sleeping potion, but also an aphrodisiac. Worse still, the person who was supposed to rescue the Princess Ariel had not shown up at all. As minutes passed, Moon grew more and more restless. Half an hour went by with no movement, and standing there half naked, he paced nervously, since in the original story Ariel should have burst in long ago. Yet the room remained eerily silent, making him panic at the thought that he might truly have to do something unforgivable. Then Moon suddenly remembered a crucial detail from the original plot: Ariel's outfit. In the story, A sick maid in the mansion had accidentally stained Ariel's clothes, forcing her to look for something to clean them. And on that very path, she had stumbled upon Moon, attempting to harm the princess, and rushed in to stop him. Moon immediately recalled that sick maid. He was the one who had given her time off to rest earlier. Realizing that, a chill ran down his spine, since that small action might have completely derailed the entire storyline. He slowly turned to look at Celicia lying unconscious, fear rising in his heart. Just as everything was spiraling out of control, the third princess suddenly opened her eyes, signaling that this time the plot had truly gone off the rails. A chilling aura suddenly spread through the room. Moon forced himself to stay calm. The princess was still under the sleeping drug, so the situation might still be salvageable. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Even in the middle of summer, the room temperature kept dropping fast. Before he could react, a cold and soft hand suddenly covered Moon's mouth from behind. Then an overwhelming burst of ice element power erupted. Frost quickly filled the room as the third princess pinned Moon to the floor. Her movements were completely out of control. The moment Moon recognized her, his face turned pale. He hurriedly tried to explain the misunderstanding. Sadly, her reason had already been consumed by the aphrodisiac. Her body burned with heat. Her face was red, her breathing uneven, and the medicine had clearly reached its peak. Seeing this terrified Moon, more than facing a powerful enemy, he kept urging the princess to stay conscious and wanted to call a royal healer. But stopping a mage who had lost control was no easy task. The third princess instantly froze Moon's hands in place with ice magic. Then she pressed herself against him. To her, Moon felt like a lifeline. Meanwhile, Moon could only pray for Fenga Ocean and Ariel to show up before things got worse. In the end, the third princess could no longer endure the heat inside her body and kissed Moon, making it clear there was no avoiding what came next. Meanwhile, at the Duke's mansion, a beautiful figure hurried through the hallway. It was Ariel, she complained, while running after getting cake all over her clothes. But when she reached the end of the corridor, she suddenly stopped. Ariel immediately looked around. She sensed someone was hiding nearby. At that moment, a maid stepped out from the shadows with a polite smile. She stopped Ariel and explained that the area ahead was restricted. That only made Ariel more curious, and she asked what was being hidden inside. The maid calmly replied that it was a secret of the Duke's household. She then noticed the stains on Ariel's clothes and offered to clean them. With a simple spell, every trace of dirt vanished within seconds. Ariel was surprised. She never expected even a maid from the Campbell household to know magic. The maid modestly claimed she only knew a little. Before Ariel left, she also mentioned that a limited edition Pachi Pachi cake would soon be served. The moment Ariel heard the word cake, her eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she turned around and sprinted away, determined to claim her beloved Pachi Pachi cake. The maid politely watched Ariel leave. But the instant Ariel disappeared from sight, the maid's smile vanished and was replaced by a terrifying expression. Even while running away, Ariel still found the maid suspicious. She had detected a faint smell of blood, and someone else had definitely been hiding nearby. Even so, Ariel quickly dismissed the matter. This was the Duke's mansion, and she doubted any trouble would reach her. As for Celicia, a magical genius like her could never lose to a fool like Moon Campbell. Right now, nothing mattered more to Ariel than the Pachi Pachi cake waiting ahead. Back in the corridor, the maid tightened her grip on a dagger and quietly asked whether Ariel had left. A hoarse voice behind the door immediately asked if the girl was the target. The maid denied it and said Ariel belonged to Number 9's assignment, and Number 9 had once been her partner. The person inside recalled that Number 9 had failed his mission. After a brief silence, he confirmed that Ariel had killed him, despite his superior strength. The short-haired maid immediately changed expression after realizing who Ariel really was. She urged the person inside to hurry. Leon Campbell's massive barrier still covered the estate, and creating a gap without alerting him was extremely difficult. If Moon Campbell or the third princess suddenly appeared, their entire plan would be ruined. The person inside just laughed confidently, saying there was no need to worry because he had already checked the surroundings. According to him, Moon and Celicia were too busy tangled up together to come out anytime soon. After the chaos settled, Celicia slowly regained her senses. Moon lay on the floor, recalling how he had risked his life dodging her out-of-control attacks. He panted like someone who had barely survived a disaster. Even though he kept his bottom line, he knew crossing it with the princess would mean more than exile. And honestly, this situation didn't look much better. Moon shut his eyes in despair, not realizing a sword was already pointed at him. Celicia stood there, holding an ice blade, her face colder than frost. She told him to say his last words before being executed on the spot. Seeing she was still unstable, Moon hurriedly crawled back and forced an awkward smile. He even joked that maybe if he said nothing, he wouldn't die. That only made the frost around Celicia grow stronger. Moon immediately raised his hands in surrender and begged for time to speak. Inside, he felt pure hopelessness. If he couldn't calm her down, he might die right here. So he decided to gamble some modern-day drama tactics. Moon lifted his head and delivered an overly emotional speech about realizing the value of true feelings only when they were about to be lost. He even placed a hand on his chest and looked at Celestia with forced sincerity, hoping to move her. Unfortunately, it backfired. Celestia swung her sword without hesitation, slicing off a few strands of his hair. Moon screamed, nearly losing his life on the spot. The more he talked, the colder her eyes became. To her, his words were nothing but dirty excuses. Moon awkwardly scratched his head and insisted that, from a certain angle, his feelings were still sincere. He quickly added that they hadn't gone as far as she thought. That line truly set her off. Celestia shouted that he dared to call such despicable behavior sincere. In her eyes, someone who used tricks to force affection was beneath contempt. She made her stance clear. If Moon truly liked her, he should face her like a real man and win her with strength and sincerity. She even said that if he could do that, she would accept the engagement, even if she didn't love him. Moon froze, never having seen her this serious. But what hurt Celestia the most was that he had drugged her. Even as she tried to stay strong, tears silently fell. Seeing that, Moon finally felt real guilt. He apologized and admitted he acted recklessly for results, never intending to hurt her. But Celestia refused to listen. When he tried to stand, she forced him to kneel at sword point and told him to shut up. Just as the tension peaked, a sudden knock echoed from outside the room. Celestia frowned and looked toward the door. Moon, still kneeling, instinctively turned as well. In the next second, Celestia grabbed Moon by the throat and lifted him off the ground. She coldly ordered him to send the visitor away. Struggling to breathe, Moon explained that the room was completely soundproof. Though still furious, Celestia understood they couldn't keep things like this any longer. She threw Moon back to the floor and ordered him to get dressed and open the door. This time, she would spare his life. Moon coughed violently and nodded in panic. As he scrambled to put his clothes back on, Moon desperately analyzed his future. From his point of view, only 3 paths remained: die here by Celes's hand, be publicly executed by the king, or rot in a dungeon and meet a miserable end. No matter how he looked at it, survival seemed impossible. While Moon went to open the door, Celestia quickly fixed her appearance and put on the torn clothes from the sofa. Moon opened the door with a helpless face, secretly complaining that Ariel showed up way too late. He had almost crossed a line he could never undo. But the voice outside made him freeze. It wasn't Ariel, and it wasn't Anne either. A short-haired maid stood there, holding a tray of tea and pastries. She politely said the Duchess sent refreshments, since Moon and the princess had been talking for a while. Moon relaxed slightly, thanked her, and told her to leave the tray on the table. But the more he looked at her, the more something felt off. He frowned and said he didn't recall ever seeing her before. The maid paused for a split second, then smiled gently, and claimed she had just joined the mansion last night. That instantly reminded Moon of what Anne had said earlier. He glanced at her uniform and pointed out that the extra staff hired for the banquet were supposed to be temporary and without official uniforms. The moment he finished speaking, her eyes turned cold. The gentle smile vanished completely. In the next second, black mana burst from her body as she charged straight into the room. The pressure alone blasted Moon into the door. Moon quickly realized he wasn't her target. His heart dropped as he remembered Celestia was still inside. Celestia had just turned toward the door in shock. The maid shot forward mid-air with magic-enhanced speed and pulled out 2 daggers, aiming straight at Celestia. Blue ice mana and black mana collided violently, creating a shockwave that shattered everything in Moon's room. Moon covered his face with both arms and clung to the door, just to stay standing against the raging wind. Worried about Celestia, he slowly opened his eyes. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed through the room. Celestia had barely managed to form an ice sword in time to block the deadly strike. While holding the attack back, she coldly asked if her foolish older brother was behind this. The short-haired maid smirked and said her master's identity was top secret. The only thing Celestia needed to know was that she would die here today. Instantly, golden magic circles appeared all over the walls. They gathered energy into floating light spheres as the assassin declared this would be the end of the Empire's 3rd princess inside the Campbell mansion. The light spheres transformed into countless golden swords and shot towards Celestia. Blinding light swallowed her figure. More strange magic circles formed non-stop, producing wave after wave of golden blades. The entire room glowed with mana, all aimed at one target. The assassin leapt back to avoid the falling swords of light. Massive blades crashed down where Celestia had stood, causing explosions that turned the room into a sea of fire and smoke. Landing safely, she tightened her grip on the daggers and stared at the ruins with cruel confidence. In her eyes, even a Santa Maria instructor might not survive that attack, let alone Celestia. But moments later, the raging flames were extinguished by terrifying cold. Frost spread everywhere, and from within the icy mist came Celestia's chant, summoning an ice spear. Celestia burst through the smoke with unshaken determination. An ice spear formed in her hand, and she leapt into the air before diving down like a falling comet. Ice mana surged into the spear as she thrust downward. The assassin reacted instantly, twisting aside and blocking with her daggers. The clash of weapons unleashed a violent shockwave. From above, Salisa's gaze was colder than ever. The earlier bombardment had not shaken her in the slightest. Not giving her a second to breathe, Silesia unleashed another wave of ice magic and pushed the attack even harder. The short-haired assassin tried to defend, but razor-sharp ice sliced across her face and blood began to drip as she glared at Silesia in pure rage. Standing near the door, Moon finally realized how terrifying this battle was, as freezing energy filled the room and forced him to shield his face just to survive. He grabbed the doorknob to run, but no matter how hard he tried, the door would not budge. Ice kept spreading everywhere, and Moon dropped to the floor in panic, crawling for cover while silently cursing his bad luck. After hiding behind a table, he peeked out and quickly understood the assassins must have tampered with the door. And worse, this assassination never happened in the original story. Then a sudden memory hit him, and his heart turned cold. Last night, he had told Anne to let the sick maids rest and hire extra help from outside for the coming-of-age ceremony. That decision gave the assassin the perfect chance to sneak into the Campbell estate, and the fact they acted so fast meant the Duke's mansion had likely been watched for a long time. Before he could think further, a stray ice spear from Cilicia slammed into the table he was hiding behind, exploding on impact and making him curl up in fear. Even so, he kept peeking out, watching the brutal clash while knowing a magicless nobody like him could do absolutely nothing here. All Moon could do now was pray Cilicia would win, but even if she did, the storyline had already changed beyond repair. In the frozen room, Cilicia gripped her weapon as blue frost swirled around her body, her royal presence unshaken despite her torn clothes. Moon closed his eyes and thought hard, realizing that no matter the outcome, everything was drifting further from the original plot. Suddenly, the assassin's voice rang out, calling Cilicia a genius chosen by the gods, and Moon immediately focused on their conversation. Though wounded and burned in several places, Cilicia calmly analyzed every spell used against her, from speed enhancement to light arrows and gravity suppression, noticing the last two did not consume the assassin's mana at all. The short-haired assassin smirked and admitted the rumors were true, saying she had killed many so-called geniuses, but Cilicia was a true monster among them. Cilicia then transformed her ice spear into a sword and pointed it straight at her enemy, demanding to know who was behind this in exchange for mercy. The only response was a mocking laugh, as the assassin tightened her grip on her dagger, her expression twisted with calculation. She confessed that assassins should not talk this much, but sometimes stalling for time is the real goal, her cold blue eyes shining with confidence. At that moment, the entire room shook violently as debris fell from the ceiling, and a blazing golden light burst from the nearby wall. In the next room, a long-haired assassin knelt inside a glowing golden magic circle, shouting that the area was completely sealed, but he could not maintain it for long. Hearing that, the short-haired assassin discreetly hid a dagger behind her back and reached into her dress, as if searching for something. She pulled out a glass vial filled with blood-red liquid, its sinister aura chilling the air, as she began chanting a ritual to sacrifice 100 innocent children and call upon the power of the lava evil god. The moment she heard that title, Cilicia knew this was no ordinary threat and tightened her grip on her sword. The assassin kept chanting as dark energy poured into the blood vial, and sensing the danger, Cilicia rushed in with a full-force slash. But she was one step too late. The vial exploded, the blood boiled, and the assassin finished a spell to seal away Cilicia's snow and wind power. Blood splattered across the room in a horrifying scene, then transformed into countless red bullets infused with evil energy. In an instant, Cilicia's ice magic was completely shattered, and she was blasted away. She crashed hard onto the floor, forced herself up through the pain, and coldly called them filthy rats of the evil god cult. The short-haired assassin sneered, mocking that to a royal like Cilicia, people like them were nothing but insects. Her expression slowly twisted into something completely unhinged. Realizing the final blow was coming, Cilicia quickly spotted a rebladed dagger nearby and grabbed it without hesitation. The assassin burst into manic laughter and launched a storm of rapid slashes, blood spraying everywhere, as Cilicia barely held on. The assassin suddenly froze in shock when Cilicia was still standing. Cilicia's body trembled from exhaustion, wounds covering her frame, clothes nearly torn apart, but she refused to fall. The assassin laughed in excitement, admitting that Cilicia's swordsmanship was just as terrifying as her magic. But with her ice magic sealed, the assassin regained full confidence and mocked her as helpless prey. She delivered a brutal kick straight into Cilicia's side without mercy. Cilicia was sent flying into a cabinet, wood shattering on impact as dust filled the room. Yet through the smoke, she slowly stood up again and walked forward. Her body was drenched in blood, breathing unstable, vision fading, barely able to stay upright. The assassin spun her dagger and declared coldly that the game was over. Killing intent flashed in her eyes as she charged at Cilicia, blade aimed straight for the princess's head. A sharp sound cut through the air, and blood splashed everywhere. But the assassin froze, because the scene before her was completely unexpected. A blonde-haired young man stood in front of Cilicia, using his body as a shield while blood soaked through his clothes. Moon had rushed in at the final second and taken the fatal stab meant for Cilicia, his blood staining even her dress. Time seemed to stop as the assassin screamed in shock, calling out the name Moon Campbell. Just moments ago, Cilicia had no way out, and one more second would have meant death. Yet at the most critical moment, someone moved faster than the wind and blocked the killing strike with his bare hands. Moon poured all his strength into gripping the assassin's wrist, even as the blade pierced deep into his chest and dyed his noble uniform red. Standing behind him, Cilicia trembled as his warm blood splashed onto her, her mind completely blank as she asked why he would do this. Moon gritted his teeth and held on despite the agony, blood pouring from his chest and mouth, as he wondered why he ran toward death when survival had been right behind him. While Moon was hiding behind the table, watching the fight between Cilicia and the short-haired assassin, the door behind him quietly opened, and a long-haired assassin whispered that their only target was Cilicia's, so young Master Moon was free to leave. Moon froze in shock, but when he turned around, she was already gone, and honestly, he could walk out right now, save his hard-earned second life, and no one would ever know what happened between him and Cilicia. Yet in the end, Moon didn't run, and with tired, fading eyes, he slowly looked up and forced a weak smile, like he was trying to convince himself. The moment the assassin tried to twist the blade again, Moon used his last bit of strength to lock her in place, and rasped that this was her chance, then shouted at Cilicia, asking what she was waiting for. Cilicia was stunned, but in a split second, she understood he was trading his life to give her an opening. Trapped in Moon's grip, the short-haired assassin struggled like crazy, screaming in rage and calling him a useless young master. Before she could finish, Cilicia dashed in like lightning, her blade cutting through the air straight for the assassin's throat. Cilicia swept past with cold eyes as her blade pierced the woman's neck, and even in her final second, the assassin tried to scream Cilicia's name. This time Cilicia showed no mercy, tightening her grip and slicing clean across the throat as a faint blue glow wrapped around her blade. The assassin clutched her neck in despair, blood pouring through her fingers no matter how hard she tried to stop it. In the end, she spat out one last mouthful of blood, weakly called Cilicia's name, and collapsed onto the floor. Cilicia took a deep breath, still gripping the blood-stained dagger, and only after confirming the kill did she mutter that it was finally over. Meanwhile, Moon collapsed onto the ground, breathing in broken gasps as blood kept flowing from the wound in his chest. Cilicia immediately knelt beside him, but the long-haired assassin had already escaped, and Cilicia, still suspicious, coldly asked Moon if he was the one who hired them, while he struggled to deny any involvement. Cilicia pressed him further, saying if she had died, his betrayal would be buried forever, so why risk his life to save her? And Moon lowered his head and bitterly replied that none of that mattered anymore. His answer made Cilicia pause, and seeing his pale face and tightly furrowed brows, she could clearly feel how much pain he was enduring. Between broken breaths, Moon repeated her words about a man chasing what he wants with honor, then weakly asked if he still looked like a real man now, princess. Seeing him in this state, Cilicia closed her eyes and said calmly that at this rate he had less than 10 breaths left, and if he had any final words, she could pass them to the Duke and his wife. Moon slowly lifted his blood-soaked hand and shook his head, saying his last wish no longer meant anything, and maybe this ending was the best outcome for everyone. He closed his eyes as if gathering the last bit of strength. Then, after a heavy breath, he whispered that if he had to say something. His trembling, bloody hand gently touched Cilicia's wounded face, and with weak eyes, he apologized and confessed that he truly liked her. His voice faded into the air, and after those final words, Moon slowly closed his eyes as his breathing and heartbeat disappeared. The arm resting on her cheek fell lifelessly to the cold floor, and Cilicia remained kneeling beside him without moving. She looked down at his lifeless arm and quietly muttered that after everything he did to her, did he really think dying with one sorry was enough? Moon Campbell? She tried to sound angry, but her face turned red and her body trembled, unsure if she was mad at his shallow apology or embarrassed by his final confession. Cilicia took a deep breath and cast ice magic, freezing the wound on Moon's chest to stop the bleeding, declaring she refused to accept such a half-hearted apology and that he had to live to fix his mistakes. After what felt like forever, Moon slowly opened his eyes and found himself floating in a strange empty space, naked and weightless, all pain gone, feeling warm and light like he was soaking in hot water, making him wonder if this was what death felt like. Lying there, he recalled everything and laughed bitterly, realizing he really died this time by his own choice. But at least he managed to look cool in front of a beauty like Cilicia before going out, though deep down he still felt regret. Moon sat up and scratched his head, admitting he could never be as cold-blooded as the original male lead, because no matter how precious his second life was, he couldn't just watch a girl die. While lost in thought, he suddenly looked down and saw a swirling black energy sphere forming beneath him. Before he could react, The sphere turned into the same prophecy book that once predicted his fate, its pages flipping wildly, as if moved by something unseen, making him curse under his breath. A wave of dark energy shot out from the book and spread into a blurry screen in front of him, and Moon could only stare in confusion as strange words began to appear. The black energy expanded into a system-like interface showing stats: Pride 50, Envy 99, Ambition 0, Sloth 0, Lust 0, and Wrath -90. Suddenly, the book froze mid-flip, and a page glowed with eerie purple-black light, most of it hidden except for a few lines saying, "Keep struggling, Moon Campbell, and on the other side, for this world." Before he could understand, the book erupted with violent energy, dark purple mist swirling around him and dragging him into a space just like before. His body began breaking into particles of light and was sucked into the book, and he shouted that when he was about to die it never showed up, but now it was dragging him back to that cursed place. He couldn't even finish complaining before he turned into a streak of white light and was completely swallowed by the book and its terrifying energy. Meanwhile, inside the sewer system beneath the Campbell mansion, the long-haired assassin was running through the damp, dark tunnels, furious that the mission had failed and cursing herself for not killing Moon from the start. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed ahead, saying it sounded like someone dared to touch his precious son, and the assassin froze in fear. A tall man blocked the narrow path, red mana blazing around him and forming a massive fire lion, its mere presence sending chills down her spine, and she realized with horror he shouldn't be here. Even under pressure, she drew her twin daggers, because the man before her was John Campbell, known as the Lion King. John stepped forward calmly with his hand on his sword, his voice gentle yet icy as he said he never expected a stranger to know his humble name, and since the Campbell family never invited guests to break in like this, what exactly was her purpose? The moment he finished speaking, John slowly drew his sword, red mana erupting around him like molten lava as he demanded she confess everything, especially the plan targeting his beloved son. When John opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils flared with killing intent. His sword pointed straight at her, while the giant fire lion behind him roared like it was ready to crush everything. 3 days later, as sunset bathed the mansion in orange light, Moon lay on his bed, in a haze, while the maid Anne had been sitting beside him for hours without taking her eyes off him. A beam of sunlight hit his face, and Moon slowly woke from the long darkness. And the moment he opened his eyes, and rushed to his side and called out in joy, only for him to weakly ask who she was. After blinking a few times, Moon finally recognized Anne, and she gently brushed her hair aside and asked softly but anxiously if he felt pain anywhere, and whether she should call a doctor. Moon shook his head and tried to sit up, saying he didn't need a doctor, he just needed the bathroom. But after lying still for 3 days, his legs were so weak he couldn't even stand. As Anne tried to stop him, Moon used too much force, and the wound on his chest exploded in pain, making him clutch his chest and sweat profusely. His body gave out, and he fell backward, but Anne reacted instantly, catching him and wrapping an arm around his waist to keep him from crashing down. Leaning against her, Moon panted in embarrassment and apologized, but Anne simply smiled gently and said taking care of him was her duty, then casually added that if he needed the toilet, there was already a chamber pot prepared in the room. The word chamber pot made Moon freeze, wondering if he heard that right, and calmly brought out a golden chamber pot decorated with rubies and emeralds, explaining that the madam ordered her alone to care for him, and during his coma, she handled everything from medicine to cleaning, and even his personal needs. Moon went completely stiff, stammering in disbelief that she had taken care of everything for 3 whole days, while Anne nodded as if it was normal, and even proudly assured him the bed had never once been soiled. Then, Anne suddenly crouched in front of him and seriously asked if he needed help taking off his pants, making Moon turn bright red and raise his hands like he was facing a deadly enemy. Trying to stay calm, Moon explained that when he was unconscious, he had no choice, but now that he was awake, he wanted to handle it himself, and she only needed to help him to the bathroom. Seeing how firm he was, Anne obediently lowered her head and agreed without pushing further. But the next second, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his back, leaving Moon confused. Before he could react, Anne lifted him up in a princess carry, saying walking would take too long and this was faster, while Moon clung to her shoulders with a face red enough to smoke. Meanwhile, in the grand hallway of the Duke's mansion, Noelle and the other maids were cleaning as usual when they heard rapid footsteps approaching. Noelle turned her head and froze in shock as Anne sprinted down the corridor carrying Moon, who was holding on to her desperately, with his face burning red. Noelle's eyes lit up in excitement that the young master had finally woken up, and while she ran off to inform the madam, Anne kept racing toward the nearest bathroom, as Moon wished he could disappear from embarrassment. When they arrived, Moon awkwardly asked if Anne could wait outside for a moment, and immediately replied that the madam ordered her to guard him day and night, and before he could protest, she even offered to help him take off his pants. Unable to take it anymore, Moon quickly opened the bathroom door and gently pushed Anne outside. The door slammed shut in front of her, leaving and standing there slightly confused, as if she didn't understand what she did wrong. After a while, Moon came out and was helped back to bed, and as soon as he sat down, he hurriedly asked how long he had been unconscious, and carefully placed his hand on the mattress, and answered that he had been asleep for 3 full days, which shocked Moon, before he quickly asked about his wound, and picked up the tray beside the bed with a steaming bowl of dark brown herbal medicine, explaining that the royal archmage physician treated him under Silesius' direct order, and although the wound stabilized that night, the heavy blood loss kept him in a coma. Moon looked at the scar on his chest, shaken by the fact that Silesia was the one who saved him at death's door. He turned to Anne, gripping the blanket Grace nervously, and asked in a low voice if Her Highness had said anything else, and calmly shook her head, saying Silesia said nothing, and Moon instantly let out a huge sigh of relief, thinking Silesia might not pursue the past anymore. But then Anne hesitated and mentioned that Her Highness seemed to have a private talk with His Majesty, and Moon immediately stiffened as anxiety rushed back. Moon urged her to continue, and Anne explained that the assassin's true target was Silesia, backed by a long-running black market organization in Bellin, and once the Emperor learned the truth, he ordered a complete purge. That same night, John Campbell personally captured 2 disguised assassins and forced them to confess. But since the attack happened inside the Campbell mansion, the family was expected to face royal wrath. Yet to everyone's surprise, John returned safely the next day without a single punishment, and even during the noble investigation, the Campbell family was untouched, likely thanks to Silesia stepping in. After hearing everything, Moon finally relaxed and complained that Anne nearly scared him to death and should tell the whole story at once next time, because his heart was fragile. Anne seemed to notice his strange reaction and leaned closer with a suspicious look, asking if something awkward happened while he was with Her Highness, making Moon panic and deny it immediately. But as soon as he denied it, the memory flashed in his mind of Silesia, under the drug's effect, pinning him down and kissing him without restraint, and just recalling it made him want to bury himself. Afraid Anne would press further, Moon straightened up and declared seriously that no matter how bad he wasn't stupid enough to touch a princess or his head would already be gone. And didn't answer right away and simply stared at him, studying every expression, until Moon nervously asked if she didn't believe him, and she gently said his words made sense. She then scooped up a spoonful of medicine and held it to his lips, telling him to drink before it got cold. Moon obediently sat up and even closed his eyes like a child, but the moment the bitter medicine touched his tongue, his face twisted in shock. He immediately coughed and spat the medicine onto the bedsheet, shouting that it was so bitter, it almost sent him straight to the afterlife. While Moon suffered from the bitter taste, and calmly explained it was a blood-tonifying medicine and even said she had added extra sugar because she knew he hated bitterness, then gently urged him to open his mouth again. Moon looked like he was about to cry, insisting it wasn't about being obedient, but that his entire body was violently rejecting that liquid from hell. Just then, whispers came from outside the half-closed door, and Moon clearly heard someone say the young master was throwing a tantrum again. It turned out Noelle and 2 other maids had witnessed his life and death battle with the medicine, with one red-haired maid whispering that he always went wild over bitter things, while the blue-haired one wondered if his temper hadn't improved lately. That was the last straw for Moon, and he immediately pointed at the door and shouted that no one was going anywhere. He snatched the bowl from Anne and loudly declared that no one was allowed to call his mother over something as small as a bowl of medicine. Taking a deep breath, he tilted his head back and gulped the entire bowl down, like he was forcing himself to swallow poison. Seeing him truly angry, the maids fell silent, and Noel quietly shut the door before dragging the others away. Once the room was quiet again, Moon stopped, but the bitter aftertaste still clung to his mouth like it was eating away at his soul. Unable to endure it any longer, he suddenly turned and vomited straight onto the floor, his face twisted in misery, and panicked and rushed to grab a bucket, pressing it into his hands as he vomited, until tears streamed down his face, while she kept apologizing for not warning him that drinking it so fast would cause nausea. After emptying his stomach, Moon clutched his chest and panted, only to hear and gently inform him this was just the 4th dose and he still had 2 more to take before fully recovering. The lingering bitterness made Moon collapse onto the bed, staring at the ceiling and declaring that this medicine was scarier than his entire life, even wishing he could just give up on the world. Worried he might be hungry, Anne poured him a cup of tea and said dinner was still far off, but there was black sausage and pachichi cake on the table if he needed a snack. She handed him a plate of pachichi first, and seeing how diligently she had cared for him, Moon felt a bit touched and thanked her, even promising to ask his mother for a raise on her behalf, and gathered the dishes neatly and bowed properly, saying she would report his condition to the madam and the duke, while Moon admired the pachichi like a treasure and marveled at how delicious it was. After taking a few steps, and suddenly remembered and mentioned that Her Highness had sent a letter that morning and left it in the cabinet by his bed, while Moon casually replied he would read it later. But after finishing the cake, Moon sat there quietly, as if something suddenly felt suspicious. Just as An was about to leave, he called her back and hesitantly admitted there was something he really wanted to ask. Biting down on his fork, he frowned in confusion, saying the pachichi was so good he could probably eat 10 even while unconscious. But the bitter medicine was a nightmare, so how on earth did she manage to make him drink it? He was just curious and didn't mean anything by it. He awkwardly scratched his cheek and asked how she even fed him the medicine, without any tubes or tools, and tilted her head calmly, then turned around and lightly touched her lips. She said since he hates bitter taste, she stuffed her own mouth with sugar first. After saying that, she left the room like it was nothing. Moon just sat there frozen, only catching the extra sugar part. He leaned back to rest, but a few seconds later his brain finally processed the rest. Something felt very wrong. He touched his lips and instantly turned red. Then, it hit him. For 3 days, and masked the bitterness with sugar, held the medicine in her mouth, hugged him, and passed it to him with a kiss. Realizing the truth, Moon screamed like he'd been struck by lightning. Meanwhile, An calmly walked down the hallway like she heard nothing. Moon buried half his face under the blanket, blushing like crazy but weirdly happy. He kept replaying the scene and called himself an idiot. Powerful dad, beautiful mom, handsome himself, and a girl like An likes him. Yet he kept hesitating because of Ariel. Just thinking about that lip-to-lip moment made his heart race. After all, that was supposed to be his first kiss. But then, he remembered something else. Back then, trying to follow the original plot, he drugged Silesia's tea. After drinking it, she lost control and was forced by the effect to kiss him. So technically, Silesia might have taken his first kiss already. Even though those guys kept their mouths shut, they still spilled a lot in the end. They were not suicide troops or elite assassins, but veteran bounty hunters from the Balan black market and followers of an evil god called the Withered King. John spoke with a grim face, saying one of them was hung up and whipped until his body was covered in scars. Moon quietly repeated the name Withered King and lowered his head to think. In his memory of the original story, no such organization ever appeared, so this was probably just background lore the novel never explored. John went on, explaining that according to intelligence from the royal guards, this was a notorious criminal syndicate. As long as they were paid, they would do anything, even kill their own blood. The symbol of the Withered King was a giant eye surrounded by red flames, clearly a fire-type evil god. Noah chimed in, telling Moon not to worry, because his father had been leading troops to wipe out that filthy organization for days. Moon looked at his mother in surprise. Noah folded her hands and smiled proudly, reminding him that his father was the first Grand Duke granted his title for military merit after the kingdom was founded. Anyone who dared target her son would never be spared, and John only smirked, saying he was simply following orders to clean up the rats around the capital. Listening to his parents talk back and forth, Moon forced a small smile and ate some salad. Then he looked at his father and asked if they had found the mastermind who hired the assassins. John wiped his mouth with a napkin and shook his head. Every captured man was cursed, and the moment they tried to reveal the employer, they burst into flames and died, which was why the king was so furious. He added that he had led the cavalry to storm the entire Balan black market. The place was completely flattened, yet no solid evidence was found, proving that the one controlling the underworld had deep roots in the kingdom. The king had now ordered a full investigation of the nobles, because only princes or high nobles would dare target Princess Silesia. Moon widened his eyes at this turn of events. In the original story, he remembered the Balan black market was also destroyed by his father. The memory slowly resurfaced. A noblewoman in formal dress lay dead in a pool of blood after someone placed a bounty on the life of the king's most favored concubine, and the assassination had actually succeeded. After that, the king went into a rage and ordered the royal guards to purge the entire underworld for 3 months. Blood ran through the sewers, earning the event the name River of Blood, with black-cloaked merchants piled beneath the drains in a truly chilling scene. But in the original timeline, that was supposed to happen 2 years later. Now the black market was gone, which meant the princesses would not die, and without her death, the River of Blood would never occur. Moon lowered his head and sank into thought, so deeply that John and Noah grew worried as he remained lost in his memories. In the original novel, the River of Blood was a major turning point that directly affected the female lead, Ariel. She attended a black market auction and was dragged into the clash between the royal guards and the underworld. But right now, Ariel was sitting safely at home, swinging her legs and happily eating pachichi cake. She enjoyed the sweetness without knowing the story had already veered far off course, since in the original plot she was meant to survive countless deadly situations and grow stronger under the protagonist Yahello, and the River of Blood was the event that pushed her out of the Academy arc into her future journey to save the world. Moon stared into the empty air, his eyes unfocused as if he still could not process everything. Just by giving Noel 2 days off, he had triggered a chain reaction that shattered the original plot beyond repair. Late at night, the mansion fell into silence as everyone returned to their rooms. But Moon sat alone in the dark with only 2 flickering candles on the desk. The dim light cast shadows over his face, making the atmosphere even heavier. Moon took out a blank notebook and a quill, telling himself he had no mood to sleep despite his parents' advice. The plot had completely diverged, meaning the future was now unpredictable, and after a long silence, he finally began writing the first lines. His handwriting looked rushed, mirroring his chaotic thoughts. To him, the original storyline had lost all reference value, so if he wanted to survive, he had to rely on himself and plan carefully. Under the candlelight, he wrote down 4 clear goals: survive, avoid being tortured to death, grow stronger, and never trust the black book. Moon hugged the notebook to his chest, head lowered, the pen resting against his lips as he pondered something extremely important. But a few seconds later, his face suddenly changed, like he had realized something terrifying. He gripped the notebook and violently scratched out one of the goals, muttering under his breath that just because Lunatic's voice was unfamiliar did not mean the risk of being tortured to death was gone. The words "never trust the black book" were crossed out, so harshly they looked as chaotic as his thoughts. The vague prophecies kept making him uneasy, as if warning him about some dreadful disaster, and he reminded himself to be extremely careful, because without Ariel and Celicia, he might have died long ago. The pressure finally exploded. Moon shot up from his chair, yanked his hair, and shouted in frustration, knowing that without more clues he was doomed, and those broken memories were nowhere near enough to figure anything out. After the outburst, he collapsed onto the bed, arms spread wide, completely drained. He stared at the ceiling for a long time, then flipped open the notebook and told himself overthinking was useless right now. Taking a deep breath, Moon forced himself to calm down. The most urgent thing was to grow stronger as soon as possible, because being the Duke's son gave him resources, but time was no longer on his side. The old Moon Campbell had wasted too many chances. After a whole year at Santa Maria Magic Academy, the only spell he learned was light, and the memory of him proudly making a tiny glowing orb while his lackeys acted amazed made the current Moon grind his teeth in disgust. Moon sat up and stared at his palm, reassessing himself. At least his physique was decent, probably at the peak of level 1, but his magic was pitiful. At the academy, warriors, mages, and priests were divided into 5 ranks. Moon was barely at late rank 1, and even reaching rank 5 might change nothing, because Ariel and Celicia were divinetiaire beings, basically walking bugs in this world. He recalled Celicia's description in the original story. Blessed by the ice goddess from birth, controlling frost was her instinct, completely different from priests, who had to pray or pay a price for power. Ariel in the future was even more terrifying. She received blessings from over a dozen gods, and when facing a tough enemy, she could literally summon a lineup of gods to buff her like a hacked game character. Even if the current Ariel was only around his level, her divine blessings and rare equipment alone could crush a beginner like him. Moon could only sigh, because compared to her, he was painfully weak in every possible way. Thinking about Celicia and Ariel's power, Moon could not help but sigh. The more he compared, the more hopeless he felt, sitting there silently with the notebook in his arms. But a few seconds later, he opened his eyes again. This time, his gaze was firm, like he had forced himself to make a decision to at least reach a level where he could defend himself against Ariel. Moon set the notebook aside and sat up with a sly smile. He was not completely cornered yet, because after the recent assassination attempt, he had awakened something abnormal, the black book. With that thought, Moon calmly snapped his fingers as if testing a theory. A swirl of dark purple energy formed into a shadowy gate before him, and the black book shot out as a stream of darkness. He leaned back confidently, ready to catch it like everything was under control. But reality hit hard. Before he could even react, the book flew straight at him at full speed and slammed directly into his most sensitive spot. The pain exploded instantly. Moon screamed, clutching himself and rolling on the bed, while the black book lay there innocently, like it had done nothing wrong. Furious and half in tears, he grabbed the book and yelled at it, saying if it wanted to kill him, it should just say so, and stop aiming for that spot, because he still needed it in the future. Instead of replying, the black book suddenly flipped open on its own. The pages turned rapidly as if blown by an invisible wind, leaving Moon staring in confusion. The flipping grew faster, clearly driven by some mysterious force. Then new words began appearing on the pages. After several violent flips, the book stopped on a glowing page wrapped in dark energy, detailing everything Moon had done over the past few days. Even the private moments between him and Celicia described so clearly that his face turned red. Moon gripped the book with both hands, eyes wide in disbelief. It felt like reading an adult novel where he himself was the protagonist. But when he reached the final line, something felt terribly wrong. He frowned at the last sentence. It said Moon Campbell carelessly opened the door and was ambushed by an assassin, and the word assassin suddenly turned bright red, sending a chill down his spine. Before he could think further, the black book erupted with violent magic. The red word glowed like blood and released a swirling force around his body. Moon dropped the book in panic, but it was too late. The red energy pulled him in, and no matter how hard he resisted, his body vanished within seconds. When he regained consciousness, he found himself transported to a strange place. The red energy faded, leaving him standing in a guarded stance, confused about what had just happened. The surroundings looked like an ancient arena, with towering stone pillars and faint torches lighting a circular field. Moon shivered, realizing this was different from the prison before, another space inside the black book. At that moment, a shadow silently appeared behind him. The figure held a short, sharp weapon, and though the footsteps were nearly soundless, Moon could clearly feel danger closing in. Moon spun around instantly, his voice filled with caution. Before he could react, a cold female voice echoed out, and he froze when he realized it was the short-haired assassin Cecilia had killed in his room days ago. She dashed forward at terrifying speed, her dagger coated in dark magic slashing straight for his throat without hesitation. In a split second, Moon felt hot blood spray from his neck, and his body went stiff, unable to fight back. Fear swallowed him whole as he saw the assassin's emotionless face staring at him, while he slowly bled out, and the world faded into darkness. Moon jolted upright on his bed, like someone escaping a nightmare, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. After a few seconds, he hurriedly touched his neck. There was no wound, and only then did he realize he had been killed inside the black book space. As he was still processing it, the black book beside him began flipping its pages again, with a rustling sound, ignoring his annoyed complaints. It finally stopped at a new page titled Skills and Proficiency, listing all of Moon's current abilities with 2 progress bars beneath them, and at that moment he finally understood the book's true purpose. Excitement surged through him. If he trained through the black book's system, his skill growth would far surpass normal people, maybe even outclass the female lead's cheats. Outside, it was still deep night. Stars covered the sky above the Campbell mansion, everything quiet and peaceful. But inside Moon's room, it was the opposite. He kept diving into the black book space to test its mechanics, and every time he returned, he looked like someone who barely survived a deadly battlefield. Checking his pocket watch, he realized almost no time had passed outside. Inside the book, time flowed normally, but each session only lasted around 3 seconds in the real world. Exhausted and soaked in sweat, Moon still forced himself to sit up and check the results of his latest attempt. The proficiency bars had indeed increased. Dagger mastery rose from 1 to 1.5, and Thexado step doubled from 0.5 to 1, proving that fighting the assassin's phantom was real training. He quickly understood the system. Any skill an enemy used would be recorded by the book, and he could repeatedly train against their illusion, basically learning every technique he had ever seen for free. Thinking about the short-haired assassin's agile footwork made him even more excited. Sooner or later, those high-speed combat skills and ghost-like movements would belong to him. With such a broken cheat in hand, even the so-called protagonist no longer felt untouchable, and Moon hid under his blanket, grinning in excitement. He did not fully understand how the proficiency system worked, but one thing was clear: just keep grinding. The moment he re-entered the space, the assassin detected him instantly and kicked his neck with her sharp heel, and before he could react, blood sprayed again, and his consciousness went dark. On the second round, nothing improved. The female assassin calmly charged up and slashed across, 2 streaks of black energy tearing through Moon and leaving him bleeding out before passing out again. The third round was even worse. She pulled out a dagger and rushed in. Moon couldn't even process her insane speed. He barely screamed before getting split in half. Just as Moon respawned in the book space, Anne arrived outside his room with his medicine. Hearing no response, she quietly opened the door and gently closed it behind her, and walked to the bed and softly called him to take his medicine. But something about his sleeping position felt off. Moon was curled into a tight ball under the blanket. Of course, An had no idea he was being brutally trained by the short-haired assassin inside the book. Seeing him like that, An couldn't help but smile. Even grown up, he still kept his childhood habit. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered that he looked cute. Her eyes softened completely. To her, whether young or grown, her feelings for Moon never changed. She placed the bowl on the bedside table and used magic to keep it warm. Seeing him sleep so deeply, she couldn't bring herself to wake him. So An quietly left the room without making a sound. Moon never knew she had come by, because he was still trapped in endless battles with the short-haired assassin. Suddenly, Moon jolted upright, trembling all over. Sweat soaked his face, and tears clung to his eyes from the pain that felt too real. He clutched himself and cursed through gritted teeth. This time, the assassin had kicked him straight in the weak spot. Moon clenched his fists in rage. She was already terrifyingly strong, and now she fought dirty too. No matter how furious he was, Moon dove back into training. He wrapped himself in the blanket like a ball, and swore he would at least touch her once. The battles continued all night. Only when the sun rose did darkness finally leave Duke Carmelo's mansion. After a night of pure torture, Moon lay on the bed with bloodshot eyes. Dark circles deepened under them. He stared at the ceiling and muttered that after 185 deaths, he finally survived over 30 seconds. But suddenly, he jolted up again and screamed as another wave of pain hit. While staggering, he reached for the bedside table but accidentally knocked over the medicine and left behind. He crashed to the floor, the bowl shattering everywhere, but he couldn't care less. The pain from hundreds of deaths slammed back into him all at once. Moon curled up, one hand on his head, the other pounding the floor in frustration. After enduring for a while, the pain finally eased. He leaned against the bed, head tilted back, gasping. Cold sweat soaked through his white shirt. Once he stabilized, Moon opened his eyes and muttered hoarsely that it was finally over. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, bringing warmth. Even knowing he didn't truly die in the illusion, each death felt terrifyingly real. Avoiding that sensation was clearly impossible. Nearly 200 deaths in one night left Moon barely able to stand. He braced himself on the bed and shakily got up. Then he looked at the black book beside him, the source of last night's nightmare. What mattered now was whether the reward was worth it. He quickly opened the book and checked the skill page, freezing the moment he saw it. His warrior, mage, and priest levels stayed the same, but his skill proficiency skyrocketed. Dagger mastery jumped from level 0 to level 2 at 35%. Shadow step reached level 1 at 11%. Moon burst into laughter. The all-night grind paid off. He hugged the book tightly, almost tearing up. He was still far behind the assassin, but at least he had taken the first step. And once you start, the road ahead gets easier. Eager to test his new skills, Moon stood up immediately. He set the book down and cleared some space in the room to begin. The moment Moon cast Shadow Step, black mana wrapped around his body. He took one light step and instantly vanished, reappearing several meters away. Moon turned back in shock. It actually worked. He clenched his fists, face glowing with excitement. The skills in the black book weren't just for show. They worked in real life. But the joy didn't last long. Moon suddenly felt something wrong with his leg. A brutal pain shot up from his foot and he collapsed. Rolling on the floor, he screamed. No one told him this skill would wreck his body like this, and that assassin spammed it without even blinking. How was that fair? Then it clicked. Lying there, Moon finally understood. His current body simply couldn't handle the load. Advanced combat skills required battle aura, something only second-rank warriors could properly control. That meant even if he learned the skill early, his body hadn't caught up. Rubbing his ankle, Moon stared at the skill panel and began recalculating. If he truly wanted to grow stronger, he needed someone to train both his physique and warrior rank. Thinking about a mentor, Moon remembered Santa Maria Academy would open soon, but in his memory it was packed with mages. Real warriors were rare. He grabbed a quill while thinking. He spun the pen, ruffling his hair in frustration. In this world, magic was too convenient, so few people trained martial arts seriously. Finding a true expert wouldn't be easy, but then a name flashed in his mind, and his eyes widened. The strongest warrior in the original story. A confident smile spread across his face. The perfect master was already in this mansion, a war god standing at the peak of martial arts. No need to look elsewhere. At that moment, John was eating breakfast in his sleepwear, calmly slurping noodles and spearing a shrimp. His eyes paused slightly, as if sensing something. It seemed he already guessed what his son was planning. Moon replayed the original novel's information about John Campbell, the greatest legendary warrior of the past century. At 15, he became the future crown prince's bodyguard. By 20, he led troops to crush rebellions and stabilize the empire. In the novel, the image of him stepping forward in a cloak under countless awed gazes was pure pressure. At 25, John became royal marshal and guarded the borders for years. Every battle he joined shook the continent. Thanks to him, the empire expanded steadily, and neighboring nations and even demons didn't dare provoke them for nearly 2 decades. Upon returning victorious, he earned the unique title Lionheart for his military achievements. The man had almost never tasted defeat. Enemy nations, rebels, remnants of the old regime, demons beyond the borders, anything threatening the empire was crushed. And most importantly, he was Moon's biological father. Thinking of that, Moon couldn't help but sigh. The original owner had wasted such a treasure, he scoffed to himself. With a father like that, why look for teachers at some academy? Moon made his decision. From now on, he would stay home and train directly under John. With a war god guiding him, his growth would skyrocket. Just then, a knock came at the door along with Ann's familiar voice asking if he was awake. Moon blinked and turned toward the door. When he opened it, Anne was indeed standing there. Moon calmly said he had been up early and asked what was wrong. She stepped in, bowed, and informed him that the Duke wished to see him. Moon looked surprised. He had been planning to find his father himself, yet John called for him first. Grinning, Moon gently pushed him forward and said they should hurry, since he also had something to discuss. His sudden enthusiasm left Anne completely confused. On the way out, Moon and Anne ran into Noelle and a gray-haired maid cleaning nearby. Noelle almost called Anne the usual way but quickly corrected herself. She and the other maid immediately bowed with extreme politeness and simply waved it off and told them to continue working. Walking behind, Moon looked surprised. He leaned closer and asked if Anne had just been promoted. She kept her calm expression and continued leading the way. As they walked, she explained that the former headmaid resigned shortly after Moon woke up, so the Duke handed the position to her. Hearing that, Moon felt guilty. His earlier requests had caused a chain reaction. The former headmaid had cared for his father since childhood, almost like family. John probably wasn't happy about her stepping down, and turned back and calmly assured him it wasn't his fault. The former headmaid only stepped down from management but still remained with the Campbell family. He would see her soon, and led Moon to the backyard. There Noah was waiting in a black nightgown. The moment she saw him, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Noah rubbed her cheek against his, face slightly flushed with joy. She was relieved he had recovered and asked him to stop calling her so formally. Instead of something distant, she wanted mom or mommy. Moon awkwardly apologized and obediently changed how he addressed her. Then suddenly, Noah pulled his head gently against her stomach. Moon blushed hard from the sudden closeness, but Sui sensed something moving inside. He slowly lifted his head and asked carefully, almost not daring to believe it. Noah smiled softly and confirmed he was going to have a younger sibling. Moon's face lit up instantly. She explained that while he was being treated, John had the royal physician examine her, which revealed the pregnancy. Moon excitedly talked about the baby, while Noah confidently said he would be a wonderful big brother. Nearby, John sat quietly with his arms crossed, watching them with gentle eyes. The atmosphere felt warm and peaceful. Moon hugged Noah happily as she stroked his hair, but John reminded them not to get too excited. Moon's body was not fully stable yet, and the baby was still fragile. Then he asked Moon to sit down, because he had something important to discuss. Today's mood was strangely calm. The family sat inside a quiet pavilion in the Campbell mansion's backyard. Moon stood beside the table, listening attentively to his father. But the moment John announced he would return to the battlefield, Moon froze. The news came too suddenly to process. John explained seriously that he would depart this very afternoon. In 1 month, Moon would enter the academy, and Noah couldn't remain in the capital in her current condition. So he decided to send her, along with most of the maids, back to the Campbell territory to prepare for childbirth. He then instructed a mature maid with glasses named Faye to care for Noah while he was away. She placed her hand on her chest and accepted the order. Moon realized she was the former headmaid Anne had mentioned. Moon clearly didn't want his father to leave. Leaning forward slightly, he tried to persuade him. The Empire had many capable generals. John didn't have to fight personally. John took a sip of tea and calmly replied that this time he had no choice. After more than 10 years of peace, the abyss beyond the western border was showing signs of demonic activity again. According to estimates, he might have to stay at the frontier for 3 years. The words abyss and demons felt extremely familiar to Moon. Memories of the original novel resurfaced. He quickly recalled that this was the beginning of a major event. The current demon invasion was only a setup to spread chaos before the real plan 3 years later, and that was when the main character would step onto the stage to save the world. In Moon's memory, the grown Ariel once swung a great sword blazing with orange mana, wiping out the abyss demons in a single overwhelming strike. Hearing his father would leave for 3 years, Moon felt his entire future plan collapse. Without John, who would train him? Who would speed up his growth? His dream of quietly farming power at home was gone. Right now, Moon had only one thought. He was doomed. He screamed internally, refusing to accept this reality. Even so, in front of his parents, he forced himself to stay calm. But his hand holding the teacup trembled so hard it almost spilled. By afternoon, everything was ready. A brown griffin rested near the gate, and a white carriage stood beside it for Noah. Departure was set. John had changed into his familiar battle armor and red cloak. He held Noah gently as she sobbed. She cried that if not for the baby, she would never leave the capital now. Moon wasn't in the mood to listen anymore. He stood there with his head lowered, despair written all over his face. Then John called him in a serious voice. Moon looked up, eyes shaken. John placed a hand on his shoulder and said risking his life to save the princess proved he deserved the Campbell name. Even if Moon felt unworthy, John insisted that Campbell men protect the Empire with their lives. He pointed to the golden emblem on his armor. The sword symbolized the king's blade. The dragon beneath represented every enemy of the Empire, and he was the sharpest sword the Empire possessed. John continued, sooner or later, every Campbell man would face his own battlefield. Whether Moon followed his path or chose another didn't matter. What mattered was that Moon already had the qualities of a grown man, and advantages John never had. If he wanted something, he should pursue it boldly. Those words truly struck Moon's heart. But just as the mood peaked, John suddenly pulled him closer and switched tones instantly. He whispered that the emotional speech was just procedure. Now came the real matter. Moon blinked in confusion when John suddenly asked, "What do you think of Anne?" In the distance, Anne stood quietly watching. Moon glanced at her and said she was a good person, but didn't understand the question. John pressed further. "Do you like her?" John went all in. He had watched him grow up. She was smart and well-raised. More importantly, her feelings for Moon were clearly beyond servant and master. Her contract had 1 year left, so if Moon had intentions, he should act fast. Moon finally realized his father was going straight to the point. John confirmed it openly. The Campbell family lacked heirs because he and Noah were separated too long by war. Now he was leaving again. Meanwhile, Noah gently rubbed her belly, and Moon suddenly remembered he was still engaged to Celia. But John dismissed that concern. The engagement to the princess was political, meant to balance royal power and keep the Campbells aligned with the crown prince. Even if Celia married into the family later, they would simply help her grow stronger. In short, John was applying direct pressure. His sharp gaze made it clear. Within 3 years, he expected to hold a grandson. To Moon, this felt like being forced to accept a top-tier mission on the spot. Facing his father's overwhelming presence, he could only swallow hard. It was an order from the family head. As sunset painted the sky, everyone gathered at the front yard. John and Noah boarded the carriage. The Griffin soared above as escort. Moon and Anne stood still, watching the convoy disappear with the maids. Once the carriage vanished from sight, and tilted her head curiously. She thought she heard her name mentioned earlier. Moon, hands in his pockets, slowly turned to look at her. Remembering his talk with John, Moon felt awkward. His father was dead serious about marriage. He scratched his head and calmly said this wasn't really a secret. Moon admitted John wanted him to marry Anne, and even hoped for a child soon to continue the Campbell bloodline. He laughed it off and told her not to take it seriously, but Anne's eyes widened in shock. Moon stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder, and smiled sincerely. He said being a maid was only temporary. Sooner or later, everyone would have their own life. Anne was the most outstanding girl in the mansion. She shouldn't be tied to someone useless like him. The sunset glow made Moon look like a true novel protagonist. He kept smiling and said if she ever met someone she loved, just tell him. He would personally let her leave and even prepare a proper dowry. In his view, no one leaving the Campbell family should ever be looked down on. He encouraged Anne to pursue her own happiness, because Campbell would always back her up. Then he patted her shoulder and walked back toward the mansion, from start to finish, and barely reacted. After walking a short distance, Moon couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into smug laughter. He clenched his fists and jumped in excitement. In his mind, he had just delivered a perfect performance. Years of reading novels had paid off. Surely that generous young master act would move her deeply. Too bad he had no idea Anne was still standing behind him. From the moment he started talking to the end, Anne never replied. No expression, no reaction. She only murmured softly, "Letting me leave the Campbell family?" Her face was hidden in shadow, her body trembling slightly. Her nails dug into her palm until blood seeped out, yet she felt no pain. The only thing burning inside her was anger. So he really had changed, young master. And slowly lifted her head and stared at Moon's back with chilling eyes, like a predator locking onto prey. A dark aura spread from her body. This time, she had no intention of waiting anymore. Tonight would be the moment she acted. As night fell, the scene shifted to the Duke's library. Tall shelves stretched endlessly, candles flickering softly. Moon was already there, muttering that today had completely derailed his plans. He understood things never went as expected, but his goal stayed clear. He had to grow stronger fast. Without John, he would train himself. His father was a true legend built on real strength. The family library might not match the royal archives, but for now, it was more than enough. Sitting at the desk, Moon flipped through martial manuals at incredible speed. The moment he finished a page, he moved on. At the same time, he summoned the Black Book to help record everything. For now, entering the academy too early was dangerous. It was better to simulate fights with assassins inside the book and gain experience first. At the very least, he needed enough power to handle shadow killers. Suddenly, Moon slammed a red-covered book shut. He hadn't even finished reading it, but he wanted to confirm something. He grabbed the floating black book above his head, ready to check whether all the knowledge he just read had been recorded. Holding it tightly with both hands, his face turned serious. Dark mana flowed from the book, and it automatically flipped to the exact page he wanted. The moment he saw the contents, Moon realized something crucial. He didn't need to painfully memorize every book. Just reading them once was enough for the Black Book to copy everything perfectly. Titles appeared one by one. Movement techniques in the mist. Imperial soldier body training methods. Human weak point analysis. Moon nearly laughed out loud. If used properly, his learning speed would skyrocket. Moon lifts the Black Book like it's a sacred treasure, closes his eyes in pure emotion, and starts praising it non-stop. Just moments ago, he called it useless. Now he does a full 180 and even kisses the cover like it's the most precious thing in his life. While Moon is still enjoying himself, someone knocks on the library door. A moment later, Anne walks in quietly with a tray of food. Seeing him still buried in books, Anne softly asks if he plans to keep reading. That's when Moon finally realizes someone entered. He turns around, greets Anne, and stands up. His eyes quickly land on the food tray, and he asks if she brought him a late-night meal. Anne simply nods. They move to the resting area. After setting the food down, Anne even helps Moon sit on the sofa. Moon sighs, saying John took too many staff members away, leaving only Anne, Noelle, and a few maids to handle the huge mansion. Anne calmly replies that it's her duty. Anne then picks up a bottle of red wine and introduces it. It's a rare vintage brought by Count Locke this morning. Only about 100 bottles made each year, insanely expensive on the market. She asks if Moon wants a glass. Moon is eating cake with a fork. The sweetness clears his mind, so he shakes his head. He says he still has to read tonight and doesn't want anything that might make him sleepy. A flicker of irritation crosses Anna's eyes. She tightens her grip on the wine bottle so hard that cracks form on the glass, but she stays calm and gently asks what he would prefer. Moon thinks for a moment and says coffee would be better to stay awake. Anne lowers her head slightly in apology and pours tea into a cup. She explains that tonight the mansion only has black tea and red wine. There's no coffee at all. Moon finishes the cake, the fork still in his mouth, cheeks slightly puffed. But the more Anne talks, the more something feels off. He slowly turns his head, confused. A strange sense of déjà vu creeps in. He thinks, wait, why does this situation sound so familiar? Anne places the cup of black tea in front of him and continues naturally. She says a maid accidentally let mice chew through the coffee bag, and new coffee won't arrive until tomorrow. Surely the young master wouldn't want coffee touched by rats. Moon frowns slightly but takes the tea anyway. Moon closes his eyes, ready to enjoy the warm steam rising from the cup. But in the next second, his expression changes dramatically. A strange sensation spreads through his body. He loses his grip, and the cup crashes to the floor, shattering as dark red liquid splashes everywhere. As his vision fades, Moon reaches toward Anne, trying to hold on to her. His strength drains rapidly. The terrifying part is that Anne doesn't call for help. She just stands there, watching him with a calm, chilling gaze. In his fading consciousness, Moon struggles to ask why she betrayed him. Anne doesn't answer. Only when his body is about to collapse from the sofa does she step forward to catch him. One arm wraps around his back, the other holds his shoulder. Anne gently pulls Moon into her embrace. His head is pressed against her soft chest as she leans down, her eyes strangely tender. She whispers that she would never betray her young master, never ever. Anne leans close to his ear and softly says goodnight. Moon seems like he wants to speak, but before he can, darkness completely swallows his mind in her arms. Inside Anne, there is only pain and resentment. She cannot understand why she loved him so deeply, yet Moon spoke of pushing her away. To Anne, Moon is no longer the same as before. That's why she believes she must use this twisted love to pull him back. In her mind, if he accepts her love, everything will return to how it once was. Anne whispers that from now on, they will never be separated again, not until the end of this world. At that exact moment, a familiar voice echoes in Moon's mind, and he jolts awake. He gasps for air, cold sweat covering his body like he just escaped a horrifying nightmare. That familiar feeling hits Moon again. He remembers the nightmare from before. Thick darkness surrounds him, and he has no idea where he is. His hands and feet are chained to a wooden board. It looks exactly like the scene he once saw in the Black Book. That's when Moon realizes in horror the person from the prophecy was Anne. He never imagined the one who would harm him was the girl who always stayed by his side. In the darkness, Anne slowly removes her headband, letting her long hair fall. She sits on top of Moon and begins taking off her maid uniform with a crazed smile. She mutters that the black market merchant didn't lie. The drug works even better than she expected. Moon stares at her in pure fear. His voice trembles as he asks what she's planning to do. Anne doesn't answer directly. She looks at him stubbornly and says, hasn't he already figured it out? She presses him down and speaks with extreme possessiveness. Since the day she was brought to him when he was 8, her entire world revolved around him. In her mind, she belongs to Moon, and Moon must belong only to her. What she's doing now is simply pulling him back to the right path. But for Moon, this is too much. His mind goes blank from fear. He insists he doesn't understand what she's talking about, and begs her to release him so they can talk calmly. Anne covers his mouth to stop him. She gently shakes her head and says it's too late. Moon doesn't need to do anything. Just leave everything to her. She looks down at him with an obsessed and terrifying gaze, like a predator that finally caught its prey. Her breathing grows hotter, sweat forming on her face. Her maid uniform is half undone. She strokes his cheek and whispers that from tonight on, his body and soul will belong only to her. The more emotional she becomes, the more she loses control. She hugs him tightly as if afraid he might disappear. Moon can only stare at this unfamiliar version of her in absolute terror, his body trembling non-stop. After countless moments of fading in and out, Moon's consciousness turns blurry. When he slowly opens his eyes again, dark circles are heavy beneath them. His face looks drained, like he hasn't rested at all. He just lies there, staring blankly at the ceiling. He exhales weakly, exhaustion covering his entire body. His skin is covered in chaotic marks, but he doesn't even care anymore. What shocks him most is that Anne was the one who led him into all of this. The person who secretly manipulated every step of the prophecy was her all along. Moon turns his head to look at Anne sleeping against him. He still can't believe the gentle girl he knew has such a twisted side. Maybe she used up too much energy through the night, because now she's sleeping deeply. A thin blanket barely covers her slender figure, making the scene even more unsettling. Last night, Anne secretly locked Moon inside this sealed room and held him tightly, as if afraid of losing the most precious thing in her life. She was completely consumed by her extreme emotions, desperately trying to prove that Moon belongs only to her. Even though she prepared herself for this moment, Anne couldn't hide her tension and excitement. Her rapid breathing, flushed face, and sweat-covered body showed just how chaotic her emotions were. Moon squints in pain, his body forced to endure everything without resistance. Chained tightly to the wooden board, he has no way to fight back. Through the pain, he tells Anne she doesn't have to push herself this far. Before he can finish, Anne covers his mouth again, signaling him to stop talking. Moon stares at her, completely confused. Annie's voice trembles slightly. To her, this little discomfort means nothing compared to 10 long years of waiting for one person. Her twisted smile remains, her lifeless eyes reflecting only Moon. Anne presses her body against his, using her warmth to mark her existence onto him. Near his ear, she finally confesses everything. She was the one who spoiled him, guided him, and deliberately shaped him into an arrogant, useless young master so others would hate and avoid him. All of it was to make sure he would always belong only to her. She prepared for this day for 10 years. No matter what Moon says, she will never let him go. Hearing all of this, Moon goes completely numb. He never expected Anne to be the mastermind. Now he understands the person in the Black Book's prophecy was always her. The more he thinks about it, the colder his spine feels. Replaying everything from last night, Moon can only sigh helplessly. Anne was once the perfect, gentle maid in his eyes. Who would have thought she was this extreme? The prophecy clearly said he would die by Anna's hand. Panic rises instantly. He barely escaped the exile route. Is he really going to die like this? He has to find a way out. Moon quietly clenches his fists and suddenly pulls hard on the iron chains, trying to break free by force. But at that moment, Anna's voice rings out beside him. Moon freezes and snaps his head toward her, worried she noticed his escape attempt. Anne slowly opens her eyes. She props her head lazily on one hand, the blanket slipping slightly. She asks what Hez trying to do. Afraid of being exposed, Moon quickly lies and says his wrists hurt, so he was just moving a little. Anne casually accepts the answer. Then she leans close again, deliberately brushing her body against his in a teasing way. Moon stiffens completely. After a while, Anne gets off him and stands up. She gathers the clothes scattered from last night and calmly puts her maid uniform back on. While dressing, she says she has to return to the Duke's mansion to handle work, or people will get suspicious. Moon stays silent, watching her carefully. Nearly done dressing, Anne picks up a pair of thin black stockings and slowly pulls them over her long legs. As she does, she murmurs that now Moon fully belongs to her. Maybe she should deal with everyone in the Duke's mansion to avoid future trouble. Hearing that, Moon's face turns pale. Just imagining Annie's extreme personality is enough to scare him. He immediately shouts, telling her not to do anything crazy. Anne finishes fixing her hair and returns to her usual maid appearance. Seeing his strong reaction, she turns to him with slight surprise. She walks over and gently strokes his face with a meaningful smile. She asks if he cares about any other maids besides her, even mentioning Noelle. Moon can't even look her in the eyes. He turns away and hurriedly denies it. Moon stammers that Shez overthinking, and he just said it casually. His flustered reaction makes Anne laugh in delight. Moon looks at her, confused about what amused her so much. Anne giggles, clearly in a much better mood. Her cheeks are slightly red as she says she was just joking. As long as Moon behaves, she won't touch the people in the Duke's mansion, unless absolutely necessary. Moon finally sighs in relief, but remembering how his escape failed and was noticed, he feels quiet despair. Gathering courage, Moon tries to negotiate. If she says she loves him, then at least remove these chains first. Is she really planning to keep him locked up forever? To his surprise, Anne agrees immediately. She smiles gently and snaps her fingers in the air. Instantly, her magic activates. The iron shackles on Moon's wrists and ankles unlock one by one, but Anne calmly warns him not to try anything foolish. This room is built from a special steel that's nearly indestructible. She adds that the lock was crafted by a master artisan. Only one key exists in the entire world. She secretly prepared this hidden room beneath the Duke's mansion for a very long time without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, Moon sits up and rubs his sore wrists, frowning quietly. Even if Hez trapped here, he believes the people in the mansion will eventually notice something is wrong. Hearing that, Moon immediately asks Anne about it. If he suddenly disappeared, wouldn't the mansion find it strange? Anne just smiles confidently. She already told everyone that since the Duke and his wife are away, the young master felt bored and returned to the academy early. No one suspected a thing. Anne then sits beside him and gently holds his hands against her cheek. Her gaze is soft but terrifying. She says no one will ever discover he's locked here. She will personally bring him 3 meals a day. Aside from the fact that Moon belongs only to her now, everything else was the same. To outsiders, she's still the reliable maid Anne. Suddenly, Anne slides her hand down his body and lightly touches his stomach. The sudden move makes Moon flinch and let out a small sound. His face instantly turns red. Anne pulls her hand back and places it on her chest, savoring the lingering feeling. She looks at him with satisfaction and praises how fast his body is recovering. She admits she'd love to continue what happened last night, but she must return to the Duke's mansion for now. After saying that, Anne slowly walks toward the door. Before leaving, she reminds him to rest obediently while she's gone. The heavy steel door opens, then shuts tightly behind her. As soon as she's about to leave, Moon suddenly remembers something serious. He reaches toward the door and shouts in panic, "At least give me my clothes back." But once the steel door closes, only the cold sound of a lock echoes outside. Anne completely ignores his cry. Now Moon is truly at rock bottom, locked in this sealed steel room, and he doesn't even have clothes to wear. He sits on the bed in despair, holding his head. He once guessed countless times who the shadow in the prophecy could be. He never thought it would end like this. Is he really going to live the rest of his life as Annie's possession? Moon shakes his head hard. Last night was already brutal enough. If he has to endure that every single day, he'll die long before the prophecy comes true. More than anything, he wants freedom. Living without freedom is like a fish on a chopping board. His eyes narrow with determination. This time, he has to risk everything. Moon looks up at the massive steel door. He makes up his mind. No matter what, he has to escape this hell. Without hesitation, he jumps up and rushes to the door. He kicks it repeatedly and pulls the handle with all his strength. No matter how many times he tries, it doesn't budge at all. Refusing to give up, Moon steps back and throws his entire body against the steel door. The result is obvious. It doesn't move even a little. Seconds later, Moon's painful scream echoes through the room. He clutches his arm and rolls on the floor like a fish out of water. Now he finally understands. Anne wasn't exaggerating. This door is absurdly solid. After the pain eases, Moon lies flat on the floor, gasping. Not just the door, even the walls and the stone behind them are reinforced with solid steel. He once thought the Black Book could help him defy fate, now he's trapped here with no way out. This time, he's really doomed. He closes his eyes as his mind feels overloaded. At that moment, the Black Book seems to sense his thoughts. A dark purple aura appears above him, forming into the Black Book and dropping beside him. But Moon has no interest in it right now. He stares at the ceiling and mutters, "I didn't even call you this time, stop messing with me." After seeing Annie's metal control ability, he knows it's not normal magic. She's on the same monster level as Celestia. Even if he enters the training space now, it might already be too late. Moon shuts his eyes again, too tired to talk to the book. The Black Book lies quietly beside him, as if thinking of a way to save him. After a while, Moon notices it still hasn't disappeared, and begins staring at it thoughtfully. Finally, he sighs and pushes himself up. Sitting cross-legged, he places the Black Book on his lap and opens it reluctantly. Fine, training until death inside is still better than rotting away in this suffocating prison. Just as Moon is about to enter the Black Book space, his eyes stop on the page. He freezes. Wait, isn't this the book he read last night? No way. A sudden grin spreads across his face. Hope flashes in his eyes. Looks like he finally found the formula to win. The sound of counting echoes in the dark, narrow room. 198, 199. Moon is doing non-stop push-ups, sweat dripping onto the floor. A piece of cloth is loosely tied around his waist for training. He lifts his head to catch his breath. His whole body is soaked, and his arms are visibly more toned after days of insane training. Soon his body gives out completely. He collapses on the floor, panting. Looking at his left hand, he mutters that luckily this body can still handle it. The Black Book space only boosts skills, and overusing it can damage the brain. If he wants more stamina, he has to train the old-fashioned way. As for being pinned down like before, that's enough. From now on, he must grow stronger. Moon clenches his fists, tears sliding down as he makes a fierce vow. Right then, a familiar voice comes from outside, followed by the soft click of a metal lock. Moon instantly jumps up and turns toward the door in surprise. "And you're back?" The one who walks in is indeed Anne. She stands at the door with a gentle smile, using magic to control metal plates, utensils, and even an iron bathtub to float neatly into the room. Her mood seems great. Work outside is finally done. The way the young master greeted her sounds like a wife welcoming her husband home. Cute. It seems and heard him before entering, which is why she chuckled. She softly says she brought dinner, medicine, and bathwater, even adjusting the temperature to his liking. Under her control, everything lands gently. Steam rises from the tub. The moment Moon sees it, his eyes light up. He hasn't bathed in 2 days, but then suddenly smiles and asks, "Do you want to bathe first, or eat me first?" After saying that, Anne shyly turns her face away, cheeks slightly red. She slowly unbuttons her maid outfit, revealing smooth skin, even tugging the fabric a little to tempt him. Clearly, she has no intention of letting him rest. But Moon barely hears the last part. All he can think about is jumping into the bath. He rushes to the tub, watching his reaction, and sighs helplessly and mutters that he really doesn't get it. Moon unties his hair and starts washing it. After a while, he awkwardly closes his eyes and calls out softly, and she calmly replies, "Is something wrong, young master? Is the water too hot?" Moon quickly says no, it's just that he's not a child anymore. He can bathe himself. Moon leans against the edge of the tub, soap bubbles covering his body, from behind, and slowly presses close and holds his hand, rubbing soap while nearly sticking to him. Hearing him say he can wash alone, she looks slightly disappointed and leans to his ear and teases, "Only one night, and you're already tired of me?" Her hot breath brushes his skin, making him even more flustered. Her soapy hands slide over him on purpose. Moon's face turns bright red as he stammers that it's not like that, before he can finish, and slips her hand into the water and continues touching him. She casually says that now he belongs to her, so taking care of him from head to toe is her responsibility as his guardian. The logic makes no sense at all. Suddenly, Anne looks down and gasps softly, as if discovering something very interesting. She whispers that he doesn't need to hold back around her. Then she lightly licks his ear and lifts his chin. Under her actions, Moon's face turns red like it's about to explode. He hurriedly explains it's just a normal reaction for a man, and forces himself to stay calm in front of this dangerous woman. Seeing him struggle only makes him more amused. Finally, when Moon is about to reach his limit, and pulls her hand out of the water and laughs, saying she'll stop teasing him. She then bends down and picks up a silver plate filled with colorful meats. Smiling, she walks over and says, if the young master wants to bathe alone, she'll switch to feeding him instead. Hearing the word food, Moon instantly relaxes, his mood clearly improving, and skewers a brown slice of meat and holds it to Muon's mouth like he's a kid, and he obediently takes a bite, instantly stunned by how good it tastes. Just one bite and his eyes go wide. The flavor hits so hard it lights up his whole face. Starving, Muon snatches the whole plate and devours it, swearing has never had beef this tender, juicy, and perfectly chewy in his life. Seeing him enjoy it, and smiles proudly and tells him he guessed right, it's beef, and he's actually eaten it before, just in soup, so he never noticed. While savoring every bite, Muon asks which cut it is, tenderloin or neck, as in casually wipes sauce from his lips. Then and calmly answers, it's bull penis, and Muon completely freezes, mouth open, even spitting bits of meat out, and ignores his reaction and explains seriously that it comes from the giant Morita bull, famous for its insane reproductive power. Muon's mind instantly pictures a terrifying giant bull with something glowing underneath, and he feels like throwing up. Unable to accept what he just ate, Muon bends over and vomits on the floor, while An calmly holds a bucket and even starts listing tiger, fairy, and giant demon versions. After puking, Muon refuses to hear another word about meat and angrily demands how she could feed a human that stuff, but An casually admits she's been mixing it into his meals for a long time. Before she can finish, Muon explodes in rage, jumping out of the bathtub naked and forgetting his own state in the heat of the moment. He shouts that she locked him in the dark and forced him to eat something disgusting, while Anne just squats there quietly listening, without arguing. Muon points at her and yells that bull penis is not food for humans, even threatening to do something if she doesn't let him go. But before he can finish, his body suddenly goes weak, his eyelids heavy, and An calmly notes that as expected, one drop was enough. Muon loses consciousness and falls forward, and An catches him, whispering that she knows the pain of losing freedom, but she'd rather cage him than lose him forever. She leans to his ear and tells him to sleep peacefully, because she'll handle everything, smiling with satisfaction as she strokes his hair. Outside the Duke's mansion, the night stretches on, moonlight shining quietly over the vast estate as time slips by unnoticed. After an unknown while, Muon finally wakes up in bed, tucked in neatly, clearly taken care of by An. He puts on the clothes tossed on the floor, while Anne, now in a tight outfit, greets him sweetly and admits last night might have been a bit too much. As she changes back into her maid uniform, she explains she only used 2 drops today to avoid harming his body, then adjusts her outfit like nothing happened, and walks to the bedside and gently asks if he feels unwell, but Muon turns away, still clearly upset, and she remains patient. She softly asks if He's still mad, and seeing his silence, she suggests that since He's been well-behaved lately, she might grant him one small request. Hearing that, Muon slowly turns back, eyes full of suspicion, and quietly asks, just one small request? He immediately says what he wants most is freedom, but An rejects it, and even asking for clothes gets shut down. After everything is denied, Muon snaps and demands how small this small request really is, while Anne taps her lips and pretends to think cutely. In the end, she says he can only choose what to eat for lunch and dinner each day, and Muon suddenly seems to get an idea. He jumps out of bed, scratching his head like Hez calculating, saying choosing food isn't much, but it's better than nothing, and An instantly senses he has something in mind. Muon closes his eyes, coughs lightly for dramatic effect, then casually mentions that autumn should be coming soon, right? He starts reminiscing about sitting on a boat at Lake Bieber, watching red maple leaves, drinking wine from the Loch territory, and eating freshly caught mackerel like a true noble, and presses her finger to her lips and thinks, guessing he wants fish from Lake Bieber, but it's far away and would take time to get. Just then, she hears a sniffle from Muon and turns to look, slightly surprised. Muon places one hand on his chest and raises the other like Hez giving a grand speech, even forcing tears, as he laments falling from a noble on a yacht to a prisoner in darkness. He turns away, hides under the blanket, and fake sobs that if he can't even eat fish from Lake Bieber, life has no meaning. Seeing her master so miserable, An starts to soften, not realizing that under the blanket Muon is smirking like a total schemer. In the end, An gives in with a sigh and reluctantly agrees to his request. The moment she agrees, Muon jumps up full of energy, grabs her hand emotionally, and she promises to bring back fresh fish from Lake Bieber. Hearing that, Muon beams with satisfaction, even blowing her a playful kiss like a charming young master. Just those small gestures make An blush hard, covering her mouth as her heart pounds like a girl in love. Suddenly, An steps closer to Muon, leaving him confused about what she's about to do. She gently holds his shoulders and kisses him, her emotions bursting out, while Muon just stands there frozen in shock. The kiss doesn't last long, and An slowly pulls away after a moment. She gets off the bed, without explaining anything, and quietly walks toward the door. Muon calls out, but she doesn't turn back, only saying Lake Bieber is far and shall return before tomorrow, asking him to wait patiently. The heavy iron door shuts behind her as she walks quickly through the dark, struggling to suppress the overwhelming feelings inside. Thinking about catching the fish quickly so she can return to Muon, An blushes again, even getting a nosebleed from how cute she finds him. Once his shorsh is gone, Muon finally exhales in relief, muttering that he finally sent her away and his long-awaited chance has come. He raises his left hand and calls out H4, and dark purple energy gathers, forming a magic book in his palm. Turns out the fish excuse was just to distract An, and Muon asks H4 if it can create new simulation spaces besides the evil assassin realm, and the book vibrates in response. Smirking confidently, he orders H4 to build a space with 1,000 locks, like in the book he once read, determined to master that divine skill before An returns. The pages flip rapidly as magic energy engulfs him, but this time Muon stays calm, sitting cross-legged and diving straight into intense training. Meanwhile, strange changes erupt around Lake Bieber as the sky darkens, heavy rain pours down, and violent winds roar through the forest. An arrives at the lake's border in a black cloak and mask, but a ranger rushes over warning her that the area is extremely dangerous and off-limits. The ranger tries to pull her away, but the moment he reaches for her, Anne's eyes turn cold. In an instant, she activates magic and sharp metal spikes burst from the ground, piercing his hand as blood splashes into the rain. She calmly warns him that she hates strangers touching her, and if he blocks her again, she'll chop him up and feed him to the fish. Terrified, the ranger finally spills the truth that the true master of Lake Bieber has awakened, a commander-level magic beast, and the guild has sent high-rank adventurers to suppress it. The entire lake has been sealed off, and just mentioning the creature makes the ranger shiver. Holding an umbrella, An listens quietly and realizes the chaotic weather must be caused by that monster. The ranger urges her to leave and even offers to forget what happened, warning that crossing paths with the beast or the adventurers means certain death. Suddenly, a small pouch of coins lands at his feet, leaving him stunned. Despite his bleeding hand, he asks why she would still go in knowing the danger, and An simply replies that she has no choice. Walking into the storm, she says the reason is simple. She promised to catch the fish Muon wants, and it's all because of love. A gust of wind blows off her hood, revealing a gentle smile and ruby-red eyes shining with intense affection. At the same time, the storm grows fiercer as a team of adventurers battles desperately in the rain to suppress the lake's master. A girl in red tightens her grip on her staff, thinking that once this mission ends, she'll confess her feelings, and Aluka blushes at the thought. Shez snapped back to reality when her teammates call out her name. On the front line, a swordsman with shield struggles against the raging water, while a girl in purple supports him, shouting for Aluka to hurry with healing magic. Aluka steadies herself and chants, summoning a green magic circle that spreads soothing energy before sending healing straight to the front. But just as the spell takes effect, the team senses something rising from the lake, and the warrior grins as the water churns violently, the monster finally revealing itself. In the next second, Lake Bieber explodes like a bomb just went off, sending a massive water column shooting into the sky. From the center of that wave, the lake's true master emerges, a gigantic mutated fish with blood-red eyes and a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. The monster faces the armored warrior, opens its huge mouth, and sucks in lake water to form a massive water sphere that looks deadly on impact. Even though Roth is still dizzy from the earlier clash, he plants his shield and activates Earth Mother's blessing, golden light bursting across its surface. The lake beast fires the giant water sphere, but Roth's shield expands into a glowing barrier that barely blocks the crushing attack. The pressure nearly blows Roth away, yet he grits his teeth, holds firm and shouts for his teammates to counterattack with magic. Aluka is stunned by the monster's size, but Roth's voice snaps her back as she grips her staff and answers with determination. She closes her eyes and chants to the god of ice, her staff rising as blue frost energy swirls around her, ready to tear the beast apart. Just as she's about to cast, a familiar voice rings out, and blazing fire erupts in front of her, forcing her to stop as her frost instantly vanishes. The fire slams straight into the monster's open mouth and explodes, engulfing its body in flames as Tia shouts that this is their chance. Without hesitation, Rhodes tightens his grip on sword and shield and charges forward with full force. He leaps high into the air, pouring all his strength into the next strike, while the monster remains trapped in the sea of fire. From above, Rhodes brings his blade down in a crushing slash, forcing the beast to swallow its own fireball before it can spit it out. The lake monster screams in agony and crashes back into the water, triggering another massive explosion of waves. Rhodes lands safely but nearly collapses from exhaustion, kneeling with his sword as support, while rain and lake water wash over his wounds. He turns to his team, winks, and gives a thumbs up with a tired smile, declaring that it's finally over. Rhodes openly praises Tia for her timely fire magic, and she shyly smiles, asking if he's badly hurt. When Rhodes says he's fine, Tia quickly stops him, pointing out the deep cut on his hand as they talk naturally like no one else exists. Watching from afar, Aluka lowers her head in silence, remembering their old promise to become the strongest duo together, and quietly bites her lip. Childhood memories flood back to Aluka, recalling how she and Rhodes once lay on the grass, promising to travel the world and become the strongest adventurers together. Now she watches Tia gently hold Rhodes' injured hand while he scratches his head shyly, the two looking exactly like a couple in love. Aluka never understood why. Despite staying by Rhodes' side for so long, he never once felt the same for her. While Tia focuses on healing his wound, Rhodes casually calls Aluka over to help deal with the monster's corpse, completely unaware of her pain. Aluka grips her staff tightly, her heart aching as if being crushed. In the end, she forces a smile and steps forward, letting the cold rain soak her hair and face as if trying to wash away the bitterness inside. But just as Shez about to approach them, a strange sound echoes out, making her body stiffen instantly. Rhodes and Tia hear it too, and quickly turn toward Lake Bieber with tense expressions. Through the heavy rain, a massive whirlpool forms in the lake, spinning violently like it's about to swallow everything. A towering column of water erupts from the center, far more terrifying than the previous monster. Rhodes and Tia freeze in shock as overwhelming pressure crashes down on them, and Tia instinctively presses closer to him. From the water pillar, a far larger black sea monster emerges, scarred all over with a blood-red horn on its head, the true boss of Lake Bieber. Its crimson eyes lock onto Rhodes' group before it slowly opens its enormous mouth. Even so, Tia refuses to retreat and casts explosive fire magic, sending a blazing inferno straight at the beast. The flames explode on its face, but this time the attack does almost nothing, and the monster glares down at the fading fire in fury. Enraged, it channels magic into its red horn, unleashing countless red lightning bolts in every direction. Rhodes senses the danger too late as the lightning crashes down, blowing apart the ground around them. Unable to dodge, Rhodes and Tia are blasted away, and Aluka rushes in to catch Rhodes, but the impact sends them both sliding across the ground, pushing the entire team to the brink in a single move. Even with Aluka holding him up, Rhodes was shaking from his wounds, gasping that this monster was way beyond them, and they had to run, and fast. Tia had already been knocked out cold, her body covered in serious injuries, but Rhodes had no intention of leaving her behind. He forced himself up with his sword, blood running down his face, staring at Tia, and muttering that if he had to die, he would die with her. Those words crushed Aluka's heart, her eyes losing their light as if the last hope inside her had just gone out. Before she could react, Rhodes rushed toward Tia, while on a nearby tree branch, a woman in black had been silently watching the entire fight. The woman in black glanced at the Bieber Lake monster, instantly gauging its rank, calmly forming a dark energy weapon, and deciding this so-called boss was no real threat, meaning getting the dragon marrow for her young master would be easy. She spun the weapon smoothly like she was dancing, staring at the lake monster with a strange excitement, as if she had just found a new toy. Enraged after being burned by Tia's fire magic, the true master of Bieber Lake roared and began pouring mana into the red horn on its head. Red lightning gathered into a magic circle, forming a massive energy sphere, and Rhodes, holding Tia, looked up and knew that once it dropped, they were finished. He tightened his grip around Tia, cursed under his breath, and closed his eyes, ready to use his body as her final shield. But at that exact moment, the woman in black softly chanted and raised her hand, gathering mana into her palm. A colossal beam of light slammed down from the sky onto Bieber Lake, shaking the entire area, golden light flooding the water in a blast that was clearly on a whole different level. Still facing away, Rhodes kept his eyes shut, waiting for death, but instead he heard a violent collision erupt behind him. Realizing he was unharmed, he opened his eyes and turned around, only to be left speechless by the sight. A massive black wall now stood across the lakeshore, completely blocking the monster's attack, and even pushing it back as the creature screamed in agony. Aluka collapsed to the ground in shock, unable to process what just happened, and quickly asked Rhodes if he was hurt. Suddenly, a voice spoke beside her, and she turned to see the woman in black standing right there, stammering that she was fine. When asked who she was, the woman didn't answer, simply putting away her weapon, raising her left hand to chant, and coldly saying she would handle the monster. She told Aluka to protect herself, and though surprised by her attitude, Aluka quickly nodded. Without hesitation, the woman in black cast imprisonment, turning her mana into countless black metal blocks that shot straight toward the lake monster. Aluka stared at the metal weapons flying through the air, sensing the iron melt and move at her will, a level of magic far beyond her understanding. As they reached the lake monster, the molten metal turned into countless black spikes that pierced straight through its body, and the more it struggled, the deeper they stabbed. The woman in black flicked her hand, shaping the remaining metal into a staircase in mid-air, calmly walking up while complaining that its screaming scared away the fish she planned to catch for her young master, and slowly raised the massive black scythe in her hand, pouring mana into it until the blade grew to a gigantic size, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She opened her eyes with an icy stare and coldly declared that the price for what it had done was its life. In the next second, and swung the scythe in a brutal arc, and with a single tearing sound, blood burst out of the monster like a fountain. The slash split the enormous body in half, and its corpse crashed into Bieber Lake, sending a towering wave splashing even toward Rhodes and Tia. Soaked head to toe in lake water and algae, Rhodes didn't even care, just staring blankly as the boss slowly sank, unable to believe it was killed so easily. Once the danger was gone, Aluka rushed over and anxiously asked about his condition, and Rhodes replied that he was fine. Tia was still unconscious, so Rhodes held her with one arm and pulled out a red healing potion with the other, saying her injuries were serious, but luckily he still had medicine. While treating her wounds, Rhodes suddenly asked Aluka for a favor, catching her off guard. With an excited grin, he said the woman in black hadn't left yet and wanted Aluka to ask if she was an adventurer, and if she wasn't in a party, try inviting her, because someone who could on-a-shot a Dominator-class boss would make high-rank missions way easier. Meanwhile, Anne was squatting by the lakeside, carefully picking fish for her young master, comparing two in her hands, but realizing she had no idea which one Moon actually liked. She sighed in frustration, blaming herself for not even knowing her young master's favorite fish, when Aluka's gentle voice suddenly came from behind. Aluka noticed and couldn't tell the fish apart, and kindly explained that the two she held were inedible, one tough and smelly, the other poisonous, then pointed out the true Bieber Lake specialty, leaving Anne slightly impressed. Curious, Anne asked how she knew so much, and Aluka explained her village was just across the lake, and her family fished here every autumn to sell to nobles, then eagerly shared how to cook the dish, and immediately took out a notebook and wrote everything down, learning the fish tasted best grilled or steamed, salted for 15 minutes, then cooked with ginger and spices to remove the smell, and sincerely thanked her. Feeling shy, Aluka said it was nothing compared to being saved, then asked why Anne came all the way here just for fish, and Anne calmly replied that the person she loved wanted fish from Bieber Lake, making Aluka sigh that the one loved by her must be incredibly lucky. But when she heard the word happiness, Anne suddenly paused and looked up at the distant sky, as if recalling something. A memory flashed of her intimate moment with Moon, her hand gently on his chest while she enjoyed it, yet his face showed no joy at all, almost like he had already given up. After a short silence, and calmly declared that of course Moon must be happy after fully understanding her deep love, then stood up with her basket of fish, and thanked Aluka before preparing to leave. Hearing that, Aluka hesitated, struggling internally, then finally gathered her courage and asked Anne to stay a little longer. Blushing and covering her face, Aluka softly said she had some complicated feelings, and hoped to get advice from someone mature like Anne, and set down the bucket and replied that love was one of the most troublesome things in the world, because it never had a fixed answer. She added that as repayment for the cooking tips, Aluka could tell her everything, and she would give advice based on her own experience. Aluka nodded and slowly began, saying she had a friend caught in a complicated romance. That friend had liked a guy for a very long time, but didn't know if he felt the same, since he was kind to everyone and completely clueless about love. And as she spoke, Aluka unconsciously glanced at Rhodes in the distance. After listening, and said that kind of person was like a fireplace, always shining and warming everyone around him. Hearing that hit the mark, Aluka quickly agreed, and continued that her friend wanted to confess, but another girl suddenly appeared, and slightly frowned but didn't look surprised, as if she had seen this kind of story many times. Aluka lowered her head and admitted her friend was suffering, because the man clearly cared more about the new girl, making her think about giving up, since the two looked perfect together while she was just a childhood friend. Anne looked at her calmly, and asked directly how deeply she loved that man. Caught off guard, Aluka flustered and denied it was about her, insisting it was just her friend. But in the end, she couldn't hide it, confessing she had loved Rhodes since childhood, and that feeling had lasted more than 10 years. And then asked if she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. And without hesitation, Aluka clenched her fists and said she could do anything for Rhodes, even things the world would never accept. hearing that, and pulled up her hood and said that if her love was truly that deep, then she already had her answer. Aluka still looked confused, not fully understanding what Anne meant. Using magic to make the fish bucket float beside her, Anne gave one final piece of advice, telling Aluka to follow her deepest feelings, give everything to the one she loved, and never choose something she would regret. After that, Anne left Beber Lake with the full bucket, while Aluka stood there repeating the words about sacrificing everything and following her true heart. She looked at Rhodes with empty eyes, her heart still torn over whether she could truly give up a love that had lasted so many years. But at that moment, a strange black and red flame suddenly ignited inside her body, twisting together. Aluka felt something wrong immediately, her chest heating up in a way she couldn't explain. Within seconds, she collapsed in pain, clutching her chest as flames burst from her body, and a mysterious voice echoed in her mind, asking if she really planned to give up, digging deep into every hidden desire she had for Rhodes. Seeing Aluka acting strange, Rhodes immediately called out to her in worry, while Tia slowly regained consciousness in his arms after taking the healing potion. The strange flame kept asking if she truly wanted to watch Rhodes be with someone else, and overwhelmed by pain and hidden emotions, Aluka burst into tears and admitted she never wanted that. She lifted her head with resentment and confessed that if Rhodes chose another woman, she would go insane with jealousy, especially Tia, and under the flame's influence one of her eyes slowly turned blood red. A bizarre fire suddenly erupted around her, whispering temptations that urged her to follow her deepest desire and claim Rhodes for herself. Struggling to stand, Aluka asked what she should do, and the evil flame coiled around her, promising power, saying that no matter how strong a man was, once his will was broken and he was bound, he would obey. A crimson light flared from her chest as the flame burned into her body, her eyes fully turning blood red, making it clear this power was anything but normal. After absorbing the dark mana, Aluka slowly walked back to Rhodes, and he anxiously asked if she was okay, even suspecting Anne had done something to her. Forcing a calm smile, Aluka said Anne did nothing and that she just overused her mana, adding that Anne was only a noble family's maid and couldn't join their adventurer party. Rhodes sighed in regret, wishing he could at least thank Anne properly, since without her, they might not have survived. Just then, Tia noticed something strange on Aluka's chest and pointed out a weird mark. Looking down, Aluka saw a faintly glowing red symbol near her chest, clearly not a normal wound. She quickly covered it and lied that it was just a burn from the monster's lightning, then urged everyone to leave in case more monsters were hiding nearby. Rhodes didn't notice anything odd, simply lifting Tia into his arms and agreeing to leave, while Tia blushed and protested that she could walk. She lightly hit his chest in embarrassment, but Rhodes casually said with her weight, he could carry her all day without a problem. Frustrated that he didn't get her point, Tia called him an idiot, but Rhodes just thought she was injured saving him and should rely on him for now. Hearing their intimate exchange, Aluka looked back with a cold face, yet deep in her eyes, jealousy burned brighter, the red glow flickering dangerously. By noon the next day, Anne left Beber Lake and returned to Duke Campbell's grand and lively mansion. Inside a heavily fortified basement, Moon slowly woke up in bed as the sound of an iron lock turning echoed from outside. Now back in her maid uniform, Anne entered carrying a large covered tray and gently told Moon that she had returned. The moment Anne returned from Beber Lake, Moon sprang up like he had been revived, waving his arms dramatically and whining that he would have starved to death if she came back any later. Anne gently caressed his face and teased that her young master finally missed her, but Moon turned away and said he was just hungry because she took too long. Sitting beside him, Anne placed the tray on his lap and softly explained she rushed back from the distant lake just to make sure he could eat the freshest fish. When Moon lifted the lid, he saw two dishes, one grilled over charcoal and one steamed, and the rich aroma instantly filled the basement. His mood improved immediately, eyes glued to the plate as he chose to try the steamed fish first. Obediently, Anne scooped up a piece of the steaming fish with a spoon. She slowly brought it to his lips, smiling gently and coaxing him to open his mouth. Moon closed his eyes and naturally accepted the bite she fed him. After just a few chews, the fresh flavor exploded in his mouth, and he looked surprised, even offering Anne a taste. Anne only smiled and kept feeding him, saying the fish was prepared especially for him, while reminding him to be careful of the many bones. Moon brushed it off, saying he was not a child who needed to worry about such things. But moments later, his movements froze and his expression turned strange, making Anne immediately look over. Moon realized he really had a fishbone stuck in his throat, groaning in discomfort, while Anne simply smiled as if she expected this. She set the plate aside and climbed onto the bed, and as she moved closer, Moon nervously backed away and asked what she was doing, only for Anne to calmly say she wanted to kiss him. She explained seriously that since he had a bone stuck, she would use a special method to suck it out by sealing his nose and drawing in a strong breath. Moon was completely stunned and tried to stop her, but Anne clearly had no intention of backing down. Before he could react, and wrapped her arms around him and kissed him, the small basement filling with the sound of their lips meeting as she continued to stroke him while he struggled in panic. Climbing fully onto the bed, Anne held his hands and deepened the kiss, as if she was truly enjoying the moment. Unlike her calm expression, Moon was in total chaos, face burning red as she pressed closer with a gentle smile. After a while, Anne slowly pulled away, leaving a thin silver strand between them, and Moon gasped for air, asking her to at least warn him next time. Panting lightly, Anne stuck out her tongue in apology, saying she missed him too much, then happily showed him the tiny fishbone she had successfully removed. Moon's face stayed red as he turned away, and quietly thanked her, asking for the spoon back because he would feed himself this time, and handed him the plate, and Moon immediately started eating quickly, as if afraid someone would steal it, finishing more than half in no time. Seeing Moon enjoy the meal so much, and felt completely satisfied, she simply sat beside him with a gentle smile and happy eyes. Before long, Moon finished both fish. He lay back on the bed and praised it as the Empire's most famous delicacy, holding the plate full of fish bones, and suddenly changed the topic and said it was time for that other task now that he was done eating. Moon looked calm on the surface, but his mind was already a mess. Following the family head's wishes, he and Anne would eventually need to produce an heir for the camel family, and quickly undid her buttons and let down her hair. Her fair figure came into view, and even the slightest movement made the atmosphere feel much warmer. Seeing and about to remove more clothing, Moon panicked and pulled her outfit back into place. Blushing hard, he stammered that now wasn't the right time, and froze in confusion. She stepped closer and grabbed his shirt with a dissatisfied look. They had already spent plenty of time together this week, so Moon's refusal made her think he had lost interest. Forced back several steps, Moon rushed to explain, and demanded the real reason. Moon turned away to avoid her gaze and awkwardly searched for excuses. He said they had just eaten, so exercising now would be unhealthy. Besides, Anne had only recently returned from a long trip and wasn't in the best condition. It sounded like a very forced explanation. Hearing that, Anne looked deeply moved. She covered her mouth and gazed at him affectionately, believing he was genuinely worried about her. Moon knew she misunderstood, but he could only nod and suggest postponing everything until tonight. And fixed her clothes and got off the bed. She agreed with Moon's decision, then suddenly mentioned that she had something else to report. Moving closer, Anne explained that on her way back, she had stopped by a famous city known for making outfits for nobles and royalty. Leaning near Moon's ear, and revealed that she had bought a shiny black silk bodysuit, made from exactly the kind of material he liked. It even came with matching accessories, and followed the trendy punagirl style popular at underground balls. Moon's face turned bright red the moment he heard it. Moon instantly imagined Anne wearing long black stockings with the tight bodysuit. Her figure was almost completely highlighted. The image alone left him frozen in place. The vision hit him so hard that his mind nearly drifted away. Before he noticed, a nosebleed had already started. Realizing Anne was still beside him, he quickly turned away to wipe the blood and tried to act serious. Moon awkwardly denied liking black silk and attempted to maintain the image of a proper gentleman. But Anne had figured out his preferences long ago. With a knowing smile, she brought up the locked cabinet filled with Moon's questionable novels. Characters wearing black stockings appeared far more often than normal, and also reminded him that she had worn black stockings ever since he was young. In fact, they made up almost her entire wardrobe. As she spoke, she gently adjusted the stockings on her legs, making sure he noticed. Moon lowered his head and sighed helplessly. He never expected Anne to know his secret preference this well. In the end, Moon surrendered. He admitted that he really did have a special fondness for black silk stockings. His red face and lingering nosebleed made the confession even more suspicious. Seeing Moon finally tell the truth, Anne laughed with delight. To her, no matter what kind of person he was still adorable. Meanwhile, Moon only grew more confused by her reaction. Using magic, Anne guided the plate back to her side and prepared to leave the basement. Before going, she gently said she would deal with the pile of unfinished work from the past few days and return tonight. Moon casually replied that he would take a nap in the meantime. The heavy iron door was locked once again. Filled with excitement and anticipation, Anne left the basement. Only after her footsteps completely faded away did Moon finally move. He rolled his tongue and spat out several fish bones he had secretly hidden earlier. Checking the time on the black book, he saw it was around 3 in the afternoon. Based on last week's schedule, he estimated Anne would be busy until 6. 3 hours should be enough for Moon to prepare everything. Picking up a long fish bone, he revealed a determined look. It seemed he planned to use it to pick the lock and escape this cursed place. Without wasting another second, Moon walked straight to the iron door and sat before the lock. He closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. Even after countless hours training lockpicking inside the black book space, the real attempt still made him nervous. After calming himself, he carefully inserted the fishbone into the lock. The moment he opened his eyes, his max-level lockpicking skill activated. Moon's pupils turned pitch black, while a strange light flickered within them. As the skill took effect, Moon's consciousness seemed to be pulled into another world. Thick fog covered everything. Only when a mysterious wind scattered the mist did the surroundings become clear. What he saw left him frozen. This lock had 12 separate pins. In the sea of fog, giant silver blades floated in the air, constantly vibrating and radiating overwhelming danger. The sight alone was enough to create intense pressure. Whether from exhaustion or pure shock, Moon immediately canceled the skill and returned to reality. He fell backward and slammed his head against the floor, cursing on the spot. The scene had clearly shaken him badly. Lying flat on the ground, he stared at the ceiling while trying to process everything. 12 lock pins made no sense at all. He never expected such a complicated structure inside. One careless move would end in disaster. Moon began reconstructing the lock's internal layout in his mind and simulated the unlocking process. To succeed, every pin had to be pushed into the exact position. One mistake would instantly reset everything. The biggest problem was the fishbone itself. It was far too thin. The force from the lock pins could snap it at any moment. Once it broke, the tool would be useless. Looking down at the remaining fishbones by his feet, Moon felt the pressure growing. Only 4 pieces were long and sturdy enough to use. But the worst part was yet to come. Moon shifted his gaze toward the iron door and tensed up. After considering every worst-case scenario, he realized the most hopeless outcome was failure. If Anne returned and found a fishbone stuck in the lock, this escape method would be permanently exposed. Put simply, Moon only had one chance to escape. He looked up at the massive iron door blocking his freedom. If he wanted out, this attempt had to succeed. There would be no second chance. Moon remained seated before the door. One hand steadied the lock while the other carefully guided the fishbone inside. His nerves were stretched to the limit, and he couldn't afford even the smallest mistake. The tip of the fishbone rotated gently as he searched for each lock pin, but the moment he touched one of them, a sharp crack echoed from inside. Moon's face went pale as he pulled out the broken piece. His eyes widened in disbelief. Another failure. He had only 3 pins left, yet the bone still snapped. Moon was nearly crushed by despair. He collapsed onto the floor and frantically pulled at his hair. After countless attempts, he had memorized every pin position perfectly, but the fishbone simply couldn't withstand the pressure. After venting for a while, Moon finally calmed down. Sweat drenched his body. Staring helplessly at the ceiling, he muttered that an hour and a half of desperate effort had achieved nothing. He was even tempted to curse the blacksmith who created this ridiculous lock. With no other option, Moon sat up and rubbed his forehead to force himself back into focus. Then he called out into the empty basement, "Black book." Instantly, black magic power began swirling behind him. The dark energy quickly condensed into a book and dropped into Moon's hands. Opening the black book, he checked the time displayed on its pages. It was already 5:30 p.m., leaving roughly an hour before Anne returned with food. As he read, his expression became extremely serious. Only one fishbone remained beside Moon. Every previous tool had been sacrificed, yet the iron door still stood unmoved. If this final attempt failed, all hope of escape would vanish. But Moon refused to give up. He stared at the lock with unwavering determination. His eyes were red and dry from concentrating for so long, but only one thought remained in his mind. He had to open it. The first 9 pins were already under control. This was his last hope, and this time he had to succeed. Moon lowered his hand and immediately poured all his strength into activating the lock-picking skill again. Strange black energy spread around his body. In an instant, his eyes turned into deep pools of darkness, while his gaze shone with intense pressure. While Moon was risking his life against the lock in the basement, the kitchen upstairs told a completely different story. Anne and Noel stood by the stove, preparing dinner, one chopping vegetables, the other stirring soup, filling the once quiet kitchen with lively sounds. Before long, the white fish soup was finally done. Steam rose thickly, and the rich aroma spread through the room, making anyone hungry. Noel quickly scooped a spoonful into a bowl, blew on it, and carefully took a taste. After just one sip, Noel's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but praise the fish from Lake Bibo, saying this was easily the best fish soup she had ever tasted. Seeing Noel's reaction, Anne chuckled softly. She said that thanks to Noel's help, everything was finished an hour earlier than usual, and the flavor was even better. Noel laughed shyly and scratched her head, saying she only helped with small tasks. But just as Anne was pouring the remaining soup, Noel suddenly asked something else. Lately, whenever Anne had free time, she kept learning new dishes and secretly taking a portion away. With so few people left in the mansion, who was all that food for? Anne's movements paused, her lowered face hidden in shadow. Noel kept talking, unaware the atmosphere had changed. Under Anne's magic, a large knife and a smaller one beside the cutting board slowly lifted into the air. If Noel kept digging deeper, things would not stay simple. But at that tense moment, Noel suddenly seemed to realize something. She clapped her hands and excitedly said she understood, and must be secretly raising a pet in the mansion, most likely a cat, and remained silent. Noel rested her chin on her hand and continued analyzing seriously. Since the young master hated animal fur flying around, the mansion had never kept pets, and as the head maid, and couldn't publicly raise one without permission. At that point, a faint smile finally curved on Anne's lips. She turned around, placed a finger on her lips to signal silence, and gently asked if Noel could keep this secret. Noel immediately agreed, happily adding that she loved fluffy cats because her aunt used to raise many back in her hometown. After filling the thermos with fish soup and prepared to leave the kitchen, but Noel grabbed her hand with eager eyes and asked to come see the cat too. Holding the thermos and turned back with a troubled look, she explained the animal was still afraid of strangers, so it wasn't convenient to meet yet. Once it grew a little older, she would bring Noel to see it. Noel completely believed her and even encouraged Anne, saying raising a cat was hard work, and simply smiled and thanked her softly, using magic, and lifted the food tray and thermos to float beside her. After confirming no one was around, she quietly opened the basement entrance. Deep down, she felt relieved things hadn't gone out of control. Otherwise, dealing with a maid's body cleanly would have been quite troublesome. Maintaining her elegant maid demeanor, and descended the stairs while thinking. Noel's words made her realize something. If the young master stayed locked in a confined space too long, he might truly feel lonely and bored. Meanwhile, Moon poured all his focus into the lock before him. He was so concentrated that his senses were reduced to only the fishbone and the pins inside. Because of that, he failed to notice the familiar footsteps gradually approaching from the hallway, and gently placed a hand on her lower abdomen and stroked it, as if checking for something. Her body showed no unusual signs yet. Even if she became pregnant now, it would take 10 months to give birth to the young master's child. Aside from books, perhaps she should also prepare a small pet to ease his loneliness. At the same time, Moon clenched his teeth and leaned back, almost draining every bit of strength to force the iron door open. Anne was already nearing the basement, and the lock still refused to click. He was just a little short on time. On her way down, Anne began thinking about cats again. She wondered whether the young master would prefer a golden one like him, or a small black one like herself. Smiling gently, she decided she would ask Moon directly later. Just the thought of seeing him again lifted her mood. In her mind, and even imagined them finishing dinner and spending the evening alone together. To her, Moon belonged only to her, and those intimate moments were meant for her alone. But at that exact moment, Anne suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes widened at the sight before her. The tray and thermos slipped from her hands, crashing to the floor as food scattered everywhere. The iron door that was always tightly locked now stood wide open. The person who should have been inside was gone without a trace, and froze, unable to process what had just happened. After successfully breaking the lock, Moon immediately ran before Anne could return with food. A few seconds later, and they would have met face to face. He carefully slipped past wooden crates and scattered junk. After wandering for a while, he finally escaped the holding area and realized it was built inside a sewer system. Anne had prepared everything well. Feeling the direction of the wind, he guessed the exit lay ahead. But the mess around him was infuriating. Moon accidentally kicked a piece of wood and stumbled hard onto the ground. Though not seriously injured, his leg throbbed painfully, worsening his mood. The place was dark, cramped, and filled with obstacles. One careless step meant crashing or falling. Moving here was pure torture. Then Moon recalled this body's memories. This area was quite far from the cell, so the chance of Anne finding him immediately was low. That thought helped him relax slightly. Moon stretched out his right hand and grabbed his arm with the left to focus his mana. After a soft chant, a glowing sphere formed in his palm, lighting up the dark sewer. This was one of the few spells the original owner of this body had learned. He closed his eyes and smugly brushed a finger under his nose. This light spell was actually pretty useful. With this he could. Before he could finish the thought, a blade suddenly shot in from behind. A cold silver flash cut through the darkness and slammed into a wooden cabinet beside him with a loud crash. Moon's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He spun around instantly, body tenses. The distance ahead was pitch black, and no one was visible. Logically, no one should be here. Moon's face slowly paled as one name echoed in his mind. No way. He had run this far already. The one who threw that blade was an Anne. She formed it entirely from mana and hurled it straight at Moon. From such a distance, the light from his spell made him stand out clearly in the darkness. Thanks to that bright glow, Anne quickly locked onto Moon's position. Finally, she had found him. Young master. After confirming the direction, Anne activated her magic. Mana gathered behind her and formed a pair of massive wings. Spreading her arms, she shot into the air and flew toward the distant light at terrifying speed. The moment Moon saw the blade lodged in the cabinet, he sensed danger and turned back. As expected, Anne was rushing toward him from afar at an alarming speed, sending chills down his spine. Knowing his position was fully exposed, Moon scrambled up and ran with all his strength. Gritting his teeth, he muttered in frustration. He had risked everything to escape that cage. There was no way he would let himself be dragged back so easily. His eyes hardened with determination. The days trapped in the basement flashed through his mind. He had trained the lock-picking skill for so long inside the black book space. Even the fishbone tool existed, because Anne had caught fish from Lake Belle Sassoy. If he failed now, all that effort would mean nothing. With that thought, Moon activated another skill. Dark purple mana wrapped around his body, and his speed surged instantly. Empowered by the skill, he dashed far from his original position. The moment An realized Moon was trying to escape, she raised her hand and cast another spell. Mana around her condensed into countless blades of various sizes. After softly chanting Blade Rain, the air itself turned suffocatingly dangerous. With a simple flick of her hand, every blade shot forward at once, like predators charging their prey. The flying blades tore through everything in their path. Rotten crates and scattered debris around Moon were shredded in violent explosions. Some blades even pierced through water and stone walls, barely missing him. Moon screamed in sheer panic as chaos erupted around him. While chasing through the air, and suddenly sensed something wrong. Her brows furrowed in irritation. A massive broken wooden crate suddenly flew straight at her, dragging clouds of sawdust and debris that blocked her vision, and showed no fear at all. She delivered a sharp kick mid-air. In an instant, the crate shattered into countless pieces, and then landed lightly on the ground. She looked around, and saw the once orderly sewer path now completely wrecked, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. After scanning the area and finding no sign of Moon, An frowned and muttered coldly, "He runs fast." As expected from someone who studied at Santa Maria Academy, even with my tight blockade, he still escaped. Though she lost sight of him, she believed he couldn't have gone far. What Anne didn't know was that Moon was curled up inside a fairly intact wooden cabinet nearby. Through a narrow crack, he held his breath and watched her every move. Anne stood right in front of his hiding spot and spoke slowly, her gaze icy. "It seems I underestimated you, young master. But do you really think you can escape me?" Her voice grew heavier with pressure. "If you step out now and obediently return with me, I can overlook this. Otherwise, suddenly, she turned toward a nearby crate as if sensing something. Without hesitation, Anne raised her left hand and blasted the crate with mana. A loud explosion rang out, and the crate shattered instantly. But it was empty. Wrong guess. What a pity. Dust from the blast seeped into Moon's cabinet. He was so terrified he barely dared to breathe. His body and mind were stretched to the limit, sweat soaking him completely. If she had struck this cabinet, he would have been done. Moon trembled violently, tears forming from pure fear. For a split second, he even thought about giving up. Being locked up didn't sound that bad. At least he had food, water, and a beautiful girl taking care of him. He would lose freedom, but keep his life. After destroying several more crates without finding Moon, and lowered her head in thought, the surrounding air showed no disturbance. Could he really be gone? She formed wings from mana once again, used the water beneath her feet for momentum, and shot off in another direction to continue the search. About 10 minutes later, the sewer finally fell silent. Dust still lingered around Moon's cabinet, bits of wood occasionally dropping to the ground. The silence was so deep he could hear each tiny sound. After waiting with no movement, Moon slowly moved toward the cabinet door. Looks like she really left. Damn it. I almost died from fear earlier. Moon reached out to open the door, but at that exact moment he sensed something horribly wrong. His body froze instantly, not daring to move an inch. His eyes widened in terror. At some unknown moment, Anne was already standing outside the cabinet. Her cold face pressed close to the crack, rubered eyes glowing with a chilling light. She casually waved her hand and blasted the cabinet with mana. Another explosion thundered through the sewer. When the dust settled, only shattered wood remained. Moon was nowhere inside. Failing to find any trace of him, and raised a brow with slight regret. She formed a mana blade in her hand and spoke with faint disappointment. "It seems I truly misjudged this time. The young master has actually escaped." Clicking her tongue softly, and stepped over the debris and continued the hunt. One thought filled her mind. She had to capture him quickly. If Noelle or the other maids discovered this, her plan would become troublesome. Meanwhile, Moon was still curled inside another wooden cabinet, not daring to step out. That sudden strike had nearly scared his soul out of his body. He slumped to the floor, eyes blank, mind empty, as if he had just walked through death's door. If he had opened the door earlier, he would have been caught on the spot. Outside the Duke's mansion, the once clear sky was swallowed by dark clouds. Soon, heavy rain poured down violently. Moon remained dazed from the shock. Seeing his lifeless state, the black book floated out on its and hovered above his head, gently knocking as if trying to snap him back to his senses. Feeling something tap his head, Moon shot his eyes open and panicked, thinking Anne had come back, only to trip over a plank and crash to the ground miserably. He looked up and realized it was just the black book, finally letting out a breath as he confirmed Anne was truly gone. Opening the black book, Moon checked the escape timer and figured he had about 30 minutes left, meaning staying here was suicide. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Step, dark purple mana wrapping around him as he sprinted through the sewer at full speed toward the faint light ahead. But just as he reached the exit, he found it blocked by a massive wooden cabinet and had to shove it aside with everything he had. After forcing a gap open, Moon squeezed out and stared at the sky outside, almost unable to believe he had made it. Dark clouds still covered the sky, and heavy rain poured down, but Moon stepped out of the sewer and stood there quietly, finally free from that underground prison. He walked deeper into the rain, spread his arms wide, and as thunder roared and lightning split the sky, he truly felt the cage around him shatter. "This is freedom," he almost said out loud, but quickly covered his mouth, reminding himself Anne could still be nearby, and he had to leave the capital immediately. Thinking of Anne's terrifying expression, Moon didn't dare slow down and used Shadow Step again, dashing through the storm as fast as possible. The scene then shifts to the Balan field, a peaceful land of blue skies, calm lakes, and endless green grass swaying gently in the wind. After 2 days and 2 nights of running, Moon finally reached Balan field and collapsed onto the grass, exhausted but relieved to be out of the capital's territory. The soft breeze and warm sunlight eased his tense body, and for a moment, sleep almost pulled him under. But Moon forced himself awake, knowing An was still hunting him, and realized he could either head to the Campbell territory or return to St. Maria Academy. Since St. Maria Academy was closer, he walked to the edge of Lake Bellin, splashed cold water on his face, and washed off the dirt to clear his mind. Brushing his hair back, Moon steadied his breathing and decided to head straight back to St. Maria Academy without wasting another second. Yet, just as he was about to leave Bellin Field, a shout came from across the lake, where 3 men were cornering a young girl and demanding she hand over everything valuable. Another thug sneered that if she cooperated, they might go easy on her, and the Scarfist leader in a red cloak with a blade at his waist made it clear he was in charge. The girl in a crimson-purple cloak held a basket of vegetables in one hand and a staff in the other, calmly warning them she was an adventurer and they should think twice. The Scarfist man just laughed arrogantly, saying they knew she was a mage, and since she was alone without teammates, she stood no chance. While they talked, the girl slowly stepped back and tried to stall, asking if they weren't afraid of some passing hero stepping in. Taking advantage of their focus, she kept widening the gap, clearly preparing to cast a counterattack spell. But the Scarfist leader kept bragging, proudly declaring they were professional bandits, and asking if she even knew what that meant. The 2 lackeys suddenly struck ridiculous poses, shouting about planning ahead and confirming routes like it was some grand operation. The Scarfist man stepped forward with what he thought was a cool stance, boasting about precise targets and guaranteed success, while the trio posed like total idiots. Then he drew his sword and pointed it at her, warning that if she took one more step back, he would slice off her hand. Realizing her plan was exposed, the girl frowned and tightened her grip on the staff, as the leader smugly claimed no heroes would pass by, because they had already scouted the area. But before he could finish, a figure burst out from the lake at high speed, as Moon swam straight toward them and shouted for them to stop. The 2 lackeys screamed and hid behind their leader, one even mistaking Moon for a blonde mermaid, before being corrected that he was clearly a man. Moon pointed at them and shouted that 3 grown men bullying 1 girl was pathetic, boldly challenging them to fight him instead. To his surprise, the Scarfist leader instantly agreed and even waved at the girl, telling her she was free to leave, leaving everyone confused. Feeling uneasy, Moon quickly explained he had nothing but rags on him and even joked about sending them money later if they just gave him contact details. The Scarfist man sheathed his sword with a strange smile and said they were not after money, because lonely travelers were common but a rare blonde beauty with blue eyes like him was not. Sadly for you, you are a man, and that makes it even better for us, the Scarfist leader said with a twisted grin as his hungry gaze made Moon's spine chill. The 3 bandits charged at him with terrifying smiles, and Moon instantly turned and ran across the field, screaming in panic about why men in this world liked men, while they chased him laughing like maniacs. Moon's desperate cries mixed with their sick laughter shattered the peaceful field, as Aluka watched silently, then sighed and tightened her grip on her staff. She placed the staff across her palm and began to chant, calling upon the fire spirits dancing in the air under her command. In an instant, blazing red flames gathered around her staff, and the moment the chant ended, a massive wave of fire exploded forward and swallowed the 3 bandits whole. Their screams echoed through the field as they struggled inside the inferno, but the more they thrashed, the faster the flames consumed them until nothing remained. Hearing the explosion, Moon turned around and froze at the sight of the raging fire, the heat scorching his face as he stood there, stunned. Aluka calmly walked to the lakeside and called out that the idiots were dealt with, and the little merman could come back up now, making Moon realize she had just saved him. She thanked him softly for creating the opening, and Moon scratched his head awkwardly, praising how insanely powerful her magic was. Noticing he was almost half naked in the Balan wilderness, Aluka asked if people in the city had such strange hobbies, making Moon flustered as he hurried to explain he truly had no choice. He quickly introduced himself as Moon, currently unemployed, and reached out with a friendly smile. Aluka shook his hand and introduced herself as a former adventurer who was now learning to be a proper wife, leaving Moon shocked that she was already married. Blushing slightly, she said she had just gotten married last night, her ring sparkling in the sunlight, and Moon immediately showered her with over-the-top congratulations. But right then, Moon's stomach growled loudly, and when Aluka asked if he was hungry, he admitted he had not eaten for 2 whole days. Before he could say more, Aluka suddenly invited him to come with her, catching him completely off guard. She explained she wanted to thank him for helping earlier, and was heading home to cook, plus her husband had a similar build, so his clothes should fit Moon. Hearing about food and clean clothes, Moon's mood instantly brightened as Aluka smiled and told him not to expect much since they were just old outfits. Moon showered Aluka with non-stop praise, calling her a goddess descended from heaven, and she laughed while modestly saying she was just an ordinary wife. After walking for a while, Moon remembered she had been alone earlier and asked why a newlywed woman was out in such a remote place. Aluka explained she went to town to handle paperwork at the Adventurers Guild and buy fresh food, since if you do not report in, the guild might mark you as dead. Suddenly recalling dinner, Aluka turned and smiled, asking if Moon was okay with having fish tonight. The moment he heard the word fish, Moon's eyes lit up and he excitedly said it was his favorite food. But right then, a strange sound echoed behind him, and Moon spun around cautiously, yet saw nothing but rustling grass in the wind. He asked if Aluka heard it too, but she shook her head, so Moon convinced himself he was just hallucinating from hunger. As they hurried back to the village, the sun dipped below the mountains, painting the sky orange and casting long shadows over the silent houses. Aluka stopped in front of an unusually large house, and Moon stared up at it in surprise. He commented on how huge her home was, but she calmly explained it actually belonged to the village chief, and they were only staying there temporarily. Still feeling something was off, Moon finally voiced the question that had been bothering him. The entire village was far too quiet, with no villagers in sight and doors left wide open, as if everyone had vanished. Hearing that, Aluka lowered her head and tightened her grip on the basket, her expression turning heavy. After a moment, she asked if Moon knew about Lake Bell, and he casually replied that he had been eating fish there for days. Aluka explained the barren land forced the villagers to rely entirely on the lake's fish, and during harvest season, everyone worked non-stop, even the children. She added that her husband escorted the villagers to sell the fish in the city while she stayed behind to guard the village, and he only returned every few days. Moon nodded thoughtfully, realizing that explained why he had not seen a single person since arriving. Just as he was about to comment on how tough their lives were, the strange voice rang out again, freezing him in place. He turned around in fear, but once again saw no one, while Aluka casually opened the door and told him to come inside since slippers were already prepared. Moon followed her to the door but kept glancing back, feeling the strange voice getting closer, even though the space behind him looked completely empty. Inside, Aluka had already prepared clothes and water, telling him to rest or wash up first while she finished dinner. The moment she went into the kitchen, Moon secretly checked the water, dipping his finger in to test for poison or sleeping drugs. After waiting with no reaction, he finally relaxed and convinced himself it was just normal water with nothing suspicious. Even so, the uneasy feeling would not fade, because that mysterious sound had appeared twice since meeting her. Soon dinner was served, and Moon devoured the fish like someone who had been starving for days, praising her cooking non-stop while lying back in satisfaction. As Aluka cleaned up, she humbly said it was just a simple meal. But when Moon mentioned maids, she began to suspect his background was not ordinary. This time Moon did not hide it, and seriously introduced himself as Moon Campbell, son of Duke John Campbell of one of the 4 great ducal families. Hearing that, Aluka stared at him in shock, clearly not expecting such a huge identity. Moon explained he was being hunted and needed her help to contact the Campbell territory through the Adventurers Guild and let him stay here for a while. Aluka suddenly giggled, joking that she thought he was about to borrow 300 Amir for travel expenses instead. To prove he was serious, Moon even promised to reward her with 20,000 Amir once everything was settled, a number so big it sounded unreal. Seeing she was still unsure, Moon grew anxious and insisted this was no joke, and Aluka finally smiled and said she understood. She calmly said she had already planned to let him stay overnight, since wild beasts roamed the village at night, and it was too dangerous outside. Moon widened his eyes in disbelief, asking if she truly agreed to help, and her firm answer finally eased his heart. While carrying the dishes away, she added that 20,000 Amir was far beyond what a normal adventurer could earn in dozens of missions, so there was no reason to refuse. She then led him upstairs to a clean guest room and reminded him the restroom was near the well he had used earlier. But her tone suddenly turned serious as she warned him never to wander at night, especially not to open the door at the end of the hallway. Before Moon could even finish asking, Aluka quickly explained the room was filled with hunted meat, already butchered and sliced to dry for winter. If he opened the door, the smell of blood would spread everywhere. And since this was the village chief's house, they couldn't mess anything up or he'd be furious. Moon nodded and promised he wouldn't wander around. After giving all her warnings, Aluka left the room and softly told Moon to rest well. Moon smiled and waved back, saying he was counting on her for tonight. Before closing the door, Moon cheerfully said goodnight and see you tomorrow. Aluka didn't turn around, she just whispered quietly, see you tomorrow. Once the hallway fell completely silent, Aluka slowly walked to the last room and coldly said, what a pity you won't live to see tomorrow. She sneered at Moon's noble status. In her eyes, alive he might be a young master, but once dead Hez no different from anyone else. Suddenly, part of her clothes burned away, revealing the blazing red mark on her chest, the same strange seal from the lake. Aluka pushed open the last door. Inside, the room was covered in bloodstains and dark patches, clear proof something horrific happened there. Yet Aluka stepped in calmly. She declared Moon would be the final sacrifice to the god of love. When she turned back, one of her eyes had turned bright red, and her gaze toward Moon's room was completely emotionless. At the same time, on the Bell grassland, a woman in a black cloak quietly appeared. She suddenly crouched down and picked up a torn piece of cloth from the ground. That woman was Anne. After smelling the fabric a few times, she instantly knew it belonged to Moon. Just from the scent, she confirmed her young master was nearby, almost chilling how accurate she was. Even so, Anne didn't seem worried about Moon running away. She stood up and looked toward the distant village where Moon and Aluka were staying, with a stubborn look in her eyes, and softly said Moon was destined to never escape her grasp. Then she immediately sped toward the village. The night grew deeper, and Aluka's house went completely dark. Everything fell into total silence, only a few blades of grass swaying in the wind. In his room, Moon was already fast asleep. The peaceful atmosphere made him fully relax. Feeling a little hot, he only pulled the blanket halfway over his body. But not long after, Moon's face twisted in discomfort. He frowned and mumbled in his sleep, like something felt off. Moon slowly woke up, yawning and scratching his head. He muttered that he must have drunk too much water before bed. Unable to hold it any longer, Moon opened the door and stepped out to find the bathroom downstairs. But suddenly, a strange sound stopped him in his tracks. Moon quickly realized it was a dog barking. Strangely, it seemed to come from the last room Aluka strictly told him not to open. Curiosity rose as he stared at it, thinking nothing seemed strange before. Just as he was about to check, Aluka silently appeared right behind him. Seeing Moon about to approach the last room, Aluka suddenly called out softly from behind, making him jump. The scary part was, he had no idea when she got there. Aluka was wearing a loose white nightgown, her smile still unreadable. She gently grabbed his arm and asked why he was still awake so late. Was something wrong? Caught wandering near the forbidden room, Moon awkwardly turned around. He stammered, clearly looking unnatural. Moon quickly said he woke up because he needed the bathroom. He even closed his eyes and scratched his head to hide his embarrassment. Aluka didn't seem too suspicious and simply nodded. Taking the chance, Moon asked if she kept a dog in the house. Aluka lightly touched her cheek and smiled sweetly. She confirmed she had a dog, calling it the cutest and most handsome in the world. It was usually well behaved, maybe just hungry tonight, that's why it barked. He loved dogs, especially golden retrievers, fluffy and cute as pups, super smart when grown. He even asked to see Aluka's dog since he always wanted one. But Aluka kept smiling and refused. She said her dog was scared of strangers and always hid in the room. Seeing she wouldn't agree, Moon didn't push further. Moon then headed toward the bathroom, waving casually and saying he'd be back soon. Aluka remained standing there, barely moving at all. She watched him with a polite smile and reminded him the bathroom was near the well outside, telling him not to get lost. Moon answered simply and went downstairs. Once his footsteps faded, Aluka's gentle smile vanished. Her eyes turned blood red, cold and ominous as she stared toward where Moon had gone. Beside the well stood a small, crude wooden shack. That had to be the bathroom she mentioned. Of course, it was nothing like a noble's clean and fancy restroom. After finishing, Moon walked out looking disgusted. He had to hold his breath from the stench, almost gagging at the door. He couldn't help thinking, does no one in this village ever clean this place? Just then the dog barked again, but this time it sounded much closer. Following the sound, Moon spotted a room still lit up in the middle of the night. Surprised, he approached the window and muttered that this must be where the dog was kept. But the more he listened, the stranger the barking felt. Then he noticed the window wasn't fully closed, leaving a small gap to peek inside. Curiosity won. Moon told himself one quick look wouldn't hurt, already wondering what breed Aluka was raising. What he saw made his spine freeze. Inside, a shirtless man was kneeling on the floor, eating from a woman's hand like a trained dog. A heavy black collar was locked around his neck, his body bound in iron chains. Worse, the gentle voice coaxing him was unmistakably Aluka's. After feeding him, Aluka said he still had use, so he should endure a little longer. Tomorrow Shed let him out. When the man lifted his head, Moon froze in shock. It was Rose, Aluka's former teammate. Now he was nothing but a dog, dull eyes, barking and obeying commands. Moon stood there, horrified. He never imagined the thing locked inside wasn't an animal, but a human tortured until he lost his mind. He cursed under his breath in pure shock. Instinctively, Moon stepped back, ready to leave as fast as possible, but he accidentally stepped on a dry branch. The sharp crack echoed loudly in the night. Hearing the noise, Aluka's expression changed instantly. She shot up and stared toward the window, her voice cold and alert. She kept asking who was outside. Was it Moon? Calling Moon's name, she dragged the iron chain tied to Rose and slowly approached the window. The tension in the air was suffocating. Aluka suddenly flung the window open and carefully scanned outside, but all she saw was darkness and rustling leaves. No one was there. After checking for a while and finding nothing, she frowned, wondering if she misheard. What she didn't know was that right above the eaves, Moon was trembling, barely daring to breathe, gripping a pillar tightly to stay silent. Once sure no one was outside, Aluka closed the window and muttered that the god of love hadn't fully awakened yet, so she needed to keep testing that man. As for Moon, with nowhere else to hide after making noise, he had climbed onto the roof the moment she opened the window. When Aluka's voice finally disappeared, Moon carefully crawled across the roof and quietly jumped down on the other side. Thinking back to what he just saw, goosebumps covered his body. He had just escaped one terrifying yandere, only to run into another twisted psycho. Aluka looked so gentle on the outside, yet inside she was this horrifying. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. The image of the chained man kept replaying in Moon's head. He crawled on the floor, drooling, eyes empty, not resisting at all. The more Moon thought about it, the more familiar he looked. Then it hit him. That was the man in the photo in the hall, Aluka's husband. Moon could only despair, feeling like he escaped a tiger's den just to fall into a demon's nest. He pieced everything together, an eerily empty village, Aluka raising her husband like a pet, the so-called god of love, the strange sounds since he arrived. At first, he hoped to rely on the Adventurers Guild for help, but now, staying here was suicide. Only one thought remained: run as far as possible. Without hesitation, Moon activated his speed skill and dashed out of the village into the night. All the signs were clear. If he stayed, he was dead. Meanwhile, Aluka quickly returned to Moon's room to check if he was back. She stood outside and called his name. But when she opened the door, the room was empty. Moonlight streamed through the window, curtains swaying gently, as if mocking her. Her prey had escaped. Facing the empty room, Aluka stayed silent for a few seconds. Then she slowly raised her hand and gathered mana. In an instant, blood-red energy condensed into a sharp dagger in her palm. Without hesitation, she hurled it at the wooden cabinet. A loud explosion rang out as the cabinet shattered into pieces, wood fragments scattering everywhere. Her face twisted with fury. She gritted her teeth, wondering when Moon discovered her secret. What angered her most was that his escape could ruin the entire plan she had prepared. Just as her rage burned, a knock suddenly echoed from the front door downstairs. Annoyed, Aluka turned her head, thinking Moon had come back. She hurried down, already switching back to her gentle expression. As she opened the door, she softly complained about him taking so long. But when she saw the person outside, it wasn't Moon at all. The moment she heard that voice, Aluka recognized her. Her eyes widened in shock as she blurted out, "Master." The person at the door was Anne. She casually waved as if they had known each other for years. Her sudden appearance clearly startled Aluka. After inviting An inside, Aluka personally brewed tea and served it. While talking, she noticed An's maid outfit and couldn't help complimenting how cute it looked, and placed the teacup on her lap, and explained she left the mansion in a hurry and didn't change clothes. Then she asked why Aluka kept calling her master when she didn't remember teaching her anything. Hearing that, Aluka clasped her hands behind her back and smiled brightly. She said it was thanks to Anne's past words that she gained the courage to accept her true nature. Enlightened by her, she even confessed her feelings to Rose that night. Then, she excitedly asked if Anne wanted to see her result, and still didn't understand what Aluka meant, but she nodded to take a look. The moment she agreed, Aluka happily ran toward the inner room, telling Anne to wait a moment. Anne remained seated in the living room, quietly watching her leave. Once Aluka was out of sight, and gently set down her tea and slowly stood up, scanning the entire room. With just a light breath, she was almost certain Moon had been here. Her sense of smell was sharp enough to catch any lingering scent. She stood still, focusing on the faint traces in the air. But besides her young master's scent, she caught something else. Blood. Her brows immediately furrowed. A large mansion smelling this strongly of iron was far from normal. Something serious had happened here. At that moment, Aluka's voice called out, pulling her attention back. "Master, sorry to keep you waiting," and turned around, but the sight before her made her eyes freeze. Aluka walked out beaming like she was showing off a trophy. In her hand was a chain locked around Rose's neck, dragging him across the floor like a pet. The man collapsed miserably on the ground. Aluka cheerfully introduced, "Master, this is my husband, Rose." Then she ordered him to come over, just like calling a dog. Rose let out a low growl and obediently crawled over. Aluka held out her hand and said, "Rose, shake," and he actually lowered his head and placed his hand on hers. He was completely tamed. Seeing his absolute obedience, Aluka looked extremely satisfied. She even patted his head like rewarding a pet, and watched in slight shock. So this kind of relationship could exist between husband and wife? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously as her eyes moved between them. In her mind, this was valuable experience she could use on Moon later. After observing for a while, An stepped forward and praised Aluka sincerely. Hearing that, Aluka scratched her head shyly while holding the chain. She humbly said if it were master, she would have made her lover submit both body and mind. She was still far from that level. Those words made An sigh softly. In her eyes, Aluka had done well to keep her husband by her side and train him so obediently. Unlike her, she spoiled Moon too much, and that was why he escaped her control. When Anne mentioned her young master, Aluka suddenly found the title familiar. She thought for a moment and asked, "Is Master's lover Lord Moon?" The question clearly shocked Anne. Her eyes widened, unable to understand how Aluka knew about Moon. After confirming it was him, Anne immediately stepped forward and urgently asked if Moon had been here. Slightly pressured, Aluka instinctively stepped back and nodded. Hearing that, Anne grew even more anxious and kept asking where he was now, but Aluka didn't know how to explain at first. In the end, she led Anne to the room. Moon had stays in on the second floor. The window was still wide open as Aluka slowly explained everything. She said she found Moon in a miserable state that afternoon, brought him home, cooked for him, and let him stay. But not long ago she heard noise in the room. When she checked, Moon was gone without a word. The two stood silently in the room for a long time, and quickly asked how long Moon had been gone. After calculating, Aluka said not even 2 hours. There was still a chance to catch up. Seeing the disappointment flash across Master's face, Aluka immediately reassured her confidently. She said she knew a hunter's tracking spell that could reveal Moon's trail under the night sky. After saying that, Aluka told Anne to wait in the room while she prepared the magic. Her enthusiasm pleased Anne, who softly thanked her. Before leaving, Aluka suddenly turned back and reminded her this house wasn't hers. So Anne must not wander around, especially not into other rooms. It was best to stay here. Anne didn't think much of it, and calmly said she understood. Once the door closed, the room fell silent. Anne slowly walked to the bed and sat down, her disappointed eyes resting on the pillow that still carried Moon's scent. She softly called his name without realizing. Her hand gently stroked the pillow Moon had used. Then she took off her shoes and lay on the bed he had slept in, trying to feel the lingering warmth. Moonlight poured through the window, echoing her lonely mood. She curled up, hugging the pillow with Moon's scent and inhaled deeply. In her mind, she imagined holding him for real. She had crossed 3 cities just to find him, yet all she received was rejection. "Do you really hate me that much, Moon? Why won't you accept my feelings?" But just as Anne was lost in thought, a strange sound echoed in the room. A low growl made her open her eyes in confusion. She turned to look at Lucas Rose. He was still sitting on the floor, eyes dull and lifeless, staring at the ground like a walking corpse. Yet a few seconds later, Rose's eyes suddenly changed. The emptiness vanished, replaced with clarity, as if the magic controlling him had worn off. "Ah!" Rhodes suddenly screamed and collapsed to his knees. He clutched his head and shook violently like someone trapped in the worst nightmare of his life. Even Anne jumped up from the bed in shock. Rhodes' face turned pale with fear. His mind was clearly shattered, his words broken and chaotic. Trembling, he stuttered someone's name and mentioned the others in despair. Though she didn't understand what was happening, Anne moved closer to check on him. She reached out and asked if he was all right, calling for Aluka to help. But the moment he heard that name, Rhodes reacted violently. He screamed Aluka's name and suddenly grabbed Anne's hand. The terror in his eyes startled her, and she instinctively pulled back, falling onto the bed. Rhodes couldn't even recognize who stood before him. In panic, he warned that the last room in the hallway was extremely dangerous and told her to leave immediately. But in the next second, he froze mid-sentence as if something strangled his mind. He lifted his head blankly, and his body slowly returned to that lifeless state. Rhodes lowered his hand and bowed his head, silent again. Moonlight fell over his body, making him look even more pitiful, and didn't know what to say. His warning confirmed one thing. This house had a serious problem. Anne frowned toward the hallway and muttered, "The last room." While Aluka hadn't returned, Anne immediately walked to the end of the corridor. From outside, it looked normal, but the closer she got, the heavier the air felt. She grabbed the handle and tried to open it, but it didn't budge, clearly locked from the outside. That wasn't enough to stop her, and poured mana into the lock and softly chanted. Pink magic light wrapped around the handle. The door slowly creaked open. The moment a gap appeared, a foul, bloody stench burst out, sending chills down her spine. But what truly froze her was inside. The moment she stepped in, she stood still, eyes wide in disbelief. Corpses were piled across the room, long dead, covered in dried blood and torture marks. The smell of death and iron suffocated the air. In the center, a naked woman was bound to a cross, clearly brutalized beyond words. The place looked like pure hell. With one glance, Anne recognized them as the villagers. She remembered how silent the town felt when she arrived. No one on the streets, no signs of life in any house. Now it all made sense. What happened here was far worse than she thought, and narrowed her eyes and called Aluka's name. At that moment, a familiar voice rose behind her. She didn't need to turn to know it was Aluka, so Master found this place. Aluka stepped forward with her head lowered, holding a blood-stained dagger. Her voice was terrifyingly calm. She said it was fine, because she believed she and An were the same kind of person. Master would surely understand. Then Aluka suddenly lifted her head with a twisted smile. Her eyes glowed blood red. Worse, when she spoke, 2 voices overlapped at once. "I love you." That familiar phrase made Anne instantly turn around. Aluka was walking toward her step by step, red mana spreading from her body and swallowing the hallway. Seeing her abnormal state, Anne immediately understood. She looked at Aluka seriously and coldly said she had been corrupted by an evil god. Hearing the words evil god, Aluka lowered her head and giggled strangely. "Haha, evil god? She tightened her grip on the dagger and threw her head back in manic laughter. The dark red mana around her trembled violently, almost mocking An's accusation. To Aluka, calling the god of love an evil god was unforgivable. She slowly ran her finger along the cold silver blade and raised her burning red eyes at Anne. To her, that power wasn't suspicious. It was a blessing. She believed the god of love gave her the strength to fulfill her desire to love everyone. But Anne wasn't convinced at all. Still on guard, she coldly asked, "If you accepted that power, what price did you pay?" Aluka simply closed her eyes and spread her arms, as if it didn't matter. She said the god of love never demanded anything, only helped her see her true nature. In her twisted mind, she and Anne were the same, and the ritual still lacked one final sacrifice. As she said that, Aluka lightly swung the dagger and pointed it straight at An. Her smile was warped and provocative. Once the final ritual was complete, the god of love would awaken, and she could share her love with even more people. After just a few words, An realizes how deeply Aluka has fallen under the evil god's control, and she closes her eyes in helpless despair. Without saying another word, An quietly walks toward Aluka. Hearing the footsteps, Aluka thinks her master has agreed to be the final sacrifice, so she clasps her hands with a sweet smile and happily says she knew Anne would understand, even promising to be gentle. But in the next second, Anne's speed explodes as she dashes forward like lightning and forms two sharp magic blades in her hands. Without hesitation, she slashes twice across Aluka's neck so fast that Aluka cannot even see it, and blood sprays out like a broken fountain. Aluka grabs her throat in panic, trying to stop the bleeding, then looks at Anne in disbelief and asks in a trembling voice, "Master, why?" The wound is too deep, her strength fades fast, and her legs give out as she collapses onto the cold ground. And disperses her magic and, without turning back, softly apologizes because she knows if Aluka keeps that power, more innocent people will die. Lying in a spreading pool of blood, Aluka still believes she did nothing wrong, weakly saying she never harmed anyone and only wanted to give love, because what is wrong with loving others? Hearing that, An bites her lip in anger since Aluka wiped out an entire town and still calls it love, and now An truly sees how terrifying the evil god's corruption is. And looks down at her with cold eyes and firmly says, "That is not love." As blood loss blurs her vision and her breath weakens, Aluka uses her last strength to ask, "If that is not love, then what is?" Even while dying, she insists that love means taking everything from the one you love and making it yours, something she once learned from Anne herself. Those words make Anne close her eyes, because she once said that, but she never imagined it would lead Aluka to the path of the evil god, and she walks away with a final apology that Aluka can no longer hear. Outside on the small road, Anne walks alone under the moonlight, the pale glow shining down as if trying to ease her heavy heart. She presses a hand to her forehead, filled with guilt, realizing her twisted past beliefs helped push Aluka toward this tragic end. After a long silence, she clenches her fist and looks back at the house, promising that once she finds Moon, she will return to properly bury Aluka. Just as she turns to leave, a familiar voice calls out, "I love you," and then freezes before snapping her head back toward the house. In the silent night, the house is suddenly swallowed by a massive crimson aura that spreads outward and crawls toward, and while whispering, in a warped voice, "I love you, master, I love you." Then thick, dark red liquid like fresh blood pours out from inside, mimicking Aluka's voice and endlessly repeating those haunting words of love. With a deafening crash, the massive blood blasts through the roof, shoots into the sky, then forms into a gigantic twisted monster that slowly descends and advances toward Anne. One look is enough for Anne to know this is the evil god's incarnation, so she recreates her twin magic blades and prepares for battle. While Anne is locked in combat with the monster, Moon is still running for his life through the night, not daring to stop for fear that Aluka might catch him. After sprinting for so long, Moon finally reaches his limit, stumbling into the forest and bending over, gasping for air with sweat covering his face. He wipes his forehead and looks around, and when he sees no sign of Aluka, he lets out a small breath of relief, thinking he might finally be safe. But right then, a terrifying crash echoes from afar as a figure is sent flying at insane speed like it was blasted away. In a blink, the body tears through the air past Moon like a shooting star, forcing him to shield his face from the shockwave. Moon stares after it, then curses under his breath at the destruction ahead. Massive trees are snapped in half, dust fills the air, and Moon can only mutter in shock. What kind of force is this? Did a meteor just crash down? While he is still stunned, a coughing sound comes from inside the dust, and he instantly goes on guard, because that is clearly a human voice. A sudden breeze blows the dust away, revealing a face Moon knows all too well. It is Anne, kneeling on the ground in a miserable state, clutching a wound and coughing blood, her clothes and lips stained red from heavy injuries. And slowly lifts her head, sees Moon, wipes the blood from her mouth, and gives a weak smile, saying she finally found him. Moon panics, rushes over to help her up, and bombards her with questions about what happened, and who could have hurt her this badly. Even in pain, and forces herself to stay conscious and tells him, there is no time to explain, she will hold that thing back, and he must run now. Moon is even more confused. Run where? He does not even know what is going on. At that moment, the monster that severely wounded him arrives, its massive body looming, as it calls out in a warped voice. Master, where are you? Master, I love you. That familiar voice sends chills down Moon's spine as he slowly turns around, while Anne immediately tenses up. The giant crimson creature, made of writhing flesh, moves closer, muttering for her to accept its love and become one with it, its body covered in tangled arms like a pile of corpses. One look at that nightmare form makes Moon pale as he swears. This thing is worse than any horror story. The monster stops right in front of him with a heavy thud, its blood-like body towering above as Moon nervously asks what the hell it is. Hearing his voice, the creature bends down and speaks in a chillingly familiar tone. Oh Moon, I like you too. With a small wave, countless chunks of blood split from its body and float in the air, turning into massive blood arrows that shoot toward Moon. Moon instantly realizes that voice belongs to Aluka, but with the storm of blood arrows crashing down from every direction, he has no time to react. Seeing Moon about to be swallowed by the attack, and ignores her injuries and lunges forward, shouting for him to move as she grabs and pulls him away. The moment they leave their spot, the blood arrows slam into the ground, triggering a violent explosion that shakes the forest and fills the area with dust. Even though they dodge the fatal hit, An's left leg is struck by the red energy due to the wide blast range, and she shuts her eyes tight to endure the pain. After saving Moon, both of them crash onto a nearby clearing. They slide across the ground, carving a long trail in the dirt, and as Moon pushes himself up, cursing that Aluka was clearly not normal, he suddenly notices Anne's socks soaked in blood and hears her weakly call his name. He looks closer and turns pale at the two deep wounds on her leg, calling out to her in alarm. Moon carefully helps Anne up, but her body trembles in pain the moment she moves, yet she still insists she is fine, and gently pushes him behind her and limps forward to block his path, saying with deadly seriousness that she will hold the monster back and he must leave, while Moon can only whisper her name in fear, and turns and gives him a soft smile, telling him not to worry. Once she finishes Aluka, she will catch up and take him back to the Duke's mansion. Right then, the forest erupts with crashing sounds as the monster charges in, smashing trees apart with its flailing arms, Aluka's warped voice ringing out in excitement. Red energy gathers at the center of its chest, and it stares at Moon and Anne with delight, saying how perfect this is. Now they can accept its love together. Suddenly, every arm on its body spreads wide, and a massive blood cannon fires straight at them, crimson light swallowing the forest whole. In that split second, Anne forms her twin magic blades and prepares to use every last drop of mana to raise an iron shield. But Moon activates his own skill first, dark purple energy wrapping around him as he triggers Shadow Step 200, making Anne widen her eyes in shock. In an instant, Moon grabs Anne and vanishes from their spot, and the blood cannon slams down where they stood, blasting a massive crater into the ground. The monster does not stop. It creates countless blood arrows and rains them down, while Moon holds in tightly and keeps running, dodging non-stop as he searches for cover. Seeing him risk his life to carry her away, and asks why he is doing this, and Moon answers without looking back that she is a terrible liar, because if she could win, she would never tell him to run. Moon keeps sprinting through the forest with a deadly serious gaze, saying he refuses to watch and die in front of him, because no matter what, she is still his maid. He even boasts that when it comes to running away, he is a professional, then pushes his speed even further, despite the relentless storm of blood behind him. Carrying Anne in his arms, Moon moves so fast he leaves afterimages, twisting away at the last second every time red energy nearly hits, and not once has Aluka landed a strike. After a desperate escape, Moon finally reaches a lake and drops to one knee at the shore, clearly trying to catch his breath. Hugging in close, he gasps heavily, having pushed himself far beyond his limits while carrying her and dodging non-stop. Seeing him exhausted, Anne softly calls his name in worry, and though still panting, Moon forces a smile and says they are almost safe. But then Moon suddenly senses something wrong behind him, as a faint breeze lifts the leaves like a warning. A red streak rushes in at terrifying speed, Aluka's voice echoing sweetly while giant blood arms erupt from the ground and grab toward them. Realizing the danger, Moon grits his teeth and tells Anne to hold on tight, his expression turning deadly serious before she can even ask what he plans to do. Without another word, Moon pulls her into his chest and leaps straight into the lake, pouring all his strength into the dive to escape the pursuit. The blood arms crash into the water after them, exploding the surface into towering waves from the sheer impact. As Moon swims deeper with Anne in his arms, he glances up and notices the red arms slowing underwater, quickly guessing that Aluka's blood body cannot stay stable in water. His guess is correct. The blood arms begin to dissolve the moment they touch the lake, breaking apart until only faint red stains remain. But while focusing on the enemy, Moon suddenly realizes Anne has already fainted, her eyes closed as bubbles escape her lips, because she never had time to hold her breath, and then it hits him, and cannot swim. Moon shuts his eyes in frustration, never expecting things to spiral this fast, and after a few seconds, he understands there is only one option left. Wrapping an arm around her, Moon pulls in close and presses his lips to hers underwater, giving her air directly to keep her from suffocating. Meanwhile on the shore, Aluka returns to her blood form and approaches the lake, quickly gathering the remaining blood to rebuild her body when she sees her arms have dissolved. The blood slowly reforms into Aluka's shape, and she leans over the water as if sensing something, only to look confused when the scent of blood has completely vanished. Realizing Moon and Anne escaped underwater, Aluka starts losing control, clutching herself as the blood around her boils violently with her madness. She throws her head back and screams in fury, refusing to accept rejection, then turns her blood into countless sharp arrows and fires wildly in every direction. Trees and rocks around the lake are shredded by the storm of blood, explosions echoing as wood and stone are sliced into pieces. After venting her rage, Aluka slowly calms down, looks up at the sky in exhaustion, and mutters that nothing else matters as long as the final sacrifice is offered to the god of love. She smiles in twisted madness, believing that once she becomes a true god, Moon and everyone else will eventually accept her warped love. Carried by the current, Moon and Anne drift into a dark cave near the lake, where Moon helps her sit down and tears his sleeve to bandage her injured leg, warning her it will hurt. As he wraps the cloth, the pain makes Anne let out a soft gasp before she quickly covers her mouth, while Moon carefully tightens the bandage to stop the bleeding. After checking the wound, Moon says the area near her heel is badly hurt, and she must see a doctor later, though at least the bleeding has stopped for now, and Anne quietly nods with a thoughtful look. Noticing her strange expression, Moon looks up and asks what she is thinking about, and hesitates, then admits she has done many terrible things to him, from locking him up to trying to possess him, and by all logic, he should have abandoned her long ago. Moon stays calm and asks if she finally realizes she was wrong, and then seriously admits it, revealing she once talked to Aluka while they were fishing together. She confesses the full truth that Aluka became a follower of the evil god, and part of the blame lies with her, leaving her crushed by guilt for what Aluka has become. Covering her face in despair, and asks if Moon truly does not hate her, because she kept putting him in danger, yet he still saved her and even bandaged her wounds. Moon does not answer right away. He simply holds her hand and honestly says her past actions were indeed too much. But he believes feelings themselves are not wrong. She just chose the wrong way to express them, and now that she realizes it is not too late to change, since she never truly wanted to harm him. Moon smiles to lighten the mood, places her hand on his face, and tells her to look. He is still perfectly fine, so just do not be stubborn like that again. Hearing that, unfreezes, so moved that all she can do is softly call his name. Seeing her reaction, Moon feels secretly proud and thinks he is a communication genius. But before he can enjoy it, something unexpected happens. A soft sensation suddenly presses against his lips, and Moon's eyes widen as Anne leans in and kisses him with deep emotion. She then falls into his arms and hugs him tightly, leaving Moon flustered as he softly calls her name. Anne closes her eyes and rests on his shoulder, savoring the rare sense of safety, realizing that forcing his feelings with blood was the stupidest thing she had ever done. After a while, Anne pushes herself up, and with some energy restored, she looks much better than before. Anne's eyes turn ice cold as she summons a magic dagger and declares that even if the enemy is a god, she will kill it to protect Moon. But the moment she steps forward, a sharp pain shoots through her leg, and she loses balance with a cry. Moon reacts instantly and catches her before she can fall. He lets her lean against him and reminds her she lost too much blood and is still weak, and Anne can only sigh, knowing she is not strong enough yet. Moon walks to the cave entrance to check outside, and aside from the sound of flowing water, everything is silent with no sign of Aluka, letting him breathe a little easier. Remembering what she said earlier, Moon turns back and asks about Aluka being a follower of the evil god, and then corrects him that she is serving one. She explains that chosen ones like her gain power from a god's gaze, but followers of an evil god must trade something extremely precious for that power. From their battle, Anne sensed Aluka was no longer a normal follower. Her strength kept rising. Her body turned crimson with countless blood arms, no longer human but a puppet of the evil god. Moon falls into deep thought because in the original story, every great disaster that led to humanity's downfall involved an evil god, and Aluka's current state matches those descriptions. Suddenly, Moon's expression darkens as he recalls Aluka mentioning the final sacrifice, and a terrifying possibility forms in his mind. Seeing his reaction, Anne asks what he realized, and Moon explains that the massacre may not have been just for power, but to use Aluka as a vessel for the evil god to descend through the ritual. Moon immediately understands the gravity of it, and since the ritual still lacks one last sacrifice, they must hurry to Balan City to seek help from the church and organizations that deal with evil gods before it is too late. But Anne suddenly grabs his hand and stops him, saying it is already too late because the conditions for the descent may have been completed, and Moon is confused since no one else should be alive. A few seconds later, Moon's eyes widen as he realizes something horrifying, and nods slightly, confirming his suspicion. Besides them, there is still one survivor in the village, Rose, Aluka's husband. At this moment, Rose sits motionless in his house, unaware the world outside has become hell, controlled by an invisible force that leaves him unable to think or move. Helping and stand, Moon analyzes that right after the ritual completes will be when the evil god is weakest as it adapts to Aluka's body, and if they miss that window, the disaster will be beyond imagination. And clenches her fists and takes full responsibility, saying Aluka once called her master, and her own choices pushed the girl down this path, so she must end it for the innocent dead. Seeing her resolve, Moon decides without hesitation that he will go with her, but immediately objects. She looks at him seriously and says this is her mistake alone, and he does not need to risk his life for her. But Moon replies with words that make her freeze, saying he is not going because of her. Moon sighs and recalls his time with Aluka, unsure when she was fully corrupted, but her care for him back then was real. He ate in her home, saw her as a friend, and he still cannot forget her innocent smile. Moon pats Anne on the shoulder and says he won't change his mind, because Aluka is his friend, and he has to see her off himself. And still feels uneasy, saying they are too far from town, and there's barely any metal here, so her magic is heavily restricted, and she can't guarantee Moon's safety. The more she talks, the more she breaks down, grabbing Moon's shirt and trembling in his arms. Tears quietly fall as she begs him not to fight, saying if he gets hurt again, she will never forgive herself. Moon listens in silence, but when she mentions the lack of metal, his eyes suddenly drop to the ground like he just realized something. Not far away lies a single silver coin on the cave floor, and the moment Moon sees it, he knows something is off. He walks deeper into the cave and finds more and more coins scattered along the path, then calls Anne to follow him. The deepest part of the cave is pitch black, so Moon casts a light orb and instantly reveals everything ahead. After going further in, they uncover the hidden secret of the cave, and even uncovers her mouth in shock. The cave used to be a stash for bandits or treasure hunters, packed with chests of coins and piles of sharp weapons. Moon picks a sword that fits his hand and straps it to his waist, saying it's not as sharp as his old dagger, but good enough. He then turns to Anne and calmly asks if she's ready. With all the coins and metal around, Anne's magic surges back, and she melts the metal to form massive wings behind her. Moon nods and stares toward the forest with fierce determination, saying this time they will personally free Aluka. When they reach Aluka's location, Moon asks Anne to raise a giant iron pillar so he can observe from above. From a distance, he sees the forest completely ravaged, as countless bloody arms smash through trees while Aluka screams Rose's name in madness. Her distorted voice echoes through the night, while Moon stands silently in the wind, his clothes fluttering like a bad omen. After watching closely, Moon realizes Aluka's size and aura are far beyond before, almost reaching the level of a demon god. He closes his eyes and sighs, regretting how cool he tried to act earlier, because this reminds him of the Cecilia incident. The old fear of wanting to run away resurfaces, and facing Aluka now makes him feel painfully small. But after a moment, Moon forces himself to calm down, knowing he can't abandon and run for help. He brushes his hair back and opens his eyes with firm resolve, deciding to end everything tonight. Moon then shouts Aluka's name from afar, and the massive monster immediately turns toward him. Seeing he has her attention, Moon even spreads his arms wide, like he's about to give an important speech. Aluka finally recognizes Moon on top of the iron pillar, and the blood on her face shifts to form her own features, her red eyes staring at him in pure madness. Hearing that, Moon simply lowers his head and lets out a faint chuckle. Then he suddenly shouts something completely random, instantly twisting the tense atmosphere into something absurdly awkward. And before anyone can react, he jumps straight off the towering iron pillar. Moon drops toward the forest at terrifying speed, arms spread wide, yelling like he's turning a life-or-death battle into a stage show. Even Aluka freezes for a few seconds, unable to understand what he's trying to do. But soon she roars and unleashes a massive sea of blood that surges toward him like a tsunami. From within the crimson flood, Aluka charges forward with a twisted face, arms open as if she wants to embrace him. Under the pale moonlight, Moon looks like a tiny dot falling from the sky, while the ocean of blood below spreads wide enough to swallow the entire forest. Yet Moon smirks, because everything is going exactly as planned. He recalls the plan he made with Anne, that killing Aluka directly is impossible after the evil god's corruption, so their true goal is to find the source of that power inside her body. Moon believes the evil god must be using a medium like a ring or pendant, since divine power cannot exist without reason, so Anne will restrain her while he searches, and if they fail after 10 minutes, they retreat, even with the extra metal, and still isn't confident she can fully suppress Aluka in her current state. Moon stays calm and says his job is to draw all of Aluka's attention, giving Anne the perfect moment to strike and restrain her. When they land in a clearing, Anne immediately objects to Moon becoming the bait. She argues that even if the ritual isn't complete, Aluka is still wielding true evil god power, and letting him act as bait is basically risking his life. But Moon just smiles and gently presses a finger to her lips, saying that since he can't fight head-on, becoming bait is the only option. He looks at her with trust and says she is his greatest strength right now, even joking that she's the best maid ever, and can only stare at him, her eyes trembling, her voice soft when she calls his name. In the quiet moonlit night, she asks how she will know the exact moment to strike, and Moon answers with one simple line, right now. Midair, as countless bloody arms reach for him, Moon shouts An's name at the very last second. At that moment, the iron pillar begins to melt and deform, revealing that An has been hiding inside it, eyes closed, waiting for his signal. To An, Moon's voice is an absolute command, so she instantly channels her mana and forms a long metal sword in her hand. The second she opens her eyes, she locks onto Aluka and activates her combat magic without hesitation. Behind her, streams of mana split into countless silver swords that rain down like a blazing meteor shower. Sensing the danger, Aluka manipulates the massive blood around her to form sharp crimson spikes as a shield. But the sword rain is too fast, piercing through before her defense is complete, and the forest shakes with the sound of impact as Aluka screams in pain. Silver swords pierce through Aluka's body, leaving countless holes as blood sprays everywhere, and when she hears a familiar voice call her name, she looks up in shock. Charging straight at her with terrifying speed is An, gripping a long silver sword, while Aluka hurriedly raises another wall of blood to defend. But it's too late, as An drives the blade straight through her body, and Aluka stares in disbelief at the master who truly came back. Blood drips from her lips, yet Aluka smiles gently, as if she always believed her master would return for her, and meets that gaze coldly and admits she has returned, not for reunion, but to save her from corruption. She tightens her grip on the sword to pin Aluka in place, while her other hand forms another silver spear with magic. Even with blades embedded in her body, Aluka doesn't weaken. Instead, she breaks free, swells grotesquely, grows countless bloody arms, and her chest splits open like a cocoon, forming another body inside. With a simple wave, waves of bloody arms shoot toward An, but she spreads her mana wings and flies around the massive body, dodging as blood spikes slam into the ground with explosive force. While attacking wildly, Aluka keeps repeating her twisted love for An, laughing as she chases her. Yet An stays calm and suddenly closes in to begin her chant. Mana gathers into her right arm and forms a gigantic silver spear, her eyes turning ice cold as she searches for the perfect angle. She locks onto Aluka, shifts her body, and hurls the spear with terrifying speed straight at the monster. The strike pierces through Aluka and triggers a massive explosion that shakes the entire forest. After releasing the attack, An lands below and looks up as rocks and blood rain down around her. But Aluka's voice echoes calmly from above, saying silver weapons may kill demons, but they mean nothing to her. She coldly declares she is a god after all, then manipulates her blood to wrap around the silver spear and slowly pull it out of her body. Just as Aluka acts relaxed, a familiar voice suddenly speaks from behind her head, making her turn in surprise. It's Moon, who used the distraction to activate his skill and dash above her, drawing his sword in the same instant. Without hesitation, he unleashes a thunderous full-force slash, carving deep into her shoulder as blood explodes outward. Moon smirks, because this is exactly what he planned, waiting for an opening to locate the evil god's vessel inside her body. But before he can check, Aluka spins around with a twisted smile and says she has caught him, catching Moon off guard with her terrifying speed. Seeing Moon in danger, An panics and casts a defensive spell toward him. Ignoring the sword, still lodged in her shoulder, Aluka rushes forward and condenses blood into her fist, delivering a crushing punch to Moon's stomach, breaking through the incomplete barrier. Moon is blasted through the air and slams into the ground so hard that the earth cracks apart. He skids across the forest floor before finally stopping, coughing violently as blood spills from his mouth. Blood keeps running down Moon's head and chest as An's protective mana fades, and he clutches his stomach, cursing the terrifying power of the evil god. But Aluka has no intention of stopping, calmly raising her hand and condensing a massive red blood sphere while staring straight at him. She smiles and says she has been waiting for Moon to show himself, revealing that she noticed his ambush from the start. Then she tells him to accept her love and fires the blood sphere like a missile, carrying overwhelming destructive force. The moment An sees it, she spreads her wings, forms another silver blade, and rushes toward Moon while shouting for him. Realizing she wants to interfere, Aluka turns and casually tells her not to get in the way. In an instant, blood gathers into a gigantic crimson hand that sweeps across with crushing force, leaving An no time to dodge. Like swatting a fly, Aluka smashes An away, and the blood sphere explodes at Moon's position in a blinding red blast. An drives her sword into the ground to stop herself from being blown farther away, while the terrifying explosion shakes the earth. Blood drips from her mouth and forehead, but she ignores it, staring at the explosion in despair as she trembles and calls Moon's name. Meanwhile, Aluka suddenly frowns and looks toward a corner of the forest, as if she sensed something strange. She then turns to Anne and coldly demands to know where Moon is hiding. Hearing that, Anne erupts with killing intent and charges at Aluka, clashing her silver sword against a massive blood scythe in a storm of sparks. Moon's injury pushes and past her limit, and with pure fury in her eyes, she swears to crush Aluka into ashes. Their battle grows even more violent, metal and blood colliding non-stop, while far away Moon slowly regains consciousness, his body trembling from the pain. Sweat pours down his face as waves of agony tear through him, forcing him to grit his teeth just to stay awake. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder, and a strange voice tells him to hang on, making Moon realize someone else is there. The man helps him sit up and feeds him a red potion, and when Moon looks closer, he recognizes the face as Aluka's husband. The one who saved him is Rose, and with Aluka far away, his mind seems clearer as he confirms his identity. After drinking the potion, Moon gasps for air and steadies himself, feeling like he just crawled back from death. Once he can stand, Moon joins Rose in the bushes and sincerely thanks him, admitting he thought he was done for. Relieved to see him alive, Rose introduces himself, and Moon responds with his name, Moon Campbell. Hiding in the grass, Moon watches the distant battle, as Rose explains that Anne is still desperately holding Aluka back, but she may not last much longer. Not understanding why Aluka became like this, Moon asks Rose if he knows what led her to follow the evil god. Rose stays silent for a long time, then says he doesn't know when Aluka was corrupted, but he believes it all started because of him. Moon understands his resolve, saying they returned for the same reason, because if Aluka leaves Belen, the consequences will be irreversible. Rose admits he never saw any obvious cursed object, which makes Moon press harder, since there must be something linking her to the evil god. After thinking back, Rose recalls that when Aluka killed the villagers, all the blood was absorbed into one part of her body. That part is her heart, where a strange red mark now glows brighter and more twisted than before, constantly absorbing blood. From the bushes, Moon and Rose watch as Aluka grows more unstable, screaming and turning her blood into massive red arrows raining down on Anne. Facing the bloodstorm, Anne stays silent and closes her iron wings around herself, blocking every single arrow. Aluka smiles wickedly and decides that with Moon and Rose gone, Anne will be the perfect sacrifice to finish the ritual. But suddenly, she hears a familiar voice and pauses in surprise. Looking down, she sees Rose holding Moon by the collar with a sword in his other hand, his empty eyes making it seem like he is under mind control. Aluka beams with joy and gently calls his name, while Anne realizes in horror that Rose appears to be offering Moon as a sacrifice. Almost in tears, and shouts for Rose to let Moon go and rushes forward with a summoned iron scythe. Sensing her intent, Aluka forms a gigantic blood fist and swings it straight at Anne. With no space to dodge, and pours the last of her mana into one desperate defense. A massive iron shield forms in front of her, clashing against the blood fist with a thunderous explosion. But her mana is nearly drained, the shield shatters, and she is smashed down into the forest below. Aluka pins her to the ground with the blood fist, and coldly declares she no longer needs Anne, because all she wants is to reunite with Rose. Then she abandons her monstrous form and lands in her human appearance, walking toward Rose with joy, saying she knew he still loved her and even brought Moon as the final sacrifice. She gently strokes Rose's face and whispers that once the love god descends, everything will return to normal and they will be together forever. But as she prepares to calm him, Rose suddenly agrees that they will stay together forever, and the change in his expression leaves Aluka stunned. Rose looks at Aluka with pure pain in his eyes, blaming himself for not stopping this sooner, then promises hell pay for all her sins together with her. The next second, he grabs her tight and drives his sword straight into her chest, blood exploding out, as Aluka freezes in shock at his brutal betrayal. But this wasn't random. Rose planned this from the moment he hid in the bushes with Moon. He believed that when Aluka fused with the blood body, her vision dropped hard, otherwise she wouldn't expose half her real body just to lock onto Anne. Moon hears that and agrees, smearing dirt on his face to fake heavy injuries, even praising Rose for his sharp adventurer instincts. Rose then swears he'll act as bait this time, and if someone has to die first, it'll be him. Moon stands up calmly and tells him to stop talking nonsense, promising that when the sun rises tomorrow, they'll both still be alive. Back to the present, Aluka looks down at the sword in her chest and softly calls Rose's name, blood spilling from her lips in disbelief. Seeing her frozen for that brief second, Rose turns and shouts for Moon with everything he has. Rose pulls the sword out and jumps back, while Moon activates shadow steps, dark purple mana wrapping around his legs as he flashes behind Aluka. Moon thrusts his hand straight into her wound, blood bursting out in a horrifying spray. But in that instant, he feels something hidden deep inside her body, and his eyes change. He grabs it and rips it out, revealing a small blood-red statue shaped like a twisted demon, still stained with Aluka's blood, and he knows crushing it might end everything. Just as Hez about to destroy it, Aluka goes completely insane, blood forming a massive crimson blade on her arm as she screams for her god of love. With no time to dodge, Moon braces for death, but Rose suddenly rushes in and shields him with his own body. The blood blade pierces straight through Rose's back, leaving Moon frozen, and even Aluka stunned as her madness slowly fades. The evil blood aura around Aluka dissolves, revealing her human form as she panics at the sight of blood pouring from Rose's chest. Rose forces his eyes open and gives her one final smile, whispering that he promised to walk with her to the very end. Aluka completely breaks down, screaming in despair as the weight of his sacrifice crushes her. In a flash, an ocean of blood erupts and engulfs her body, swallowing even Rose as a massive red pillar of light blasts into the sky. Moon tries to shield himself from the shockwave, but the storm is too strong, sending him flying into a tree before he crashes to the ground. Moon drops to his knees, coughing hard as he stares at the red pillar, then realizes the evil god's ritual is already complete. Aluka's body has fully merged into the blood column, and Moon suddenly spots and lying motionless on the ground, and doesn't respond at all, while the crimson tide spreads like a living ocean, swallowing everything in its path. Gritting his teeth, Moon forces himself up and activates shadow steps, sprinting straight toward Anne. He pushes his legs to the limit, turning into a black streak, while the blood sea creeps closer like a hungry swamp. At the last second, Moon grabs Anne's hand before Shez completely dragged under. He digs his feet into the ground and pulls with all his strength, even as the cursed blood starts climbing up his legs. Suddenly, the blood gathers into a massive monster and lunges at him, leaving Moon with only one final gamble. He shuts his eyes and screams for the black book, but the blood engulfs him entirely, and Moon's last cry is swallowed whole. After some time, he slowly wakes up, feeling strangely familiar with this place. He realizes Hez inside the black book's private space. Sitting up, Moon understands the black book saved him and immediately asks if there's any way to save Anne. The black book gently floats up and down as if nodding. Then it vibrates again, signaling him to look above. Confused, Moon scratches his head and looks up, not expecting anything unusual. Instead, he sees a gigantic golden eye blazing like a burning sun, surrounded by endless red flames. The pressure is insane, and Moon freezes as the eye silently watches him like it has known him for ages. Waves of heat roll down from the fiery eye, making his skin burn inch by inch. A sharp pain explodes in his mind, and bloody red titles appear. Lord of the Crimson Sun, Scorcher of all things, God of the Apocalypse, Destroyer of life, King of withering. Moon instantly understands this is another evil god equal to the god of love, and he calls out to the black book in pure panic. Instead of calming down, he grabs the black book and shakes it, yelling that he asked to save Anne, not summon another disaster. Right then, the King of Withering sends flames behind him, and the terrifying heat locks Moon in place. The blazing eye fixes on him and speaks a single word, human. Moon straightens instantly, sweating from both fear and heat, stammering as he asks what the god wants from him. Before he can finish, the King of Withering asks if he desires power, as countless fiery eyes open and stare him down. Moon closes his eyes, forces himself to stay calm, and asks if this is the power that belongs to the future. He glances at the black book, heart pounding, wondering if using one evil god to fight another is really the plan. Even while trembling inside, Moon forces a smile and admits that anyone would crave power, especially power like this. Suddenly, the black book flips its pages wildly and tears out a sheet, sending it straight toward the King of Withering. The giant eye lowers its gaze and reads the floating page wrapped in dark purple energy, while the other eyes peek in as well. After finishing, the King of Withering lets out a heavy, irritated sound, and the sea of flames around it surges violently. Moon turns pale, clearly sensing the god's anger, but the black book remains completely calm. Just as the tension peaks, the King of Withering suddenly speaks, "Deal complete," leaving Moon frozen in shock. The massive eye moves closer and says it will lend him power without demanding a price, but asks if he truly dares to accept an evil god's authority. The star-shaped pupil flares brightly, and its emotions shift once again. Moon lowers his head in silence, knowing he has never touched an evil god's power before, yet he has no other choice if he wants to save Anne. He takes a deep breath, reminding himself there is no way back, and no matter how twisted this power is, he must use it to save her. His eyes turn firm as he spreads his arms and shouts for the power to come, fully committing to this gamble. The King of Withering laughs softly, flames roaring as it declares the contract will be formed, and whether his body survives is up to him. The entire sea of fire condenses into a gigantic crimson arm that slams toward Moon with overwhelming force. Moon's face changes as he realizes there are no safety measures at all, and failure means total collapse. The flaming hand touches him, and the fire floods into his body instantly, igniting a massive pillar of crimson flame. His skin chars black, blood-red patterns spread across him, and the pain surpasses every limit he has ever endured. Even as the evil power rampages inside him, Moon grits his teeth and roars that no matter what kind of apocalyptic sun it is, he will endure it. With a furious roar, Moon bursts out of the sea of fire and shoots into the sky, his body covered in strange red and gold patterns, as the King of Withering's power fully fuses with him. Outside in the forest, the god of love's blood has swallowed everything until a violent blue energies suddenly explodes from within the crimson sea. The god of love senses something wrong and opens its eyes, watching a man carrying a girl break out from the blue blast. The blood gathers into a twisted form as it recognizes that power, and its voice turns shocked at the source behind it. It stares at Moon landing near a tree, disbelief clear in its gaze. Anne is still unconscious but unharmed, and Moon gently leans her against the tree, promising he will return in a moment. He turns toward the god of love, voice ice cold, asking if it was the one who led Aluka down that path, as the god reveals its true crimson form with massive blood wings. Even the god of love looks wary now, clearly sensing the terrifying presence of the king of withering inside Moon. Moon smirks and mocks it for looking nervous, while the god mutters in disbelief about the power of withering appearing here. Blue flames wrap around Moon's transformed body, glowing patterns burning across his skin, as he declares he paid a brutal price for this power. He raises his hand and forms a blue fireball, his gaze so cold it sends chills down the spine, saying this farce ends now. As he chants withering flame, a massive sea of blue fire erupts behind him, countless eerie eyes opening as a giant eye rises and locks onto the god of love. Without hesitation, Moon hurls the blazing sphere forward, the blue energy tearing through space with overwhelming force. The attack slams into the god of love and detonates, a colossal blue pillar of light blasting into the night sky and lighting up the entire forest. Under the merciless flames, the god of love's body twists and deforms grotesquely as it screams in agony. It struggles desperately inside the blue inferno, but the overwhelming power gives it no chance, burning it down until it nearly vanishes. Moon stares in shock at the divine-level destruction, but the blue flames around him begin to fade as his strength runs dry. Just as he thinks it is over, the god of love lets out a strange scream, and Moon turns sharply, realizing it might not be dead yet. The blue flames on the god of love slowly fade, but its original body is gone, and using Aluka's burned body, it speaks in hatred, mocking Moon for ruining its plan with the power of Ko Vong. Aluka slowly lifts her head and gives a chilling smile, saying she will remember the name Moon Campbell until the day they meet again. As her words end, the god of love's presence vanishes completely, leaving the forest silent under thick smoke. Moon stands there frozen, staring blankly into the haze, unable to process what just happened. After replaying the warning in his head, he panics and mutters that someone insignificant like him is not worth remembering. He even shouts into the air that his name is Ariel, hoping the evil god will forget him entirely. But no one answers, and all that remains is Aluka's charred body lying among the ashes. Realizing the god is truly gone, Moon feels a wave of dread at being marked by such a twisted being. After calming down, he convinces himself it is not hopeless, since he can always borrow the King of Withering's power again if needed. Just then, a familiar voice calls from behind, and Moon quickly turns around and runs toward him and hugs him tightly, breaking into tears once she confirms he is still alive. She buries her face in his shoulder, trembling as she says she thought she had lost him forever. Moon gently pats her back and assures her everything is fine, saying the evil god has been dealt with, and wipes her tears and asks if he truly defeated it, since she remembers nothing after losing consciousness. Not wanting her to worry, Moon lies that they destroyed its core together with Aluka's husband, and says there is still one important thing to do, and tilts her head in confusion and asks what he means. Moon points toward a large crater nearby, and N follows his gaze. There lies Aluka, barely alive, her eyes dull and her breathing fading by the second. Moon says they must hurry because she does not have much time left, and uncovers her mouth in shock at the sight. Aluka weakly recognizes An's presence and softly calls out her name, too exhausted to even move. The space around them turns silent, and Aluka feels the evil god's aura finally leave her body. Is it really over? And slowly sits beside her and listens in silence. An looks at Aluka seriously and speaks softly. Yeah, it's over. The evil god controlling you has been defeated. Hearing that, Aluka lets out a long breath, so it's finally done. But then the memories of everything she did hit her hard. She closes her eyes and whispers an apology. I'm sorry, I lied to you, and blinks in confusion. Lied to me? What do you mean? Aluka reveals the truth she has hidden all this time. My corruption had nothing to do with you. I lied because I didn't want you to leave. Long ago, I had already contacted the evil god. I traded the flesh and blood of the Oros clan for power and help. Moon steps closer and listens quietly. Rose was too outstanding. Without special methods, I could never catch up to him. At first, the evil god did nothing strange, until the day I finally confessed my feelings to Rose, and feels a sharp pain in her chest. So he rejected you? She asks gently, but Aluka shakes her head. No, he accepted. That night, Rose said he loved me too, but we couldn't be together. Aluka opens her eyes and breaks down in tears, and can't understand. If you both loved each other, why not? Because Tia was pregnant with his child. In Aluka's mind appears Tia holding her belly with a gentle smile, waiting for the baby to be born. Aluka recalls the night Rose took her under the great tree and told the painful truth. He had loved her for a long time, but never dared to confess. Drunk and seeking comfort, he slept with Tia, who stayed by his side. After that night, Tia became pregnant, and Rose was the type who would take responsibility no matter what. Hearing about the pregnancy, and feels something is off. Just once and she got pregnant? You never doubted it? Aluka nods softly. I did. After gaining power from the evil god, Aluka went to its statue and prayed in despair. I wished to know whether Tia was truly pregnant. But once the wish was granted, everything spiraled out of control. When Aluka woke up, she saw Tia stripped and nailed to a cross, covered in blood. Her own hands were soaked in blood, still holding a knife. She instantly understood she was the one who killed Tia. When I regained consciousness, I was covered in blood. I cut open Tia's stomach to check. There was no baby inside. It was all a lie to keep Rose for herself. Aluka stares blankly ahead, remembering the lifeless look in Tia's eyes. Love can be terrifyingly fragile. One lie is enough to destroy everything. Even after knowing the truth, it was already too late. And can't hold back her tears, heartbroken by Aluka's tragedy. Sensing something wrong, Rose rushed in and broke the door open. He saw Tia's corpse killed by my hands. He thought I was controlled by the evil god and tried to stop me. That was when I made my second wish. I wished for Rose to accept my love. From that moment, nothing could be saved. I truly regret it. If only I had met him earlier. As she speaks, Aluka's body begins to turn into tiny black particles and fade into the air. Her life is clearly reaching its end. Tears stream down Aluka's face. If only I had confessed sooner. But there is no such thing as if. So I hope you find your own happiness and covers her mouth, trying to hold back her sobs. Tears fall non-stop. Please prove to me that true love can still bring happiness. As her final words fade, Aluka's body completely dissolves into countless black particles and scatters into the sky. At that moment, the morning sun slowly rises, its pale golden light shining over Moon and Anne, and illuminating the drifting black dust around them. At last, dawn arrives. The sun slowly rises and washes away the remaining darkness. A gentle breeze sweeps across Belden Field. Leaves and grass sway softly, and a few birds glide overhead, watching the people below. Under a large tree, Moon and An quietly dig a grave. They place Aluka and Rose inside and slowly cover them with soil. Their faces look peaceful, as if they are only asleep. Each shovel of dirt feels like a final farewell. And uses magic to create 2 silver shovels and hands one to Moon. After finishing Aluka's side, she says, "Young master, I'm done." Moon replies while still digging, "That fast? Give me a moment, I'm almost done too." When everything is finished, Moon finds a small wooden board and carves their names on it. He plants it before the grave, puts his hands on his hips, and exhales. Rest well. In front of them are 2 small graves, side by side, under the cool shade of the tree. A simple wooden marker shows where Aluka and Rose will sleep forever. Moon bows his head, closes his eyes, and clasps his hands in prayer, and stands beside him and lowers her head as well. The forest is so quiet that only the rustling leaves and soft wind can be heard. After finishing, Moon wipes the sweat from his forehead and lets out a light sigh. So it's finally over. Let's go. Moon and Anne turn and walk away from the tree. Just then, sunlight shines down on the spot they were standing. The leaves rustle gently, as if Aluka and Rose are sending one last thank you. On the way out of the forest, Moon notices Anne has been quiet the whole time. He asks, "Is something wrong? You don't look happy." Still thinking about Aluka, Anne keeps walking in silence. Aluka's story weighs heavily on Anne. After a long pause, she speaks. "After hearing her story, I feel like my feelings for you before might have been wrong. My mind tells me that, but my heart still can't stop liking you. So is that feeling truly wrong?" Her cheeks turn red. She lowers her head, embarrassed by her past actions, unsure where she went wrong. Moon strokes his chin and thinks for a moment. "Maybe you're confusing love with possession. They look similar because possession often grows from feelings, but their true nature is completely different." And looks at him, confused. "Are you saying I mixed up wanting someone for myself with love?" Moon narrows his eyes and shakes his head slightly. "I'm not sure. Everyone's emotions are different. Only you can know if it's love or just possession." Even after hearing that, and still cannot fully understand. To her, the line between love and holding on to someone feels too thin. When you fall too deep, it's hard to see when you've gone too far. She just wants to know what loving the right way means. Sunlight filters through the leaves and falls on Moon, warm and gentle. He raises his hand to block the glare and looks up at the blue sky. The weather is really nice today. Watching him under the sun, Anne loses herself for a moment, still wondering what true love really is. Suddenly, Anne remembers something and calls out, "Young master." Moon lowers his hand and looks at her. "What is it? Another question?" And places her hand over her chest, fingers tightly intertwined. She lowers her head, gathering her courage. "Back in the basement, you said we could try dating like a normal couple. If you still mean that, can we start over from the beginning?" Moon freezes for a second. He quickly raises his hand to stop her and asks seriously, "Wait, first, I need to confirm something. You're planning to take me back to the Duke's mansion, right?" And places her hand on her chest and bows sincerely. "Yes, I grew up in the Duke's mansion. That is my home. But please rest assured, young master, I don't want to become its mistress. I will stay by your side and serve you as before." While serving you, I just hoped that Anson suddenly stops, her face burning red. She covers her cheeks and looks away. Moon says nothing and steps forward to grab her hand. Anne's heart pounds wildly. "Ya, young master?" and walks quietly behind Moon, still confused by his firm grip. Moon only smiles and looks ahead with confidence, as if the answer is already clear. He gently pulls her along and says something simple. Let's go home. Under the soft golden sunlight, Moon looks warm and reliable as he leads, and down the bright road. Staring at his broad back, An's heart trembles. Even without a clear confession, she understands his meaning. She smiles softly and nods in silence. On the way back to the Duke's mansion, Moon feels completely relaxed. He even smugly thinks that after the cave incident, everything must be fine now. After all, he managed to turn a full-on yandere back to normal. The more he thinks about it, the more impressed he feels with himself. He is sure any bad ending or imprisonment flag has completely disappeared. Sadly, that is only his own assumption. 2 days after returning to the mansion, something strange happens again. When Moon opens his eyes, it feels like waking from a long coma. He is lying on a familiar wooden bed, completely naked. Memories from that dinner night rush back. He remembers feeling dizzy and losing consciousness. Moon starts wondering if he accidentally triggered some original plot event that reset everything. Even after trying to change Anne, he still ends up locked in the same room. The sound of metal chains echoes as the cuffs on his wrists and ankles are unlocked. Hearing An's voice from outside, Moon's body instantly tenses up. The iron door of the basement slowly opens. An walks in holding a black outfit and heads straight to the bed. She apologizes for the wait and says upstairs was too easy to disturb, so she brought him here. Moon frowns and directly asks why he was stripped and chained, and quickly explains she was afraid he might run away again, so she only restrained him temporarily. After hearing that, Moon finally relaxes and rubs his wrists. He confirms if she still plans to lock him up, and shakes her head and says she understands where she went wrong. But Moon still doesn't get her true intention, and asks why she brought him to the basement. As she answers, and begins removing her maid uniform. While unbuttoning it slowly, she reminds Moon about the special outfit she once mentioned. Moon pauses and starts recalling that memory. He remembers, and excitedly talking about a seductive black outfit made from the material he liked, saying she would wear it for him someday. Seeing he finally remembers, and brightens up, she even says the chest area is a little tight and needs adjustment, clearly well prepared. While Moon is still thinking, and finishes changing, inside is a thin, tight layer. Outside is a revealing bunny girl outfit with long gloves and rabbit ears. The suit highlights every curve of her body, and the black stockings make her legs even more tempting. She even spins slightly as if showing it all off, and raises 2 fingers like bunny ears and smiles cutely. Do you like it? Moon completely freezes. Anne's new look shocks him so much that he even gets a nosebleed. In the end, he can only raise a trembling thumbs up to show full approval, and slowly approaches the bed and speaks softly. Before I was selfish and only wanted to possess you. I never thought about your feelings. After reflecting, I realized I was wrong. Her eyes are much gentler now. She gently touches Moon's hand, then slowly lies down on the bed in front of him. Moon stares without blinking, his nosebleed getting worse. He has no idea what she plans to do next, and smiles sweetly and says tonight she will fully follow his wishes. Whatever he wants is fine, even what he once mentioned before. As she speaks, she moves closer, her eyes filled with anticipation for a sweet night with the one she loves. Before long, morning fully arrives. The sun rises over the mountains, sweeping away the last traces of night. Under the morning light, the Duke's mansion looks more magnificent than ever, as if covered in a layer of gold. Sunlight slips through the windows and reaches the basement room, where Moon and Anne are staying, brightening the once gloomy space. Anne is still lying on the bed, slowly enjoying the warmth of the morning. She gradually opens her eyes and sits up. One hand pulls the blanket around herself, while the other brushes through her messy hair. After the long night with Moon, still half asleep, she starts apologizing to him and says it is time to get ready. But halfway through her sentence, and suddenly realizes there is no reply. A sense of unease instantly fills her heart. She turns to the side and freezes when she sees Moon is already gone. Touching the blanket, she finds only lingering coldness. She has no idea when he left, and her worry grows as she stares at the empty bed. The moment she wakes up, and hurriedly puts on her maid outfit and rushes out of the basement. Her hair is still messy as she fixes her clothes while running. Then a sudden meow makes her stop in her tracks. Noelle spots Anne and immediately calls out to her, looking up and freezes when she sees the scene before her. Wait, Noelle? Noelle is sitting on the ground with an orange cat in her arms, gently petting it. Behind her is a large box holding 2 more kittens. Monica and an unfamiliar girl are also nearby, happily playing with them. Still confused, Anne walks over and asks what is going on. While stroking the cat, Noelle explains that Moon said Anne caught a cold and needed rest, so everyone was told not to disturb her. Even after understanding that part, Anne's eyes remain fixed on the cats. Seeing this, Noelle explains that Moon bought them all from the market this morning. The brown-haired girl in the blue shirt is named Winnie. She brought the cats here. While holding a kitten, she politely introduces herself and explains that these are stray cats she has been caring for behind her alley. Her parents are allergic, and she will soon leave for boarding school, so she needs someone to adopt them. Nobody showed interest until she met Moon. Not only did Moon adopt the cats, he also gave her 200 Amir as school tuition. Winnie happily lifts the money pouch, her gratitude obvious, after hearing everything, and finally understands the situation. But then another thought crosses her mind. 3 cats a little too many? Noel leans closer and whispers that there are actually 4. Moon originally planned to take only 1, but Winnie said a mother cat should stay with her kittens so the family could remain together. It sounded reasonable, so he brought all of them home. Winnie turns to Monica and asks if she can visit them in the future. Monica smiles and says Moon allows her to come anytime. Hearing that, Winnie beams with joy and keeps praising Moon for his kindness. Seeing how happy the girl is, Noel cannot help smiling too, and quickly asks where Moon is now. Noel replies that he returned not long ago and is probably in his room. With her answer, and immediately goes looking for him. Standing outside his door, she gently knocks. Moon's voice soon comes from inside, saying the door is unlocked. Feeling nervous and slowly steps in. The moment he sees her, Moon explains that she looked too comfortable sleeping, so he did not want to wake her. While talking, he is using a cat toy to play with a yellow kitten on the bed. The kitten keeps leaping after the feathers with endless energy, before he can react, and suddenly rushes forward and hugs him tightly, startling him. Her voice trembles with worry. The academy admission notice arrived 2 days ago, so she thought Moon had secretly returned to the academy without saying goodbye. Understanding her anxiety, Moon gently hugs her back and pats her head. He admits he will soon return to the academy to register, but he would never leave without saying farewell to her. After calming down, Anne remembers the cats and asks why he brought an entire cat family back so early in the morning. Moon reminds her of their trip back from Belden. Back then, she asked him what color cat he liked. He guessed she wanted one, so he stopped by the market this morning and happened to find them. Moon points proudly at the blue-eyed orange cat sitting on the bed. Its fur and eye color are just like mine, so I named it Moon number 2. For short, Momo. Hearing its name, the cat lets out a loud meow as if responding. Moon then picks up Momo and places the cat into An's arms. "This is a gift for you," and hugs the kitten and looks at him in disbelief. Moon awkwardly explains that the academy starts next week, and he has to return tomorrow to prepare. He knows and wants to follow, but the academy does not allow it. She also has duties at the mansion, so while he is away, let Momo stay by her side instead of him. Content referenzo A site, 0 index 0. Hearing that, and gently strokes the kitten's head, Momo closes its eyes and purrs comfortably. She softly calls out, "Young master," her cheeks glowing with happiness. Content referenzo A site, 1 index 1. Looking straight at Moon, and seriously says she truly loves this gift and promises to take good care of Momo. Content referenzo A site, 2 index 2. Time passes, and night slowly covers the Campbell mansion. Stars fill the sky, and the moon rises quietly, creating a rare peaceful scene. Content referenzo A site, 3 index 3. In his room, Moon lies on the bed and opens the mysterious black book to check his skills. Shadow Staff and Assassination have both risen 3 levels. Even though the Aluka incident brought no real rewards, his strength improved a lot, and Anne returned to normal. That is good enough. Content referenzo A site, 4 index 4. Closing the book, Moon starts planning for his return to the academy. The old prophecy has clearly gone off track. As long as he avoids the female lead, his life should no longer be in danger. Content referenzo A site, 5 index 5. Just as he is thinking, a sudden knock on the door breaks the silence of the night. Moon opens his eyes in confusion. Content referenzo AC, 6 index 6. Opening the door, he sees Anne standing outside. He asks why she is still awake so late. She only nods softly in reply. Content referenzo A site, 7 index 7. Thinking about Moon leaving tomorrow, and cannot fall asleep. In the end, she comes to his room just to stay by his side a little longer. Even without her finishing the sentence, Moon understands and lets her in. Content referenzo A site, 8 index 8. Moon quickly hides the black book under his pillow and sits on the bed. Since it is the last night before he leaves, he says she can sleep beside him. Content referenzo site, 9 index 9. And obediently sits next to him and begins unbuttoning her maid outfit. Blushing, she shyly says she wants tonight to be like before. Content referenzo site, 10 index 10. But this time Moon grabs her hand. Her shoulder and chest are already half exposed, and she looks at him in confusion. Content referenzo site, 11 index 11. Moon smiles helplessly and says he does not plan to do anything too intense tonight. Let's try something different. Content referenzo site, 12 index 12. Though she does not fully understand, and changes into a black nightdress and lies beside him. Moon gently places her hand on his leg and closes his eyes. For him, that is enough. Content referenzo site, 13 index 13. To Moon, intimacy matters, but love is not only about that. Sometimes just lying together peacefully already feels comforting. Content referenzo site, 14 index 14. Resting her head on his shoulder, and sadly admits she does not want to be apart from him. Moon comforts her, saying 1 semester is only about 4 months, and he will return during break. Content referenzo site, 15 index 15. But to Anne, 4 months feels unbearably long. She cannot imagine being away from him that long. Moon suggests writing letters. As long as he receives them, he will reply right away. Content referenzo 16, index 16. Yet after holding him so closely and feeling his warmth, and finally cannot endure it anymore, she softly calls his name. Content reference Oaesite, 17 index 17. With shining eyes, she honestly says she cannot hold back anymore. Can they really not do it tonight? As she speaks, she presses her soft body closer to him. Content reference Oaesite, 18 index 18. Facing her tempting gaze, Moon sighs in surrender. He admits he has also been holding back to his limit. So much for tonight's self-control plan. Content reference Oaesite, 19 index 19. Moon takes off his shirt and pulls him closer. This time, he still wants to be on top, and obediently agrees at once. Content reference Oaesite, 20 index 20. Soon, the room fills with the sound of fabric brushing and broken whispers under the gently shaking blanket. At that moment, the black book beside the pillow suddenly flips its pages wildly. Content, reference Oaesite, 21 index 21. Dark energy gathers into strange words. Jealousy progress has reached 100%. Activation complete. Fate's intervention begins. Partial memories have been blurred. The final line appears with chilling intent. Keep struggling, Moon Campbell. Content reference Oaesite, 22 index 22. Late night covers Santa Maria Academy. Stars stretch across the silent sky. Some corridors and classrooms remain lit as early students return. Content reference Oaesite, 23 index 23. The girls' bathhouse of the academy shines in luxurious golden tones. It is already past 11 at night, yet the place is still brightly lit. Content reference Oaesite, 24 index 24. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo through the hallway. A long brown-haired girl, wrapped only in a towel, runs excitedly and shouts that she has finally returned to Santa Maria Academy. Content reference Oaesite, 25 index 25. Ariel was so excited that she shut her eyes, spread her arms, and jumped around like a little kid. The next second, she dove straight into the huge bath, sending water splashing everywhere. Ariel tossed her towel aside and stretched comfortably. She loved the academy's giant bath so much that she came back a whole week early just to enjoy it alone. Then she asked Lai if she felt the same. Lai, Ariel's close friend, quietly walked to the bath and removed her towel. Unlike the energetic Ariel, she calmly reminded her that some teachers were still on campus, so they should not be too loud. Ariel clearly did not care. She said she had already checked, and most teachers had not returned yet. Besides, it was not that late. After saying that, Ariel moved closer to Lai and stared at a very noticeable spot. Startled, Lai asked what she was doing. Without warning, Ariel reached out and squeezed Li's chest. Lai instantly blushed and let out a soft sound. Ariel laughed and teased that Lai had grown even more after just 1 month apart. While chatting, Ariel suddenly noticed something different about Li's hair. Looking closer, she realized the color seemed lighter than before, and immediately checked a few strands. Lai examined her hair as well, and finally noticed the ends were indeed a different color. Even she had never realized it before. After thinking for a moment, Ariel guessed it might be a sign of divine attention. Lai hesitantly agreed since she could not think of any other explanation. Leaning against the edge of the bath, Ariel noticed Lai seemed unusually worried. After some hesitation, Lai admitted she feared her hair might eventually turn completely golden. The problem was that someone Ariel hated had that exact hair color. Ariel immediately understood who she meant. Ariel laughed and reassured her friend. In her eyes, that annoying person could never compare to Li. Ariel even promised that no matter how Li changed, she would never hate her. Hearing that, Li finally relaxed and smiled brightly. Ariel found the reaction adorable and realized Li had been worrying about this tiny issue the whole time. But the moment Moon's name came up, Ariel's mood dropped. She crossed her arms and recalled the chaos at Moon's coming-of-age ceremony. To her, he was a walking disaster who turned his own ceremony into an assassination incident that nearly put Sasisha in danger. Ariel even warned Lai to stay away from Moon if possible. Lai saw things differently. Staring at the water, she said the assassination was not entirely Moon's fault. According to the official report, Moon was actually the one who helped Cilicia avoid a long-planned attack. After everything was over, Cilicia personally assigned Lai to provide emergency treatment for Moon. Lai still remembered the horrifying scene in Moon's room. He had lost so much blood that his life was hanging by a thread. Ariel finally understood why Lai had suddenly disappeared that day. Lai explained that Moon's heart had nearly been pierced through, and even she could barely keep him alive until the royal physician arrived. Considering what Moon had done to protect the princess, Lai believed he was at least very brave. Ariel waved her hand and told Lai to stop adding honorifics after Moon's name. While she admitted he had courage, she still disliked him. She could not understand how Duke Campbell and his wife, both such wonderful people, ended up with a son who caused so many headaches. Even so, Ariel had to admit that the current Moon felt completely different. Thinking back to his strange behavior at the ceremony, she realized the old Moon could not even look her in the eye, let alone remember her name. Someone as arrogant yet timid as he used to be would never risk his life to save others. After thinking it over, Ariel decided not to care anymore. She stretched comfortably and told Lai to stop talking about that troublesome guy. If Moon ever annoyed her again, she would make sure to teach him a lesson. The two stayed in the bath a little longer before washing up and heading back to their rooms. After stepping out of the bath, Ariel could not hold back her curiosity. She leaned in with sparkling eyes and demanded to know Lee's secret for that insane growth, even suspecting the Church of Life. Lai turned red and shyly said it probably had nothing to do with the church, then awkwardly suggested Ariel try drinking more milk. 3 days later, Santa Maria Academy officially reopened. Students poured back in groups toward their classrooms. The campus was massive, surrounded by rivers and backed by mountains like natural defenses. Under the bright sun, the silver lecture hall looked even more majestic. At the academy gate stood 2 towering armored warrior statues. Students chatted as they rushed inside, and this time, Moon also arrived at Santa Maria right on schedule. The moment he stepped off the carriage, the young man pulled his brown suitcase behind him. His academy uniform was neat and well-fitted now, making him look far more spirited than before. In his other hand was a hot sausage skewer, and he casually looked around while eating. As expected of the Empire's top magic academy, it was even grander than he imagined. Groups of students ran past Moon, urging each other to hurry to class. Unlike them, he strolled calmly while finishing his snack. As long as he stayed away from the female lead, school life should be peaceful. It had been over 10 years since he last experienced school anyway, so part of him was actually looking forward to this new campus life. But right then, Moon overheard some students gossiping excitedly. The phrase, "if the teacher shows up, the fun's over," instantly caught his attention. Oh, so there is drama. Looking toward the entrance, Moon saw a tight crowd gathered. Everyone stared in the same direction like something big was happening. Curious, he squeezed in and quietly asked what was going on. The person surrounded in the center was Ariel. Dressed in her academy uniform, she was about to head to the lecture hall when someone blocked her path. With arms crossed and clear impatience, she coldly asked if he was here again on orders from some idiot master. The young man in front of her had short light brown hair and 2 flashy earrings. His name was Eamon, Moon's most loyal follower, who proudly called himself the Fangs of the Campbell family. Hearing Ariel's sarcasm, he pointed at her rudely and insulted her. In his eyes, even as an heir, Ariel was still just a mixed blood raised by commoners, with no proper manners. But Ariel did not flinch. She smirked and fired back sharply. Talk like a human to humans, and use different words for dogs. She mocked him for being nothing more than a hunting hound running pointless errands for his master. Even after that, Eamon refused to leave. He slowly closed his eyes, smiled with ill intent, and removed his gloves like he was about to get serious. Then he pointed straight at Ariel and loudly declared a formal challenge right there on the spot. Ariel only looked confused. She truly could not understand where he got the confidence to challenge her like this. The surrounding students were stunned by Eamon's declaration. Whispers spread quickly, saying Ariel was constantly being targeted by these people. A 4th year picking a fight with a 2nd year was honestly embarrassing, but no one dared to say it out loud. Standing outside the crowd, Moon kept chewing his sausage while silently observing. From this scene, he realized that even a female lead like Ariel had plenty of enemies. So much for a peaceful protagonist life. Still, this was a perfect chance to see her real strength firsthand. Facing the challenge, Ariel only sighed helplessly. She reminded him this was not the first time he caused trouble. Just last semester alone, he had come after her 3 times. It sounded like he was addicted to losing. Mentioning the past made Eamon even angrier. Thinking about how the people he sent before were all defeated, he clenched his fists. Last time was Rudy's mistake, he claimed. This time would be different. He would personally crush Ariel and make her taste humiliation. But the moment Eamon called himself the Fangs of the Campbell family, Moon froze outside the crowd. The surname Campbell hit him with a strange sense of familiarity. He had no idea why, but just hearing it felt seriously bad. Seeing Eamon was serious, Ariel stopped refusing. She rolled her neck like warming up and coldly said if he wanted to die that badly, she would gladly oblige. Just as Ariel was about to accept, another voice rang out from the crowd. The one who stepped forward was Moon Campbell. Even Ariel looked slightly surprised hearing that name. The surrounding students instantly reacted when they realized Moon was among the onlookers. Everyone backed away and started whispering. Being stared at from all sides made Moon visibly tense. Moon froze when he realized the guy claiming to be the Campbell family's Fang was actually his own subordinate. The crowd immediately assumed he was the one who sent Eamon to provoke Ariel. Moon could only think, wait, what? Since when did this happen? And how am I supposed to fix this? While Moon was still overwhelmed, one student suddenly recognized him. In seconds, every gaze shifted toward him in shock. The female students panicked as if they had seen a demon king. One even covered her eyes, trembling, saying that making eye contact with Moon Campbell could bring disaster. There were even rumors that anyone he noticed would be dragged back to the Duke's mansion for who knows what. Another girl began recounting horror stories from the academy. She claimed the infamous suicide zone on campus was filled with victims driven to despair by Moon. Someone beside her added that the number of students he had trampled was enough to fill an entire class. Moon heard every word clearly. He could only hold his forehead in frustration at the terrible reputation the previous Moon Campbell had left behind. He had done nothing, yet now he had to carry all this blame. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Ariel stepped up to Moon and called out to him. In Ariel's eyes, Eamon causing trouble had to be Moon's doing. She crossed her arms and mocked him coldly, saying he was still the same useless guy who sent dogs to bite people. Contrary to expectations, Moon did not get angry. He scratched his head and gave an awkward smile, saying she was being pretty harsh. Ariel only frowned, clearly looking down on him, and thought that reaction suited him perfectly. Moon did not argue further and quietly stepped forward. The surrounding students immediately tensed up, thinking the young master of the Campbell family was about to attack Ariel, and some even prepared to call a teacher. Suddenly, Moon loudly called out the name Ariel Buga, making her pause for a split second. Then Moon bent down nearly 90 degrees and sincerely apologized to Ariel. The entire crowd went silent. No one could believe that the arrogant and infamous Moon Campbell would publicly bow his head like this. Ariel stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to process what had just happened. Eamon behind him was just as stunned. He could not understand why a noble like Moon would lower himself before someone who always despised him. As he tried to pull Moon up and defend him, Moon sharply asked what he was doing here. Eamon immediately said he came to wash away last semester's humiliation by challenging Ariel. He even pounded his chest in determination, while the two lackeys behind him nodded in agreement. Moon looked at Eamon seriously and asked if anyone had ordered him to do this. Ariel also grew confused and stayed silent to observe. Eamon was left speechless. Thinking it over, no one had ever instructed him to provoke Ariel, not even Moon. After hesitating, Eamon finally admitted in front of everyone that it was entirely his own decision. Moon nodded in satisfaction and sternly criticized him for causing trouble at school without permission. Then he extended his hand. Before Eamon could react, Moon quickly pulled him to a secluded corner away from the crowd. As Eamon was about to ask what was going on, Moon cut him off. Making sure no one was watching, Moon secretly took out a heavy pouch of coins and shoved it into Eamon's hand. Glancing at Ariel in the distance, he told his subordinate not to stir trouble again because he had important plans. He ordered Eamon to properly apologize to Ariel later and use the 1,000 Amir to treat everyone to a meal so the curious crowd would disperse. Finally, he took the blame on himself, like an older brother cleaning up the mess. When Moon called him brother, Eamon was visibly moved. His eyes widened as he felt truly acknowledged for the first time. After securing the money pouch, Eamon led his two lackeys toward Ariel. Seeing them approach, Ariel instantly raised her guard and asked what they were planning. To everyone's shock, Eamon bowed deeply and loudly apologized. The two behind him followed. Ariel froze on the spot. The surrounding students could not believe Moon Campbell's crew was acting like this. After apologizing, Eamon followed Moon's instructions and began dispersing the crowd. He waved people off, saying there was nothing to see. Soon, the courtyard returned to normal. Moon calmly finished his grilled sausage while watching Eamon handle everything. At that moment, Ariel walked over, arms crossed, and asked what he was plotting this time. Seeing she was still wary, Moon switched to a polite, noble demeanor. He placed a hand on his chest and gave a slight bow, saying he had truly changed. He had planned to apologize privately for his past stupidity, but feared misunderstandings, so he chose to say it publicly today. Ariel still looked unconvinced. She stared at him and asked if he was actually serious. Moon tilted his head in confusion, thinking she doubted his sincerity. So he bowed again, even deeper, and asked if he should kneel to prove it. The scene in the middle of the courtyard made passing students stop and stare. Ariel flushed red and quickly told him to stop. But Ariel soon stepped closer and voiced her suspicion. She believed he was doing all this just to get close to lie. She clearly remembered him glancing at Liz's chest during the coming-of-age ceremony. She warned him not to even think about targeting her friend. The topic shifted so suddenly that Moon grew awkward. He coughed lightly and said, if that was the case, he might as well clear up the misunderstanding now. Moon suddenly placed a hand on Ariel's shoulder and confidently declared that his type was small. The statement left Ariel stunned for a few seconds. He even explained seriously that he was not interested in overly soft and full figures. He preferred flat and simple. The less noticeable, the better. Ariel's face darkened instantly. Finally, she snapped. Before Moon could react, she punched him straight in the face. Moon went flying on the spot. Hands on her hips, Ariel refused to believe his words. From what she knew, every victim Moon had targeted before was a beautiful girl with a prominent figure. Now he claimed he liked small types. It sounded like mockery. Lying on the ground with a bleeding nose, Moon awkwardly laughed and said he was just joking. He sincerely apologized again and promised he would never have bad intentions toward her or lie. Moon slowly stood up and dusted himself off. He assured Ariel no one would bother her again. He admitted he had planned to prepare a proper gift to apologize, but right now he only had 1 million Amir in pocket money. Giving cash in this situation would feel insulting. After saying that, Moon casually stuffed his half-eaten sausage into Ariel's hand. He joked that grudges did not always need grand gestures. Sometimes a few skewers were enough. Ariel was completely stunned. The moment he finished, Moon turned and ran toward the lecture hall. Before leaving, he forced a playful grin and said he would bring a proper gift next time. Ariel could only watch him flee like he was escaping a disaster. As he ran, Moon quietly said the words he could not tell her directly. He did not expect her to forgive him. Regardless of her answer, today's apology was something he truly meant. All Moon hoped for was that from now on, they could live as normal classmates instead of enemies. As he ran forward, he prayed that his time at the academy would finally be a little more peaceful. Ariel stood there watching Moon run off, completely confused by his strange words today. As she looked down at the sausage in her hand, she suddenly realized she had missed something very important. In an instant, Ariel grabbed her head like she had just unlocked enlightenment. Oh damn, she finally remembered what he said. Ariel immediately shouted Moon Campbell's name. Hearing his name, Moon reflexively turned around. Ariel dashed toward him at full speed, like she was about to arrest him on the spot. The moment Moon saw her charging like a missile, he screamed in pure terror. While chasing him, Ariel yelled that 1 million Amir absolutely counted as a gift, so she would gladly accept it. But Moon could not hear clearly and thought she wanted to beat him again, so he ran even faster. Their shouting and chaotic chase echoed across the courtyard, and at that exact moment, a familiar figure appeared on the rooftop, quietly observing. Anna sat above, watching Moon and Ariel run around, and commented with amusement. Seems the rumors were true. After the assassination incident, the Campbell brat really did change. That thought sparked a mischievous idea in Anna's mind. The rich blonde young master looked pretty easy to bully. After all, he was only Silicia's fiancé in name. Teasing him a little would not cause serious trouble. After Eamon dispersed the crowd, everyone assumed the matter was over. But on the upper floor of the lecture hall, 2 teachers had been watching the entire time. One in a white robe lowered his telescope and said it seemed they would not need to interfere. The gray-haired teacher was Bran, head of the magic department at Santa Maria. Still frowning as Moon and Ariel kept running around, he ordered the man beside him to read their lip movements. The other was Professor Gran from the alchemy department, a gentle-looking old man with silver hair. After lowering his telescope, he smiled and said Moon was sincerely apologizing to Ariel, and even shared half a sausage to make peace. Gran found it fascinating. Bran was completely stunned. Bran immediately denied it, saying such a thing was impossible. He rushed back to the window to confirm he had not seen wrong. In Bran's eyes, Moon had always been an arrogant young master relying on his duke status to cause chaos. As he angrily listed Moon's faults, Moon happened to walk across the courtyard with his suitcase. 2 female students passing by turned pale the moment they saw him. Moon's reputation was so terrifying that the girls did not dare stay a second longer. They ran off in fear of being targeted. Moon noticed their reaction and could only scratch his head helplessly. Meanwhile, Bran insisted Moon had always looked down on Ariel and would never bow his head. But Gran, who read his lips, said Moon truly claimed he had reformed. Because of his deep prejudice, Bran refused to believe Moon could change. He angrily pointed at a table nearby and declared that if Moon had really turned over a new leaf, he would eat that table on the spot. Seeing Bran so worked up, Gran could only chuckle and stroke his beard, remarking that Bran truly despised the Campbell boy. To Bran, the fact that Moon still studied at Santa Maria was already an insult to the academy. He raged that in 1 whole year, Moon had learned only a basic light spell. In over 50 years of teaching, he had never seen a student so hopeless. His magic power flared from anger, forcing Gran to calm him down. Gran continued observing Moon through the telescope and asked that if Bran hated him so much, why not advise him to withdraw? As the Duke's son, if he lacked magical talent, perhaps joining the army like his father would suit him better. Bran rubbed his forehead and sighed. He explained that Moon was bad at studying and troublesome, but he had never seriously broken school rules. More importantly, his mother Noah belonged to the Philip family, one of the 5 major powers on the Academy's board. Bran also worried about the political consequences. The Philip family had poured their wealth into supporting the Emperor's rise to the throne. Their influence was terrifying. Forcing Moon out could trigger serious power struggles. While Bran spoke, Gran suddenly noticed Moon's actions below. The boy casually picked up trash and threw it away, then helped return a fallen bird's nest to a tree branch. He even tried offering his handkerchief to a sad girl, but she ran away in fear the moment she saw him, making Gran laugh softly. A moment later, Garan spots Moon heading to a familiar spot in the academy and instantly looks surprised. Through his telescope, he sees Moon standing before the statue of Santa Maria's first principal, hand over his chest, bowing with serious respect, leaving Bran completely stunned. As Moon looks up at the statue, old memories flash in his mind, and he shows an awkward smile. Because if he remembers right, he was the one who once kicked that statue's head clean off, and the crack with glued marks is still there if you look closely. Moon sets down his suitcase, clasps his hands, bows sincerely, quietly apologizes for the accident back then, and even promises to cast a new golden statue after graduation. Garan finds the whole scene amusing, saying this behavior is more exemplary than the student council, while Bran stares in shock since even he has never bowed like that. Seeing Bran's reaction, Garan reminds him of their bet and jokes about how he plans to eat that table, making Bran's face turn completely dark. Even after seeing everything, Bran refuses to change his mind, coldly saying, "One day proves nothing," before turning away. Before leaving, Bran firmly declares that a person's nature cannot change after just one break, convinced Moon is plotting something and vowing to monitor his every move. With that, Bran storms out of the office, still stubborn as ever, while Garan laughs and starts feeling that this school year will be anything but quiet. After leaving the statue area, Moon drags his luggage toward Santa Maria's dorm, a white and gold building shining like a royal palace. Inside the first-floor lobby, Moon politely asks for his room key, and after some searching, the manager hands him a golden key for room 526. Moon bows with his hand over his chest, thanks her warmly, and even wishes her a good day, leaving the manager frozen for a few seconds. After he leaves, she stands there confused, wondering why the infamous young master arrived early, without a maid, and acting unbelievably polite. The more she recalls his gentle demeanor, the more her face turns red, embarrassed by how charming he suddenly seemed. Reaching his floor, Moon finds his dorm room and steps inside, greeted by a clean space filled with warm sunlight. He looks around and sighs in surprise at how spacious it is, realizing this will be his new survival base at the academy, and even loosens his tie in comfort. Moon spreads his arms and drops onto the soft bed, feeling the fatigue melt away. And though it cannot match his current luxurious home, it is far better than his life before transmigrating. After lying there for a while, he wonders what to do next, and since the opening ceremony is tomorrow, he decides to shower and rest more. Moon enters the bathroom, and 10 minutes later he comes out in pajamas, towel drying his hair and humming happily after a refreshing bath. As he passes the mirror, he suddenly stops and stares at his reflection, as if noticing something different. Moon flexes his muscles and mutters that this body is far stronger than when he first transmigrated, proving his brutal training with the Black Book and holiday cultivation truly paid off. But right after that, Moon suddenly notices something that makes him freeze. Clear scars still run under his arm, and when he turns his back to the mirror, he sees a large burn mark left behind from receiving the power of the evil god, Withered Oblivion King. He thought that power was gone since the Black Book no longer showed any related skills, but now he wonders if these marks will follow him for life. To confirm, Moon raises his hand and channels that power, and a small blue flame flickers at his fingertip, making his gaze turn cautious. Night slowly falls, and Moon turns on the light, warm yellow glow filling the room with rare peace. Sitting on the bed in black pajamas, he summons the blue flame again and sighs, realizing it is far weaker than when it could burn everything to ashes. He gently blows on his finger, and the tiny blue flame vanishes instantly, leaving only a thin trail of smoke. Leaning back with his eyes closed, Moon feels helpless, because the leftover power of the Withered Oblivion King is so weak it is barely stronger than a lighting spell, like those cheap beginner rewards in pay-to-win games. Resting his elbows on his knees, Moon mutters that whether it is the god of love or the Withered Oblivion King, he wants nothing more to do with any of them. In his mind, hiding inside Santa Maria for 3 years is the safest plan, using the academy as a shield against the evil gods. And just then the Black Book appears above him as he casually grabs it. Lying flat on the bed, Moon knows hiding is not a long-term solution, because the truth is simple, he is still too weak. Without hesitation, he opens the Black Book and presses it over his face, as dark purple mana bursts out and drags him into the book's inner space, where training is far more efficient. Moon lands on the training ground, inside the Black Book, now dressed in black training gear, ready to sharpen his combat skills at extreme speed. Sword in hand, he smiles with determination, purple mana covering his body again, and after dying 197 times, he finally forces his opponent into Phase 2 and aims to trigger the lightning skill within 3 rounds. Facing his opponent, Moon says he still remembers his promise to inherit his will, because the man before him is Road, the adventurer from the evil god incident, whose skills were fully recorded inside the Black Book. At the same time, night settles over the female dorm of Santa Maria, the sky filled with stars as Ariel returns to her room. After her shower, Ariel is drying her hair when someone knocks, and she is surprised to see Lai outside this late. Lai hesitates at the door, so Ariel lets her in first, only for Lai to immediately ask about Moon Campbell apologizing earlier. Holding her pink cat print pajamas, Ariel turns and admits the rumor spread fast, because even she was shocked when Moon suddenly apologized. Hearing that, Lai freezes, realizing it was not just school gossip, but completely true. While braiding her hair and changing into sleepwear, Ariel says many people witnessed it, but then Lai asks a strange question, whether Ariel and Moon Campbell once had a child together, instantly making the atmosphere awkward. Ariel was completely stunned. She had no idea what Lai was talking about. Seeing her reaction, Lai pulled out the first school paper of the semester and told her not to get too worked up after reading it. Lai handed the academy newspaper to Ariel. She took it and carefully read the news section inside. The moment she finished reading, Ariel crushed the paper in her hand. Her face turned red with anger after seeing a fake article claiming she had a child with Moon Campbell. Right now, she only wanted to know who wrote such nonsense. Even Lee was shocked by the rumors. Fidgeting with her fingers, she awkwardly explained that this was the Academy's official newspaper. Outside, the girls were spreading all kinds of stories. Some claimed Ariel used to date Moon Campbell, but got dumped because of family pressure. Toaday's apology was twisted into him trying to win her back. Others said Moon was juggling multiple girls at once, and Ariel was the scariest among them. They even gave her a terrible nickname behind her back. Before Lai could finish, Ariel raised her hand and stopped her. Closing her eyes, she repeatedly said that was enough. She already understood what was going on. After tomorrow's opening ceremony, she would definitely visit the newspaper office. If she didn't deal with it quickly, the rumors would only get worse. Ariel had no interest in being labeled Moon Campbell's ex-girlfriend. Lai immediately raised a finger and corrected her with a serious face. Not just an ex-girlfriend, but an ex-girlfriend who supposedly had his child. Hearing that, Ariel blushed in embarrassment and complained that even Lai was teasing her now. The moment she finished speaking, Ariel jumped up and charged straight at Lai. Caught off guard, Lai could only let out a panicked scream. Ariel quickly pinned Lai onto the bed and buried her face against her while refusing to let go. She wrapped her arms around Lai and kept tickling her waist. Grinning, she joked that she was checking whether this busty troublemaker had gained weight. Li's face turned bright red as she trembled from laughter and barely managed to stammer that she hadn't gained any weight before begging Ariel to stop. Seeing Li's cute reaction only made Ariel enjoy it more. She kept tickling her and asked if she still dared to spread nonsense about her. Lai was already at her limit and could only beg for mercy through mixed laughter and screams. After the noisy teasing finally ended, Lai slowly sat up and fixed her wrinkled clothes. Taking a few breaths, she said she was relieved to see Ariel handling the rumors so well. Since they had to wake up early for tomorrow's opening ceremony, she planned to head back now. Ariel immediately looked disappointed and tried to convince her to stay the night. Lai gently refused. After taking a bath, she still needed to practice some daily use magic, so she couldn't stay. She wished Ariel good night. Since Lai really had things to do, Ariel didn't insist and returned the goodnight greeting. Not long after, Lai opened the door and left Ariel's room. The room fell silent. Ariel sighed and lay on her back, staring at the ceiling. The black market was gone, which meant her income had vanished too. Starting tomorrow, she needed to find a new way to make money. Between studying and earning a living, this semester was already looking packed. The more Ariel thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Learning magic burned through money like crazy. Balancing school and finances was already exhausting, and now the newspaper had dragged her into ridiculous rumors. Just thinking about that article made her angry again, and she slammed her hand onto the bed. After a while, Ariel finally calmed down. She looked at the item beside her bed and asked her master if there was any faster way to earn money besides selling things on the black market. At this rate, her disciple was going to starve. Right then, the green ring on the table emitted a faint glow. A voice came from inside, saying there was definitely a way. Thin smoke soon began rising from the ring. The smoke quickly gathered into the shape of a pale gray-haired woman wearing a wizard hat and a black and white dress. It was Ariel's master. She explained that with Ariel's current gold mage level, there were countless ways to make money. Ariel helplessly replied that the problem wasn't her ability. She simply had nowhere suitable to sell her goods. She explained that the ancient magic she used was too unique and attracted too much attention and jealousy. If those magic scrolls could be sold through normal channels, she wouldn't be struggling like this. Ariel lazily stretched and closed her eyes. Ever since the black market was shut down, none of her high-grade creations could be sold. Her funds had dried up, and even this semester's tuition was becoming a headache. Master Ariel just smiled and offered another option, saying she could switch to basic magic since it wasn't too late. But Ariel shook her head because she wanted real power, not some ordinary spells. Thinking back to the incident at the Campbell mansion, Ariel felt a little guilty, admitting she had sensed something was wrong but trusted Duke Campbell too much. And when the assassin showed up, the whole black market got dragged into chaos, and she couldn't help wondering if things would have changed had she warned the Grand Duke sooner. Just when Ariel was stressing over money, her master suddenly came up with a new idea, confidently claiming she had a super fast and easy way to make cash. And Ariel's eyes lit up the moment she heard that. Her master tilted her head and reminded her that Moon Campbell had offered compensation today, saying Ariel just needed to ask for 1 million, and he would definitely hand it over without hesitation. But Ariel immediately refused, crossing her arms and saying she would never throw away her principles for money, and if Moon wanted forgiveness, he had to prove he'd changed and earn her recognition, otherwise forget it. Ariel turned away as if she didn't want to hear more, yet her master kept tempting her, raising the price from 1 million to 2 million, then even 10 million. But Ariel still refused, because for her this was about principles, not money. Seeing how stubborn her disciple was, her master finally gave up, resting her chin on her hand and sighing in regret. Even so, she admitted Moon Campbell looked pretty sincere today, while on the other side Moon was still grinding skills with Road, inside the black book space. After intense training, Moon's consciousness returned to reality. He pulled the book off his face, completely exhausted with bloodshot eyes and heavy dark circles, looking like he could collapse any second. It was already 6 in the morning, the sky slowly changing color as dark clouds drifted under the moonlight, revealing a clear blue horizon. The sun began rising, its early rays shining through the vine-covered yard and casting mixed shadows along the corridor, while Braun strolled through the courtyard, thinking the early bird catches the worm. When Braun reached the training ground, he looked around carefully but saw no students at all, and staring at the empty field he shook his head in disappointment, thinking this year's batch had nothing special. Braun rubbed his forehead and sighed, remembering the golden generation he once taught, who trained before dawn, unlike the current students who still hadn't shown up even with only 2 hours left before the opening ceremony. Just as he was feeling frustrated, a blonde figure suddenly dashed past him. It was Moon, who had gotten up early for a morning run, and the wind from his sprint even made Braun's hair and clothes flutter. Braun immediately opened his eyes and watched the running figure with surprise, not expecting any student to train this early. He didn't realize it was Moon, secretly praising the student's discipline, and even thinking about calling him, on stage later, as a model example for both lazy seniors and freshmen. With that in mind, Braun loudly called out for the runner to come back, and Moon stopped before turning toward him. Moon walked over slowly, holding the scarf around his neck and politely greeting Professor Braun, who responded but still sounded unconvinced. The moment Braun saw his face clearly, his eyes widened in shock because the student he was about to praise was actually Moon Campbell, and knowing Moon's past behavior, he simply couldn't believe this guy would run in the morning, so he bluntly asked what he was doing here. Dressed in black sportswear with white sneakers and a scarf, Moon casually wiped his sweat and said, as the professor could see, he was just out for a morning run, which only made Braun even more confused. Moon didn't even notice Braun's weird reaction, calmly explaining that while running wouldn't boost his strength much, a cold shower afterward would clear his mind for morning class, leaving Braun stunned that he woke up early just for that. Wanting to finish his run, Moon waved and said he still had 3 kilometers left, so if there was nothing else he'd continue training and see the professor later, while Braun replied absent-mindedly, still in shock. Watching Moon run seriously on the field, Braun found it hard to believe that someone like Moon Campbell could become this diligent, because in his view, people don't change that drastically after one summer break. Before leaving, Braun glanced back at Moon with suspicion, thinking that anything unusual must have a reason, and with the Campbell family being far from simple, he decided to keep a closer eye on that kid. At the same time, hurried footsteps echoed through the lecture building as a girl rushed down the corridor, holding several files. She was Wire, the secretary of the Santa Maria Student Council, and with too much work on her plate, she sprinted to the office, double-checking the nameplate before sighing in relief and hoping she wasn't too late. But the moment Wire cracked the door to slip inside quietly, a familiar voice from the desk reminded her she was 5 minutes late. Flustered, Wire apologized and blamed oversleeping, while the one sitting inside was none other than Celicia, who had arrived even earlier than her own secretary. Celicia wore gold-rimmed glasses and wrote with a quill pen, calmly telling Wire to start working and reminding her not to call her Your Highness inside the academy. Realizing her mistake, Wire quickly corrected herself and obediently addressed her as president instead. Wire placed the files on the desk, containing all the basic information of the new students as requested, and while Celicia kept writing without looking up, Wire noticed draft papers and asked if she needed help. Slightly frowning, Celicia said she still had to revise her opening ceremony speech, then looked up and pointed out that even with makeup, Wire's dark circles were obvious. She even guessed Wire had stayed up late, reading novels like The Evil God Dominates and Loves Me, making Wire freeze and cover her face in embarrassment. Tired from editing, Celicia put down her pen and removed her glasses, saying she couldn't understand why people liked stories that glorified evil gods, and warned that if Wire kept losing sleep and neglecting magic training, she might ban those books entirely. Hearing her favorite novels might get banned, Wire panicked and immediately begged for mercy, promising not to do it again. While Wire was still flustered, Celicia left her desk and walked to open the window behind her. Autumn wind flowed into the student council office, Celicia's hair gently swaying in the sunlight as she closed her eyes, looking every bit like the Academy's goddess. She brushed her hair aside and noted in surprise that Autumn seemed to have arrived earlier than usual this year. Wire agreed, saying that when she left her hometown to return to the Academy, it had already started snowing there. After setting down the documents, Wire began organizing the bookshelf, sorting each book by name and dusting the shelves carefully. When she turned around, she noticed Celicia was still standing by the window, staring outside instead of working, which confused her. Wire walked over and asked what she was looking at, and without taking her eyes off the distant training ground, Celicia softly said a name, Moon Campbell. At the mention of Moon, Weir's expression twisted as if Shed swallowed something foul, cursing that scumbag out loud, making Cilicia wonder if Moon had caused trouble again. Weir was stunned on the spot. She spun around and threw her arms wide, acting out just how shocking this was, then asked how the student council president could not know such huge news. But to Cilicia, daily student gossip was never worth her attention. Weir rushed to the bookshelf and started digging through the files. She clearly remembered yesterday's issue had already been delivered to the office, so she told Cilicia to wait a moment. Soon, Weir pulled out the newspaper and handed it over. The front page had a flashy red and gold headline, claiming Moon Campbell bowed and apologized to Ariel, hiding some earth-shattering secret behind it. After reading, Cilicia frowned, since even Moon admitting fault already sounded unbelievable. Weir immediately launched into a non-stop explanation. To her, the real highlight was not the apology, but the claim that Ariel had once been abandoned by Moon, and that they even had a child together. It did not stop there. The article said Moon was dating 13 girls at once, and Ariel suffered the most. It even made up that she had 50 abortions and attempted suicide 365 times because of him. Weir kept going, not noticing Cilicia had quietly raised her hand. Smack! Cilicia flicked Weir on the forehead. The secretary held her head, confused about what she did wrong. To Cilicia, the whole thing sounded obviously exaggerated. She pointed at the article and said the wording clearly went far beyond normal reporting. Then she told Weir to look at the small print at the bottom. Weir quickly reread it carefully. Sure enough, the caption stated everything above was just subjective speculation for entertainment and not factual. She really skipped the disclaimer. Cilicia rolled up the paper and lightly tapped Weir's head again. She warned her to stop reading this kind of nonsense, or she would end up becoming foolish for real. Weir could only lower her head and admit fault. Weir then asked if they should deal with the newspaper office for spreading false rumors. Cilicia thought for a moment and said they would visit this afternoon for a preliminary talk. Weir nodded at once. Cilicia closed her eyes and calmly reached a conclusion. As the student council president of Santa Maria, she would not allow anyone to cause disorder in the academy. At the same time, she would not tolerate public opinion being used to bully a student, even if it was Moon Campbell, the so-called worst student. She suddenly recalled the assassination at the Duke's mansion during the last break, when Moon jumped out to block the knife meant for her. The image of him lying in a pool of blood, speaking weakly, still lingered in her mind. Cilicia quietly looked toward the training field where Moon was practicing. Fixing mistakes alone was not enough to earn her recognition. If he wanted to change her view, he had to prove he truly deserved it. Outside, Moon continued training seriously. Under the morning sun, his figure stood out across the field. Today was the official start of the new semester at Santa Maria. The opening ceremony began quickly. Students in neat uniforms left their dorms and headed to the hall. Some searched for their classes, others for seats, all carrying hopeful expressions for the new year. Meanwhile, a girl sitting near the door noticed someone entering and leaned over to whisper to her friend. The brown-haired girl turned and saw a male student walking in from the main entrance, looking like a senior. The most eye-catching detail was his bright blonde hair. It was Moon. He also arrived early for the ceremony. As he stepped in, he adjusted his tie and smoothed out his uniform. Noticing the two girls staring, Moon turned and gave them a polite smile. Unlike upperclassmen who knew his bad reputation, these freshmen showed no fear. Instead, they were charmed, whispering that he looked both handsome and gentle. Moon quickly guessed they must be freshmen who did not know his past. As he walked down the stairs, he stressed over finding his seat. The school did not mark things clearly, and sitting in the wrong place would be embarrassing. Just as Moon was still searching, Amon and another subordinate sitting in front waved and called out to him. Moon looked closer and recognized the guy he met during enrollment yesterday. Feeling instantly saved, he hurried over to them. As soon as he entered the hall, Moon found his class and sat beside Eamon. Eamon looked shocked since everyone thought Moon would skip the ceremony. Goro Yu also chimed in, surprised he came so early. Moon casually said it was the opening ceremony after all. Moon rested his chin on his hand and smirked. He said he did not care about the freshmen, but he had to show up for his brothers. Then he asked if that was right, making the mood feel close. Iman and Goro Yu froze for a few seconds. They never expected Moon to care about them like that. Just a few simple lines moved them to tears. Eamon even shouted he would risk his life for the young master. Goro Yu covered his mouth and praised Moon as the best. They looked like true fanboys. Right then, Ariel in the front row turned around and told them to be quiet since the ceremony was starting. Her voice echoed across the back rows. Hearing that, Weiming clenched his fists and angrily called out her name. Weiming could not swallow his anger. He stood up and pointed at Ariel, ready to argue. Moon reacted instantly, covered his mouth, and repeatedly apologized to Ariel to stop things from escalating. Seeing them finally quiet down, Ariel showed an annoyed look and turned away. Once all students were seated, the staff closed the doors. Stage lights turned on together, focusing attention on the center. After the reminder to stay silent, the chatter slowly faded. Moon, Eamon, and Goro Yu all looked toward the stage, waiting for the ceremony to begin. As the host, Wire stepped onto the stage to lead the event. After a brief introduction, he announced the student representative of Santa Maria, the current student council president, Celicia Leopold. Celicia appeared in a flawless uniform. Holding her speech draft, she walked gracefully to the podium as applause filled the hall. Many students were instantly drawn to her presence. Some whispered, since it was their first time seeing the famous princess in person. From looks to aura, she lived up to every rumor. A few even started thinking about joining the student council. While others focused on the stage, Moon leaned back and thought quietly. He had forgotten Celicia was the student council president because he skimmed the novel too fast. It seemed his plan to approach the council had to be delayed. As he was thinking, Moon suddenly noticed something strange. His eyes shifted slightly. He felt like Celicia was looking straight at him. That gaze made him uneasy. Moon immediately sat up straighter. The sudden change confused Amon and Goro Yu, who asked if he felt unwell, and even offered to switch seats. Moon just shook his head. Even from the stage, Celicia could hear the whispers around her. She ignored them and took a slow breath to stay calm. After lightly fixing her hair, Celicia began her speech in a steady voice. She introduced herself as student council president and welcomed all freshmen on behalf of Santa Maria. While listening, Moon evaluated the ceremony. To him, it felt no different from schools in his past life. He expected a magic academy to be more grand, but it seemed normal. Still, with Celicia as president, he knew he had to stay low-key and warn Eamon's group not to stand out. Moon had no desire to avoid the heroine, only to attract the student council instead. Right now, his goal was simple. Stay safe, study magic, grow stronger, and graduate peacefully. Meanwhile, Celicia continued outlining expectations and important rules. Soon, Celicia finished her speech. She gently put down her draft and announced the next part, which would be a representative from the academy. Just as she ended, the loudspeaker suddenly crackled, with a strange voice, asking if everyone could hear clearly. The students looked around in confusion, before turning their eyes back to the stage. The strange voice told students trying to leave to sit back down, because the ceremony was not over. It even said anyone needing the restroom should wait since the speech would end soon. Moon looked up curiously, then froze at the person who appeared. From backstage, a figure in a full pink bear mascot suit slowly walked out. It wore a headpiece and a bow tie, looking completely unserious. After checking no one was moving around, it praised the students for behaving and began a short introduction. The figure called itself Pink Bear and said it would temporarily manage the academy, while Principal Hathaway was assigned elsewhere. Inside the suspicious pink costume, it kept smiling like nothing was wrong. Before anyone could process that, Pink Bear kept rambling. It asked if anyone had questions, then answered that probably no one did. It even said if students had problems, they should not look for it, basically acting like a principal in name only. In the end, Pink Bear casually wished everyone a happy final exam in advance, waved goodbye, and walked backstage. The speech ended so fast the students just sat there in silence. Moon was equally shocked. He stared at the stage with his mouth open, a giant question mark in his mind. The gentle and reliable female principal he knew was gone, replaced by a bizarre pink bear. Moon clearly remembered the photos he had seen. Principal Hathaway was a mature beauty, known for being warm to students, which had reassured him before enrolling. But now a pink bear was acting cute on stage. Just looking at it made Moon feel this character was completely unreliable to run the academy. After the ceremony, Celicia guided students to leave in order and prepared to head backstage. She noticed Pink Bear was still there and casually asked if the higher-ups truly trusted it with the academy. Hearing her doubt, Pink Bear covered its face and pretended to be hurt, claiming it loved peace and would never cause trouble. Celicia clearly knew its personality too well to believe that. She gave it a cold look, making Pink Bear quickly defend itself and complain about being treated like trash. Celicia then asked why Principal Hathaway had really left. Pink Bear made an exaggerated heart gesture and hinted she might be visiting her little lover. Celicia instantly understood what it implied. After roughly grasping the situation, Celicia stopped asking and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Pink Bear kept acting clueless, insisting everything was just her guess. Afterward, Ware followed behind and quietly analyzed the situation with her. He said if even someone of that level had to swear to the gods to keep it secret, then the matter must be top priority, especially considering Hathaway's years of research. Wire seemed to suspect involvement of evil gods. After saying that, he opened the door and left the hall with Celicia. Once the ceremony officially ended, students left and received their schedules. Moon looked at his and sighed in relief that the long event was over. The speeches were short, but the number of subjects was overwhelming. Even magical potions alone had 7 or 8 instructors. It was clear why Santa Maria was the Empire's top magic academy. While Moon studied his schedule, several freshman girls nearby kept staring at him. They whispered behind their hands, drawn by the blonde boy's looks. Moon did not notice at all. His mind was focused on choosing the right classes to strengthen his magic knowledge. After crossing out unnecessary courses, he searched for ones that fit his timetable. Among the long and confusing list, one class caught his attention. It was called Magic Fundamentals. Just the name made Moon think it had to be a basic introductory course. At that moment, Iman noticed the girls staring and stepped forward to scare them away from his young master. Seeing his fierce expression, the girls quickly fled. Moon calmly folded the schedule and slipped it into his pocket. After thinking it through, Moon almost locked in this class. In his eyes, something called Magic Fundamentals had to suit him better than Professor Brand's advanced practice lessons. He was still a beginner after all, so he chose it as the first step of his magic journey. He looked ahead with determination, as if he would become a completely different Moon Campbell in 3 years. After finishing enrollment, Moon grabbed his textbooks and backpack and headed to the lecture building. The weather was perfect, and sunlight made Santa Maria look even more magnificent. But the moment he stepped into class, he froze. The teacher was explaining how to combine elemental attributes to chain spells together, increasing casting speed and power. Moon stared at the board, then down at his book. After a few seconds, he realized he had no idea what she was talking about. Moon held his forehead in disbelief. He understood every word on its own, but together it made 0 sense. Meanwhile, Fran kept lecturing about multi-layer continuous chanting, and said anyone with questions could raise their hand. Moon immediately raised his hand without hesitation. His face clearly said he was full of question marks. The instructor for Magic Fundamentals was a trainee teacher named Fran. The moment she saw Moon, she recognized him. Even as a newcomer, she knew Moon Campbell was the infamous young master who never took class seriously. Seeing him here shocked her. Earlier, she was too focused on teaching to notice the seating. Now she realized all students were packed in the back, leaving the seats around Moon in the front completely empty. Their eyes were full of caution and dislike, as if no one wanted to sit near him. Moon's presence made Fran extremely nervous. Her mind filled with worst-case scenarios. If she offended the Campbell heir, her teaching career might be over. Seeing her freeze, Moon asked if she was okay. Fran snapped out of it and answered anxiously, then asked what he wanted to ask. Moon flipped through his textbook and noticed the lesson had already jumped over 100 pages ahead. He asked why a fundamentals class was starting with advanced topics like multi-layer chanting when the early chapters were not even covered. Fran stammered and explained that all the basic content in the first chapters had been taught in first year. Moon went silent. Only now did he realize he had missed almost the entire foundation during his first year. For him, this was a heavy blow. The students in the back quickly understood what was happening. Realizing the famous young master knew nothing, they covered their mouths and quietly mocked him. Moon heard the giggles and turned around. The students instantly changed expressions and pretended nothing happened. They still wanted to laugh, but they were afraid of provoking him. The atmosphere grew awkward. Fran pushed up her glasses and flipped to the next page, trying to continue like nothing happened. But suddenly, Moon called out to her again, making Fran jump once more. Moon raised his hand seriously and politely asked if Fran could tutor him one-on-one. He even asked about the tutoring fee, clearly wanting to study properly. Hearing that, Fran blushed so hard she looked like she might explode. She gripped her book tightly, completely misunderstanding his intention. The students began making wild assumptions. In their eyes, Moon was a notorious playboy, so his approach toward the young teacher looked like open flirting. Some even brought up recent rumors, and their gazes turned even more disdainful. Fran also misunderstood. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and tension, she trembled and stammered out a refusal. Meanwhile, Moon looked confused and asked why not, since hiring a tutor seemed perfectly normal to him. Before Fran could finish her sentence, she suddenly fainted on the spot. The sound of her body hitting the floor shocked the whole class, and Moon jumped up in panic, shouting her name. Moon rushed to the podium and held Fran up with a worried face. He kept asking if she felt unwell, but she was still dazed, eyes closed, shaking her head and mumbling nonsense. Half-conscious, Fran even started imagining things, thinking she could not fall in love with a student, even if becoming a duchess sounded tempting. She leaned against Moon, her face burning red, making the scene look even more suspicious. Just as things turned chaotic, someone knocked on the door. Celicia and Wire stepped in for a routine student council inspection. The moment Moon saw Celicia, he felt trouble coming. He was sitting on the floor, and Fran was in his arms. Anyone walking in would definitely misunderstand. And just as he feared, Celicia entered and saw that exact scene. Her eyes turned cold as she sternly asked what he was doing. Moon and Fran were brought outside to explain. After learning it was all a misunderstanding, Fran bowed repeatedly to apologize for overreacting. Moon did not blame her, and even said he should have explained himself more clearly. Seeing the matter settled, Celicia told Fran to return to class so the students would not wait. Fran bowed politely and left quickly. Moon placed a hand on his chest in response and watched her go back inside. After Fran left, Wire stood beside Celicia like a guard. She put her hand on her hip and suspiciously asked if Moon truly just wanted tutoring. Moon honestly explained he had missed too much knowledge and only wanted to rebuild his basics, never expecting Fran to misunderstand. After hearing him out, Celicia brushed her hair and said causing disruption in class normally deserved punishment. However, since it was a misunderstanding, the council would let it slide. She warned him to be more careful with his words and actions. As for tutoring, most teachers were busy with research, so the best solution was for him to audit first-year classes to rebuild his foundation. After saying what she needed to say, Celicia turned and left without hesitation. Before following her, Wire deliberately made a mocking face at Moon to show his dislike, then hurried after the president. Once they were gone, Moon seriously considered her suggestion. The more he thought about it, the more he felt she was right. The fastest way to fix his gaps was to start from the beginning. But that meant studying with first years and delaying graduation by another year. For Moon, time was the most valuable thing. He clenched his fists in frustration because his only goal was to grow stronger fast and avoid trouble with the evil gods. While thinking hard, Moon suddenly had an idea. If he brought books from the library into the black book space and used the time difference, he might learn everything quickly on his own. Realizing that, Moon felt like a genius. He grinned proudly and headed straight to the library to test his plan. The Santa Maria Library stood in a vast corner of campus. Even from the outside, it looked massive, clearly holding countless books. Under the sunlight, the building stood out beautifully. Inside, the librarian closed the book she was reading. Today, Anna was on duty. She lazily stretched and yawned, feeling too relaxed by the nice weather to focus on reading. But then Anna noticed a rather special guest entering the library. Seeing Moon standing by the shelf, carefully choosing books, she looked surprised. He picked up a red-covered volume and read it seriously, as if fully immersed in knowledge. Anna slowly smiled with interest. Bored out of her mind, she suddenly felt like teasing this famous blonde young master for fun. The Santa Maria Library was unbelievably huge. Tall shelves packed with all kinds of books filled the space like a treasure trove of knowledge. On the first floor, there was also a quiet study area for students to read and research. After gathering the books he needed, Moon found an empty seat and sat down. He started reading seriously. With no private tutor, he planned to copy everything using the black book, then study inside the training space where time moved slower. Determined, he activated the black book and stepped inside. Time passed quietly in the library. The old clock ticked on, and in the real world only 5 minutes had gone by since Moon entered the black book. Like always, Moon placed the black book in front of him and used its power to enter the inner space. His real body stayed motionless, looking like he had fallen asleep. But not long after, Moon was suddenly kicked back to reality. He jolted up and slammed onto the desk, and the black book fell with a thud. Holding his forehead, Moon recalled what happened and felt a headache coming on. The idea sounded perfect, but it failed. The training space had time difference, but it was pitch black. Without light magic, he could not even read. Worse, every time Moon used magic or even moved a few steps, Rhodes treated it as training time and attacked without warning. There was no way to sit and study peacefully. Inside the training space, Moon created a small light orb, clutched the black book, and ran around the field while Rhodes chased him with a weapon. As long as he used magic there, Rhodes would never stop. It was training to the death. Thinking back to that chaos, Moon rubbed his temple in frustration. His self-study plan inside the black book was a total failure. In the end, he still needed a proper teacher. Holding the book Basic Principles of Magic, Moon rested his chin on his hand and thought. Ignoring the teacher's strange looks was one thing, but the academy banned private lessons. Renting a house outside and hiring a tutor meant losing Santa Maria Academy as protection from the evil gods. While struggling to find a way, Moon suddenly realized something. This was just theory. He did not need a teacher. As long as he understood how magic worked, that was enough. And Santa Maria was a top academy. There had to be genius students everywhere. With that thought, Moon closed the book and scanned the library with a serious gaze, like he was hunting for a target. Soon he noticed a girl sitting not far away. It was second-year student Sally Flander. She was buried in books, surrounded by thick stacks of materials. Round glasses, neat braids, sitting quietly in the corner. Even from a distance, she looked like a pure bookworm. Moon rested his chin on his hand and felt more satisfied the longer he looked. A gentle, studious girl like that should be easier to talk to. A calculating smile formed on his lips. He had picked the right target. Without hesitation, Moon stood up and walked straight toward Sally. He politely greeted her, making the girl look up from her book. Sally examined the person in front of her and instantly recognized the familiar blonde hair. It was Moon Campbell, the infamous name known across the academy for all the wrong reasons. The moment she saw him, Sally turned pale and called out his name. She gripped her book tightly, eyes full of fear and caution. Meanwhile, Moon calmly smiled, acting like he noticed nothing. Afraid Moon was about to cause trouble, Sally quickly stood up and tried to leave. Seeing her about to run, Moon hurried to explain and asked her to wait and hear him out. Moon placed a hand on his chest, trying to look as polite as possible, and honestly said he just wanted to ask for her help. That only made Sally more confused. Since when did Moon ask others for help? After thinking for a moment, Moon quietly asked if Sally needed money. He offered her a part-time job, just tutor him after class, and she would receive generous pay every month. As he leaned closer to whisper, Sally grew even more tense. The words private tutoring sounded extremely dangerous to her. In Sally's mind, terrifying images appeared. She imagined being tied up, gagged, and forced to study in a dark room. Moon's twisted gaze as he scolded her for not understanding made her spirit nearly collapse. She wanted to scream for help, but no sound came out. Meanwhile, Moon had no idea what was going on in Sally's imagination. He casually pulled out a chair, sat down, and smiled. He told her to name any price she wanted as long as she agreed to tutor him. Then the next second, a powerful slap landed right across Moon's face. The sharp crack echoed through the library, and a bright red handprint appeared on his cheek. Caught completely off guard, Moon fell straight to the floor in shock. Sally refused to believe someone like Moon wanted to study seriously. Trembling with anger, she shouted that money could not buy everything. This was an academy, not the rotten Campbell family. She called him a shameless creep and told him to get lost. After saying that, Sally immediately ran out of the library, without giving Moon a chance to explain. Moon could only stare as she disappeared. After sitting on the floor for a while, Moon slowly got back up with a wronged expression. He had no idea what he did wrong. Somehow, he got labeled a pervert and accused of chasing multiple girls at once. The whole thing came out of nowhere. Just as Moon sat there in confusion, another girl approached him. She leaned down slightly and gently reminded him that making noise and causing disturbances was forbidden in the library. Their earlier conversation had apparently caught her attention. Moon looked up and noticed the nameplate on her chest. It identified her as Anna Kapling, the librarian of Santa Maria Academy. Seeing the librarian appear surprised Moon, and he called her name instinctively. What caught his attention even more was the faint fragrance around Anna. It was pleasant enough to distract him for a moment. Anna simply smiled knowingly and asked what had happened. She was curious why that girl had suddenly slapped Moon. Moon did not hide anything and immediately agreed to explain. The two moved to a quiet corner of the library, and Moon told the entire story, including Sally's misunderstanding. After hearing everything, Anna finally understood. She laughed and admitted that at first, she thought Moon was harassing a girl. She had even considered calling a teacher or stepping in to deal with him herself. Moon held his chest with an aggrieved look. He insisted that he only wanted to find a tutor, yet somehow he ended up getting slapped and cursed. After listening carefully, Anna nodded and agreed that it really was a misunderstanding. While Moon was still complaining, Anna suddenly reached out and touched his cheek. A stream of green magic appeared and covered the red mark. The swollen handprint gradually faded away. Seeing Moon about to ask something, Anna softly told him not to move. Anna continued maintaining the healing spell, and gently said it would only take a little longer. Her calm eyes made the atmosphere feel strangely different. Once the injury disappeared completely, Anna withdrew her hand. Moon touched his cheek and realized there was no trace left. What shocked him even more was that Anna had used healing magic without chanting. Anna calmly said it was just a small trick. Moon immediately thanked her and tried to say the injury was not that serious anyway. Before he could finish, Anna placed a finger against his lips and signaled for silence. She softly reminded him to take better care of his own body. Then she smiled playfully and dropped a comment that left Moon speechless. If he was not healthy, how could he become a proper scoundrel? Only then did Moon realize Anna already knew who he was. Anna casually replied that Moon was famous throughout the academy. Everyone knew him. Moon knew the Campbell family's reputation caused most students and teachers to avoid him, so he could not help asking why Anna still approached him when other girls ran away the moment they heard his name. Anna stepped closer and explained that in everyone else's eyes, Moon was a classic playboy. People feared having their feelings toyed with or being used by him, so they stayed as far away as possible. As she spoke, Anna suddenly moved even closer. The distance became so small that she accidentally brushed against his arm, instantly making Moon freeze up. Anna slowly traced a finger across the back of Moon's hand, as if she were teasing him on purpose. The unfamiliar feeling left him too stunned to move. Then Anna leaned in and whispered beside his ear, asking if he really thought he could fool her. Her warm breath brushed against him, sending chills down his spine, while his face turned noticeably red. Unlike the other girls who only ran away in fear, Anna showed no sign of avoiding him. Instead, she kept moving closer as if deliberately tempting him. The unexpected closeness left Moon completely flustered. The guy everyone called a playboy was now blushing like someone experiencing his first crush. Moon never expected Anna to be this forward, and his mind quickly became a mess. He had assumed she was the classic model student type, with long black hair, black-rimmed glasses, and the calm aura of a serious librarian. But the more he interacted with her, the more he sensed something dangerous about Anna. This woman was clearly an expert at teasing people. Seeing Moon flustered by her actions, Anna rested her chin on her hand and watched him closely, enjoying every second of it. The pressure Anna gave off left Moon feeling completely outmatched, so he instinctively leaned back to create some distance. Anna immediately noticed and narrowed her eyes with amusement, asking why he suddenly moved so far away. She even teased him, saying the Academy's infamous playboy was far more innocent than expected. Moon quickly looked away and hurried to explain that he was nothing like the terrible man people claimed he was. Hearing that, Anna looked slightly disappointed, as if that made things less interesting. Playing with her fingers, Anna smiled with a provocative look in her eyes. She admitted that she had met plenty of playboys before and had been curious about the man who made so many girls wary, but after meeting him, she found Moon much gentler than expected. It was almost a little disappointing. Hearing that, Moon froze for a moment. Looking at Anna's expression, he started to understand exactly what she was implying. He immediately straightened his posture and even coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Moon explained that he had never dated anyone before and was admittedly inexperienced when it came to romance. But right after that, he confidently brushed back his hair and loosened his collar, trying to show off his handsome side profile. Moon began acting like a harmless gentleman on the outside, but a beast underneath. Unfortunately, while he was still getting into character, Anna had already moved closer without him noticing. Anna suddenly flicked Moon hard on the forehead, instantly cutting off his speech. The pain hit so fast that Moon grabbed his head and cried out on the spot. This one actually hurt. Moon opened his eyes with a wronged expression, rubbing his forehead, while wondering why Anna had suddenly attacked him. Seeing his reaction, Anna covered her mouth and giggled. She admitted that everything she said earlier was made up just to tease him. In reality, she had never had a boyfriend either. As she spoke, she casually swayed her braid. It seemed Anna found Moon's reactions entertaining and wanted to keep teasing him. Realizing he had been tricked, Moon immediately looked dissatisfied and declared that Anna was a bad woman. Instead of denying it, she laughed even harder and accepted the title without hesitation. Anna even put on a playful expression and said that bad women did not have hearts anyway. Moon crossed his arms and said that his intuition had told him from the beginning that Anna was not that kind of person. That answer immediately caught her interest, and she asked why. Moon explained that while looking for books, he had noticed many small notes placed around the shelves. The notes were carefully arranged to help people find books more easily. They marked different sections clearly and even reminded students to take breaks during long study sessions. Everything from history books to magical weapon manuals was neatly organized. Remembering all those notes, Moon asked if Anna was the one who made them. Anna did not deny it and simply said she did it whenever she had free time. But in Moon's eyes, someone willing to put in that much effort had to be a very kind person. When she heard the word kind, the smile on Anna's face slowed slightly. It felt as though nobody had described her that way in a very long time. Moon continued by saying that despite his bad reputation, Anna still healed his injury. She also prepared all those thoughtful notes for everyone in the library, and even used soundproofing magic to avoid disturbing others. From those small details alone, Moon believed Anna was genuinely kind-hearted. Anna looked at Moon and smiled softly. She said it was rare for anyone to describe her that way. Hearing that, Moon became curious about how other people usually saw Anna and asked her. But just as she was about to answer, Anna quickly realized Moon was trying to dig up information about her. She immediately grabbed his cheeks and squeezed them as punishment, laughing as she called him sneaky. Moon could only close his eyes in disappointment. He had almost learned a secret. Seeing how regretful he looked, Anna laughed and said that since he had just called her kind, she would make a special exception and reveal a little. Letting go of his face, Anna said that other people often compared her to a snake. She even raised her hand and made a slithering motion while staring directly at Moon with a serious expression, making the atmosphere oddly strange. Anna asked if that scared him, but contrary to her expectations, Moon remained perfectly calm and said that sounded fine to him. After all, snakes ate mice, and the thing Moon feared most in the world was mice. He definitely had the potential to become a playboy someday, but she also saw through his real goal. All that praise earlier was just an attempt to get her to tutor him. The moment Anna guessed correctly, Moon lit up with excitement, only for her to cut him off with a practical question. Did he even have the money? Hearing that, Moon instantly realized Anna was willing to help, and he became thrilled. He confidently patted his chest and said he currently had 1 million. If that was not enough, he could always write home and ask for more. It was obvious he genuinely wanted to learn things he had never studied before. Anna simply laughed, finding Moon almost amusingly naive. She told him that even hiring the best tutor in Bellin for 3 straight years would not cost that much. Yet Moon was seriously prepared to pay her the whole amount. Through their conversation, Moon began to understand Anna better. He quietly judged that despite acting like a dangerous woman, she knew every corner of the library and was clearly highly knowledgeable. If Anna taught him, his learning speed would improve dramatically. With that in mind, Moon became even more serious and insisted that knowledge was priceless, so Anna should name her own price. At that moment, Anna pushed herself up from the table and stood. She said Moon did not need to pay right away. Since he had been quite polite, charging him now felt unnecessary. But Moon did not want free lessons, and still asked about payment. Anna simply replied that he could owe her for now. Moon looked confused. Anna turned around, slowly stepped closer, lowered herself slightly, and looked directly into his eyes. She told him to save that payment for the day she decided to collect it. Then Anna smiled mysteriously and asked whether Moon would refuse her when that day came. The close distance and her gaze instantly threw him off balance. Moon's eyes widened and his face turned red again. He hurriedly agreed without hesitation. Anna nodded lightly as if confirming their deal was complete, then suddenly told him to follow her. Moon still had no idea what was happening. Before he could think any further, Anna grabbed his arm, pulled him to his feet, and led him out of the library. As they walked, she glanced back and said the library was not a suitable place to study. She would take him somewhere else. In the end, Anna brought Moon to a remote classroom. Dust covered every corner, and old patches of mold stained the walls. Above the door hung a rusty sign that read Ancient Potion Club. The moment he stepped inside, Moon noticed rows of large cabinets filled with strange bottles and containers. Colorful reagents and dangerous-looking poisons lined the shelves. Looking around curiously, Moon admitted he never expected a club like this to still exist at the academy. Anna removed her uniform jacket and set it aside before taking off her glasses. She explained that it was normal for Moon to have never heard of the club because she was its only member. Then she added that here she did not need to maintain her usual reserved image. As she spoke, she untied her hair and let her long black locks fall freely. Next, Anna sat on a large table in the center of the room, rested her hands on her knees, and welcomed Moon to her territory with a confident smile. Without her glasses and with her hair down, her entire presence changed. It felt like she had become a completely different person. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, both her charm and the sense of danger around her grew even stronger. Seeing Anna's true appearance, Moon blushed all the way to his ears again. He stood there frozen, only managing to stammer out her name. Noticing his reaction, Anna slowly approached and lightly brushed his ear with her fingers. She teased him by pointing out how red his ears had become. Unable to meet her gaze, Moon quickly changed the subject and asked whether a club with only one member was even allowed to exist. Hearing that question, Anna let out a soft sigh and admitted that the club technically was not supposed to continue. However, it had been granted a 1-year grace period. If she failed to recruit new members before then, the club would be dissolved permanently. As she said that, Anna deliberately covered her face and acted lonely and pitiful. She complained that being the only member made the club feel unbearably empty. After her performance, she finally revealed her true goal and asked Moon if he wanted to join the Ancient Potion Club. Caught completely off guard by the invitation, Moon froze for several seconds. He stared at Anna in disbelief before blurting out a confused response. "Wait, are you serious?" After leaving the Ancient Potion Club room, Moon realized it was already close to evening. The setting sun cast its light across the buildings of Santa Maria Academy. Classes had ended long ago, and the campus had become noticeably quiet. As he crossed the courtyard, Moon hugged the book, Introduction to Magical Principles, tightly. After the talk in the library, Anna had agreed to teach him the basics, and even pulled him into her club, even though he still had no idea what the Ancient Potion Club actually did. But that did not matter to him. What made Moon happiest was finally finding someone capable of properly teaching him magic. Anna was even an elite student allowed to continue into 5th year. Her level was obviously insane. Thinking about mastering magic one day and shocking everyone, Moon tightened his grip on the book with pride. As long as he studied hard under Anna, he believed he would eventually learn everything. Just as Moon was lost in that bright future fantasy, the Academy broadcast suddenly rang out, making him turn around in surprise. A hexagonal magic speaker hung on the lecture hall wall, powered by a ruby at its center. A voice echoed across campus. Second-year student Moon Campbell was ordered to report to the student council immediately. The announcement even repeated, as if afraid he might run away. After hearing it, Moon scratched his head in confusion and muttered that being summoned by the student council after class could not possibly mean anything good. Without wasting time, Moon returned to the main building and stopped in front of the student council office. He took a deep breath to calm himself, knocked politely, and stepped inside. The moment he sat on the sofa, he realized the only person there was Celicia. She was calmly sipping tea without saying a word. The room fell into a heavy silence. Moon forced a smile, feeling that this time he was definitely in trouble. Usually Celicia was surrounded by people, but today it was just the two of them. Moon began to worry whether she planned to bring up what happened during the coming-of-age ceremony. Yet Celicia kept drinking tea without rushing to speak, which only made him more nervous. Unable to endure the suffocating atmosphere any longer, Moon forced a smile and prepared to ask what this was about. At that moment, Celicia placed her teacup down and apologized for calling him over after class. Then she said she would get straight to the point. Adjusting her posture, her gaze instantly turned serious. The noble aura of a princess pressed down heavily on the room. She directly asked what Moon thought about the recent harassment incident reported in the academy. The moment he heard the word harassment, Moon froze. Alarm bells rang inside his head. He recalled what happened in the library that morning. He had tried to approach a talented female student to ask for tutoring, only to be misunderstood and slapped hard across the face. The girl believed getting involved with Moon would only bring trouble. In her eyes, he was the academy's famous playboy, so she had no intention of tutoring or even talking to him. After scolding him for no clear reason, she left the library. Thinking of that, Moon immediately assumed she had reported him to the student council. He forced an awkward smile and hurriedly denied everything, claiming he knew nothing at all. He even pretended he had been studying all afternoon and was completely unaware of any incident. Celicia simply smiled faintly, clearly not fully convinced. She asked again in a doubtful tone, "Really?" Moon nodded vigorously, even closing his eyes and clenching his fist like a righteous hero. He declared that if he ever met someone bold enough to harass others in broad daylight, he would personally deliver justice with his own fists. Celicia calmly brushed her hair aside and asked a single question that froze the air. She said she had never mentioned that the victim was a girl. Hearing that, Moon went completely silent. His heart skipped a beat, and the sense of danger intensified. Celicia casually picked up a brown file from the sofa and pushed it toward Moon, signaling him to read it. Moon opened the file. It was a report about a harassment case in the dormitory. After reading it, he frowned in confusion. This time, it was not about stealing girls' underwear. The target was male students' belongings. Celicia nodded calmly and stood up. Since Moon also lived in the male dormitory, she thought he might know some clues. After all, among the male students she knew, he was the only one she could really question. Moon scratched his head helplessly and admitted he knew absolutely nothing. Today was practically his first day settling in. He did not understand anything. Logically, a pervert would target girls' items. Who would steal men's underwear? Celicia then said this was not the first time. A similar case had already happened at the end of last semester. Seeing Moon truly clueless, Celicia stops pressing him. She takes her tea to the next table and casually asks what he wants to drink, then reminds him there is no black tea here. Moon instantly catches the hint about this morning and gives an awkward smile. He says anything is fine, and no black tea is even better since he never liked it anyway, so Celicia decides to make coffee. She grabs extra cups and saucers with smooth movements. Soon 2 hot cups of coffee sit on the table, with a box of sugar cubes, and the rich aroma surprises Moon. He praises the smell, but Celicia calmly says she just poured hot water over the powder. According to her, anyone can do it. But then Moon watches her drop cube after cube of sugar into her cup until it is nearly full, and he realizes she is seriously addicted to sweets. With that much sugar, it is barely coffee anymore. Once satisfied, Celicia lifts the cup, blows on it a few times, and drinks it, even though some cubes have not fully dissolved. Moon takes a sip of his own and silently judges her taste. Most people would not survive that level of sweetness. He even thinks about carrying good candy next time, maybe giving her some to earn favor. With the student council backing him, life would be much easier. Right then, Moon suddenly hears Celicia softly apologize, catching him off guard. Confused, he asks why. Celicia sets down her cup and seriously explains that she kicked him out this morning without hearing him out, so she wants to apologize properly. Moon just smiles and says even if he stayed, he would not have understood the lecture anyway. Celicia lowers her gaze to the coffee and replies that whether he paid attention does not matter. If she was wrong, she should admit it. Besides that, she has another reason for calling him here. After a brief silence, Celicia looks straight at Moon and directly invites him to join the student council. Moon freezes for a few seconds. He sets his cup down and asks if she is serious, and Celicia calmly confirms, making him even more confused. She begins to explain. Both students and teachers already hold huge prejudice against him, causing endless misunderstandings. If he joins the student council, he will at least have the identity of a discipline enforcer, which could help him rebuild his image. Moon shares his thoughts. The Academy Handbook clearly states that only 2 pranking students can join the student council. Even knowing Celicia is favoring him, he wonders if he truly deserves it. But Celicia does not care about his grades. What matters is not how talented he is, but whether he genuinely wants to become better. Then she directly asks Moon Campbell that question. Hearing that, Moon jumps up from the sofa with passion, placing a hand on his chest like he is swearing an oath. Of course he wants to change. He just does not see how that connects to her invitation. Moon then openly mocks himself. In everyone's eyes, he is a useless troublemaker who only knows how to party, barely mastering even the lowest level light magic. Their engagement has spread across the empire, so if Celicia pulls him into the student council, rumors will explode and damage her reputation. Celicia simply closes her eyes, strangely calm. She lifts her coffee and says she has never lived for other people's opinions, and she does not care what outsiders think. But this time, Moon raises his voice. He says he cannot ignore the gossip aimed at Celicia, and that answer makes her open her eyes in slight surprise. Moon lowers his head, fists clenched as if holding back emotions. He says what happened at the coming-of-age ceremony was unexpected, but he still stained Celicia's life. She is royalty and a future queen candidate, and being tied to someone like him brings her nothing but harm. Canceling the engagement is the best outcome. Moon looks at Celicia with rare sincerity and softly begs. He already hurt her once, so he does not want his existence to drag her down any further. Those words truly shock Cilicia. She never thought Moon cared that much about her honor and life, and this is the first time she hears him speak so honestly. Cilicia quietly clenches her hand and brings it to her lips, pretending to cough to hide her shaken feelings. After a few seconds, she says it was only a suggestion, not an order, and she will respect his decision. Hearing that, Moon finally lets out a breath of relief. He stands, bows politely to thank Cilicia for understanding, and asks to leave. She simply nods. Moon opens the office door, bows once more towards Cilicia, then walks out. The room quickly falls silent. Cilicia rests the teacup on her lap, gently tracing its rim as she recalls his words. She murmurs that he feels guilty because he fears dragging her down. As she thinks about it, her usual cold expression slowly changes. Her eyes grow complicated, and even she cannot tell if she is moved by his sincerity or by the look in his eyes. Meanwhile, the moment Moon leaves the student council, he rushes to a quiet hallway. He leans against the wall, loosens his tie, and takes deep breaths. Being around Cilicia is still overwhelming. The thought of joining the student council gives him a headache, since he would have no time to secretly train his magic. Moon looks up at the ceiling and reminds himself, Cilicia and Ariel are Destiny's chosen protagonists, while he is just a useless villain with some family money. If he wants a peaceful life, he needs to stay far away from them. Just then, loud shouts and rapid footsteps echo from the end of the hallway. Moon turns and sees Amon and Jiru sprinting toward him with worried faces. They ask if he is all right, and Moon, confused, asks why they are even here. As soon as they stop, Amon checks him up and down and asks if the student council gave him trouble. Moon laughs and says he is perfectly fine, then asks again what is going on. Amon crosses his arms, still annoyed. After class, they heard the student council summoned Moon, so they rushed over. GRU adds that they even tried to call backup, but once others heard it involved the student council, everyone backed off, leaving only the two of them. Moon grows even more confused and asks what they were trying to rescue him from. Amon reminds him about the former student council president, the ruthless second prince, and the rumors of students being beaten, disappearing, or dropping out because of them. GRU continues with a serious tone. Even though Cilicia leads now, the royal family still pulls the strings behind the scenes. In his eyes, the student council is far from a good place, and if Moon gets targeted, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing this, Moon realizes they were genuinely worried. He asks if he had really been captured. Would the two of them actually dare confront the student council? At that question, Amon and GRU lower their heads awkwardly. Seeing that, Moon closes his eyes and smiles faintly. He is still cautious, but maybe these two are not as bad as he thought. At least they seem loyal to the original Moon Campbell, though he wants to confirm a few more things. Moon gently pushes them forward and says this is not a good place to talk. Being this close to the student council is risky, so they should head to their secret base. GU looks confused at the term secret base. Moon keeps calm and explains it is just their usual hangout spot. After a few seconds, Amon understands and nods for them to follow. Led by Amon, the three head to the long-abandoned old teaching building of Santa Maria Academy. The place is dusty and deserted. Amon and GRU guide Moon into a hidden corner inside. Moon finds a relatively clean spot to sit and tells them to talk about themselves so he can understand them better. After listening to Amon for a while, he realizes Amon's father once fought alongside his own father, which explains why Amon has always stayed by his side. Amon scratches his head and corrects him. His father was actually a subordinate of Duke Campbell, and their family rose thanks to Moon's father, who even saved his life many times on the northern battlefield. Before enrolling, Amon was told to protect Moon like a real brother, and honestly, he would have done it anyway. Moon smiles and nods, then turns to Gru. He jokingly asks what made him follow him, even guessing it was for money. Gru laughs awkwardly and scratches his cheek. With Moon's old personality, he probably would not remember, since to him it was just a tiny incident. That only makes Moon more confused. GRU begins to explain. He was born in a poor remote town, and only because of his talent in magical tools and alchemy did a traveling teacher notice him and bring him to the academy. But at school, his low status made him an easy target for nobles. One time in the restroom, a group of noble students blocked him and beat him with sticks and trash. Terrified, GRU could only curl up and endure it, the perfect victim in their eyes. Just then, a loud shout suddenly echoed from outside the restroom. GRU secretly looked up and saw a blonde teenager walk in with overwhelming presence. The boy demanded to know what the noise was and slammed the restroom door open. The moment they saw it was Moon Campbell. The nobles turned pale. His pressure crushed their arrogance instantly. Seeing them hesitate, Moon coldly snapped that if they knew who he was and still did not get lost, did they want to stay and eat something else in the restroom too? Too scared to argue, the nobles lowered their heads and fled. Soon only Moon and Jiru remained. Moon walked to the urinal, still looking irritated. He clearly despised people who bullied the weak. When he turned back and saw Jiu still trembling on the floor, he let out a scornful snort. He cursed the nobles as worms who only preyed on the weak but feared the strong. Gru sat shaking, bruised and bleeding, glasses shattered, looking utterly miserable and even frightened by Moon's aura. As Gru kept shrinking in the corner, Moon suddenly called out to him. Startled, Gru looked up. Moon coldly told him that if he was ever bullied again, just report the name, Moon Campbell. Sunlight streamed in behind him, making his figure look overwhelming. From that day on, Gru secretly decided to follow Moon to the end. That image of Moon standing in front of him was burned into his memory, a debt he would never forget. After hearing both stories, Moon rests his chin in thought. One follows him out of family loyalty, the other out of gratitude. Their reason seems solid enough, so he begins to talk about his future plans. He declares he will cut off everyone who once followed him for personal gain, keeping only Eamon and Gru. He places a hand on Eamon's shoulder and orders him to focus entirely on magic combat training, meeting here every Friday for real sparring practice. Then Moon turns to Gru with a meaningful smile. He pulls out a black crystal card and tosses it over. It holds 500,000 Amir, and Gru almost drops it in shock. Moon asks if, as a magical tools student, Gru knows many talented but poor students. Gru nods, saying most are commoners. Moon replies those are exactly the people he needs, and Gru should approach capable or hardworking students and support the ones with good character using that money. The plan leaves both Eamon and Gru stunned. Eamon immediately asks if Moon is trying to build his own faction, gather talents, and eventually challenge the student council for control of the academy. Moon closes his eyes and smiles confidently, raising one finger. He says that idea is still too small, then asks what the ultimate goal of life really is. Gru pushes up his glasses and seriously says his dream is to sit by the harbor like a seagull and eat fries. Eamon immediately tells him to shut up. Moon laughs and pats their shoulders. He says the academy is just a small stop in life. What matters is the future. Eamon seems to guess his intention, but Moon cuts him off and says he is exactly right. That vague answer only confuses them more. They start thinking Moon is secretly building a loyal faction from his student days, and with Celicia as his fiancée, maybe he could one day stand above the entire empire. Meanwhile, Moon crosses his arms proudly, thinking his plan is perfect. Even if he avoids the protagonists, trouble will still come, so making allies is the safest path. His real goal is simply to become the most famous kind sponsor in the academy. He has no idea they misunderstood everything. Moon stands there laughing smugly while Eamon and Gru whisper that his sudden change makes sense now, since he is aiming so high. Eamon nods seriously and says all Moon's strange actions now have meaning. He never expected the young master's ambition to be this huge, maybe even to control the empire. They even imagine him becoming emperor and reshaping the country. While the two spiral into wild fantasies, Moon just stands there confused, having no clue what they are imagining. Since he confirmed their loyalty, Moon plans to explain his real intentions. But before he can speak, he hears them whisper that his final goal must be the imperial throne, leaving him full of question marks. Eamon and Gru stroke their chins with deadly serious faces, saying this is a secret only trusted subordinates may know. If it leaks, it is straight to the guillotine, so Moon does not need to explain because they already understand everything. The problem is, Moon has no idea what they understand. He awkwardly asks what they are even talking about, and why he just heard the word guillotine. They refuse to clarify. Eamon waves him off, and vows that even if he is not as talented as his father or Duke Campbell, he will train with all his strength and one day become the sword that stands beside his majesty. Gru places a hand on his chest, and promises to study economics and management, to help Moon build a system capable of running the entire empire. Both swear they would risk their lives to put him at the very top. In their minds, a grand scene forms. Moon wears a crimson imperial robe and golden crown, standing on the throne, with Eamon in military uniform and Gru as a high judge at his sides. Moon sees the burning ambition in their eyes, and repeats the words become emperor in disbelief. They take that as silent confirmation, and feel even more satisfied. A few seconds later, Moon snaps back and hurriedly asks when he ever said he wanted to be emperor. But Eamon and Gru think he is just being discreet. Eamon confidently analyzes that intense training and future military power clearly point to seizing control, while Gru adds that funding talented students is raising future elites for his faction. The more they speak, the more excited they become, looking at Moon like a master strategist. Meanwhile, Moon just wants the ground to swallow him. He cannot even handle basic light magic, and he still loses in Kingdom X with cheats. Yet these two want him to be emperor. To support his so-called coronation, Eamon and Gru dive into strategy talk with burning passion. Moon watches awkwardly, but then thinks if this fantasy keeps them focused and out of trouble, maybe it is not so bad. In the end, he coughs and keeps a straight face. Since they already understand everything, he tells them to proceed with the plan. Moon glances at the sky and says it is time for dinner, and tonight he is treating. Gru lights up instantly, and the three walk out of the old building with arms over each other's shoulders. Night fully falls. The student council's office sign no longer stands out, yet the lights inside remain on, meaning someone is still working. Soon, two maids bring dinner into the office. After setting the plates down, they step aside and wait silently. The one still working is Cilicia. She calmly cuts her steak and eats gracefully. With endless student council tasks and her studies to balance, she has no choice but to dine in the office tonight. Suddenly, the door bursts open as Weir rushes in, shouting that something big has happened. Unlike Weir's panic, Cilicia stays calm. She keeps cutting her steak and asks what is so urgent that Weir forgot to knock. Weir slams down the latest Academy newspaper and complains that the news club is spreading nonsense again. Cilicia wipes her mouth and frowns slightly at the mention of the news club. She already visited them this morning. Weir explains she returned later but found no one, so she slipped a warning letter under the door. Cilicia immediately asks what they fabricated this time. Weir angrily opens the page and points at the article. The photo shows Moon supporting FRAin after she fainted, yet the headline twists it into Santa Maria's top heartthrob changing tastes and secretly flirting with a trainee teacher. It is pure drama bait. Strangely, after reading it, Cilicia does not get angry. She simply stands up from the table, leaving Weir confused. Turning to Weir, Cilicia calmly says she will step out for a moment and asks her to handle the remaining dessert and approve Today's documents. Then she walks out. Meanwhile, hurried footsteps echo outside the news club room, and the door is suddenly pushed open by a furious girl. Ariel storms in and slams her hand on the desk, demanding an explanation from Mingo. She wants to know what all those absurd headlines mean, from Moon Campbell's ex-girlfriend to wild rumors and even pregnancy scandals, all clearly implying she has a shady relationship with him. Behind the desk sits Mingo, a blue-haired young man with glasses and the head of the news club. Unlike Ariel, he remains arrogant and indifferent, saying this is just tabloid-style reporting, and he even added a small disclaimer below. That only makes Ariel angrier. She points at the tiny line under the photo and argues no one can even see it, and students will only believe the shocking headline. Mingo waves his hand impatiently with his eyes closed. He says he is busy and does not want to waste time arguing, so if she has a request, say it quickly. Ariel slammed the newspaper onto the table and firmly demanded a full recall, a public apology, and the truth to be announced to everyone. Mingo just sneered and asked what she would do if he refused. Fight him maybe, then flat out said a recall was impossible, and he was always ready for a challenge. To Mingo, spreading fake news was nothing to be ashamed of, and he even thanked Ariel because the scandal with the blonde guy made their first issue sell out beyond expectations. He smirked and suggested a new headline about a warship going out of control to threaten the news club over a man, and when Ariel cursed him, he shamelessly thanked her and told her to leave. Just as the tension peaked, a soft knock echoed from outside the door, and both Ariel and Mingo turned at the same time. The door opened, and Cilicia walked in calmly, and the moment Mingo saw the student council president, his expression instantly changed. Ariel was surprised too, and asked why Cilicia was here, but Cilicia simply greeted them politely and said Mingo should know better than anyone why she came. Her gaze turned cold as it locked onto Mingo, making it clear she came to the news club to settle the rumor issue once and for all. Under her stare, Mingo immediately felt a heavy pressure pressing down on him. Cilicia's aura made him tense up as he loosened his tie like the air had grown suffocating, yet he still mocked Ariel and asked if this was her backup. Even with Cilicia present, Mingo insisted he did nothing wrong, claiming his paper broke no academy rules or imperial laws, and that even a princess had no right to interfere with press freedom. Cilicia ignored the excuses, sat down calmly, looked straight at him, and said there was no need to waste more words. As the student council representative, Cilicia issued an official warning and listed his violations, from publishing unverified information to deliberately manipulating public opinion. As she spoke, freezing mana spread through the room, the air turned suffocating, and ice magic crept over Mingo's body until he was frozen solid in sheer panic. What terrified Mingo most was that Cilicia's face barely changed, yet he could feel the monstrous anger she was holding back as frost began forming on his skin. In a voice colder than ice, Cilicia leaned forward on her frozen throne and asked, "Mingo Raymond, do you want to die?" making him tremble under her overwhelming queenly aura. Before long, dawn arrived, and the morning sunlight lit up Moon's dormitory, brightening the entire area. After finishing his training, Moon returned to shower and rest, then checked his schedule and saw he had another elective combat class today. Standing before the mirror, Moon saw his body had grown lean and muscular from constant training, and though the scars from the withered king remained on his back, he was now curious how his close combat skills compared to other students. Today's class was held at the Grand Arena of Santa Maria Academy, surrounded by tall towers and massive stands where many students had already gathered early. Moon soon arrived at the arena, and around him students were chatting or warming up, with far fewer girls joining since close combat clearly appealed more to the guys. Just then, Moon spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Ariel was here too, stretching with her hair tied up neatly, looking energetic and perfectly ready for a fight. She noticed someone staring, turned over, and was surprised to see Moon, wondering why he of all people chose combat class. At that moment, a teacher stepped out and clapped for attention, revealing a massive build despite his white hair and beard. This was Ka-de, the combat instructor. The moment he mentioned sparring matches, many male students immediately cheered in excitement. Ka-de laughed and raised his fist, warning them to enjoy smiling now, because anyone who slacked off during break would be punished. He then brought out a wooden box filled with numbered tags and announced the start of the random draw. Soon he pulled out 2 white tags marked number 1 and number 9, telling those 2 to stay in the arena while the rest moved to the stands. As students headed to their seats, Moon stayed behind with an awkward smile, scratching his head at the number 1 on his chest. First match already, just his luck. Still, Moon quickly steadied himself, took a deep breath, and focused forward. At least he was not facing Ariel, so he would just give it his all. Moon stepped into the center of the arena, and when his opponent walked up, he was stunned by the sheer size of the guy. Standing before him was Zen, a second year who had reached mid-stage levels 2 warrior. Towering so massively, he looked more like an adult than a student. Moon could only give an awkward smile and raised his hand in greeting. Zen looked down at him calmly and said he knew who Moon Campbell was. After introducing himself, Zen triggered old memories in Moon's mind. This was one of the strongest in year 2 who had already broken through to level 2 last semester. Seeing both in position, Kada told them to shake hands and choose weapons, and Moon joked for Zen to go easy while Zen simply replied he would try. In the stands, students settled in as Ariel crossed her arms and muttered that it was a pity she did not draw Moon so she could beat him up herself. Suddenly, loud cheers erupted behind her, saying the match was about to start, and she turned around to see what the commotion was. In the middle of the crowd, a brown-haired boy was taking bets on Moon Campbell versus Zen's, though many laughed, saying Moon stood no chance against Zen's strength. The brown-haired boy grinned and raised a finger, saying this was not about who wins but how long Moon could last, and whoever guessed the exact time would take all the money. As soon as they heard the rules, students rushed in with bets, some saying 5 minutes, others claiming Moon would not last 3, and the pile of money kept growing. Sitting nearby, Ariel grew interested, thinking she could watch Moon get crushed and earn some extra cash at the same time. The blue ring glowed as her master admitted she could not gauge Moon's close combat skills, but he felt different from last semester, stronger somehow. Ariel frowned, her expression turning serious as she thought about those words. A moment later, she stood up and declared she was betting 200 Amir, instantly shocking everyone around her. She handed over the full amount and directly asked how long Moon Campbell could last. With a confident smile, Ariel calculated that even if Moon had reached the second stage, he could not beat Zen, but lasting 10 minutes sounded reasonable, and if she was right, she would take it all. Thinking about the prize money, she daydreamed about extra chicken legs every meal, and even weekly pachi cakes, grinning to herself. Meanwhile, Moon and Zen arrived at the weapon rack, where all weapons were wooden for safety. Zen quietly observed Moon, confused how someone his master despised looked like nothing more than a fragile noble. Yet the more he watched, the more he sensed something hidden beneath. Moon chose 2 short swords, knowing that against someone like Zen, dragging the fight out would only put him at a disadvantage. With weapons selected, they returned to the center, as Kade announced the match was about to begin. Zen carried a massive great blade almost as tall as himself, and could not help asking if Moon was sure about using such small weapons. Moon calmly replied that heavy blades were not his style, and 2 short swords were more than enough. Zen sighed and took his stance, but before the fight began, Moon said he had one question. Smiling, Moon twirled his swords, and remarked that Zen's physique showed years of brutal training, which Zen openly confirmed. Moon then joked that moderate training attracts girls, but overdoing it attracts men, and his glance at Zen's muscles made the air turn awkward. He even added with a grin, "Has no girl ever liked you your whole life?" Zen's eyes widened in shock, and he could only let out a stunned sound. Moon's words hit a sore spot as Zen slowly lowered his blade and muttered his name in a heavy tone. Golden battle aura suddenly erupted around Zen as a terrifying thought crossed his mind that Moon might have seen through his hidden divine mark. Staring fiercely at Moon, Zen's aura intensified as he concluded Moon must have some way to perceive his secret, and if that was true, he could not let Moon leave alive. Zen's eyes turned icy with killing intent, convinced Moon knew his secret, and decided to crush his skull before Kade could interfere. In truth, Moon knew nothing about Zen's identity, and seeing that raging aura, he simply smirked inside. The bait had worked. After confirming both were ready, Kada stepped back and raised his hand to signal the start. The match began as Zen lowered his head, closed his eyes, and poured all his battle aura into one devastating strike. Just as he was about to unleash it, Moons suddenly shouted, making Zen open his eyes in reflex, only to see his expression change instantly. In a blink, Moon appeared right in front of him, wrapped in strange purple-black energy, moving so fast Zen could not react. Zen forced himself to stay calm, but there was no time to charge his blade anymore. He had to block first, yet Moon had already slipped past his attack line. Zen's great blade slammed into the ground with a massive explosion, and in that split second, Moon's twin swords flashed black and slashed across Zen's chest before he landed behind him. The impact cracked the arena floor and sent dust everywhere, and when it cleared, both stood motionless like statues. The entire audience held their breath as even Ariel stared in shock, unable to believe Moon faced Zen head-on without losing ground. Suddenly, Zen's sportswear tore apart into pieces, his red number tag shredded, and 5 bright slash marks appeared across his body. Seeing the outcome, Kada smiled and raised his hand to announce the winner, Moon Campbell. The stands erupted, as students could not believe it ended so fast. One of the top 3 fighters defeated in an instant. Ariel's blue ring glowed as her master praised Moon's speed and movement, noting only his attack power was slightly lacking. But Ariel did not respond, her hands trembling as one thought filled her mind. Her 200 Amir was gone. 2 weeks of food money vanished just like that, and she sat frozen, realizing Moon was far stronger than she imagined. Thinking about 2 weeks without chicken legs or pastries, Ariel finally burst into tears, cursing Moon Campbell for making her money disappear. Meanwhile, as Zen was still stunned, Moon called out for him to catch something, and Zen turned instinctively. A white pouch flew toward him, and when he caught it, he heard gold coins clinking inside. Moon spun his short swords and said there were 500 Amir inside to compensate for the damaged clothes, admitting he only provoked Zen earlier to throw him off balance. He truly respected him, because those muscles were proof of years of brutal training. He added with a grin that maybe girls did not see it, but from a man's perspective, Zen was incredibly cool, disciplined, powerful, and worthy of admiration, and love would come sooner or later. After that main character speech, Moon left the arena satisfied, thinking he had compensated and smoothed things over enough to avoid future trouble. GRU adjusted his glasses, clearly still determined to recruit talented people under Moon. But Zen was not moved at all, and as he watched Moon leave, he muttered about someone truly understanding him. His gaze turned terrifyingly cold, convinced a golden spoon noble like Moon could never understand his past. After class, Moon headed to the Ancient Alchemy Club, managed by Anna, and politely knocked, before hearing her say the door was unlocked. He entered holding a red textbook, clearly here to make up missed lessons with Anna's help. But the moment he looked inside, he froze and blushed at the unexpected scene. Anna was wearing a loose beige nightgown with long black stockings, stirring a giant cauldron of pink liquid, as she calmly said she was refining medicine. Moon quickly turned his face away, stammering awkwardly about her outfit. Anna casually explained she had worked all night and slept there, and since she was alone in the club, there was no need for a uniform. She even cheerfully showed off her new pajamas with a cute peace sign, and Moon gave a thumbs up in approval. Moving closer to the cauldron, Moon noticed the pleasant fragrance, and realized it was the source of Anna's usual scent. After a while, Anna set the stirrer down and suggested they start studying since the potion would take longer to finish. She pulled over a mobile board and began explaining basic magic theory, step by step while pointing at the textbook. Moon listened attentively, taking notes nonstop and asking questions whenever something was unclear, while Anna patiently clarified everything. Time flew by until 6 in the evening, and after the clock chimed, Anna ended the session and Moon thanked her. Just as he was about to leave, Anna stopped him and invited him to have dinner together. She smiled charmingly and said she needed a favor, making Moon cautiously ask how he could help. Anna stepped aside and pointed at the cauldron, revealing the fragrant potion was actually prepared especially for him. Seeing his confusion, Anna calmly sat on the sofa and explained that since he joined the Ancient Alchemy Club, it was time for him to learn what their true research was about. Anna then points to another bookshelf packed with ancient tomes in every color, rows of yellowed pages and worn covers, all collected by her from all over the place. She introduces another stack beside her desk, half from the Academy Library, and half her personal stash, all about lost ancient potions, and her job is to decode the old language and recreate them for her final year research. After that, Anna scoops a few spoonfuls of liquid from the cauldron into a bowl, and Moon finally realizes this whole club exists to study lost ancient potions. But staring at the bowl of poison, Moon can't hide his worry, because this is an unknown ancient formula, and if it goes wrong, he's done for. Anna doesn't look concerned at all, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, as she claims she's the best pharmacist in the academy, and says testing potions is normal here, plus she already refined this one and tested it herself. Based on the ingredients, Anna guesses it's a transformation poison that can turn the user into animals like cats or dogs, maybe even objects, but only the appearance changes, and Moon starts to panic while she calmly says the materials aren't even rare. She explains that when she drank it before nothing happened, so the effect likely varies by person, then tilts her head and sweetly asks if her good member would help with a little experiment. Moon sighs with his eyes closed and says it's not that he refuses, but a past incident with a magic potion caused huge trouble, and he's still traumatized. The memory of the coming-of-age ceremony flashes back, when Moon slipped poison into Cecilia's tea, and the aftermath left him full of guilt, but Anna just teases that he wants a proper reward, and pulls him to sit beside her. She even tells Moon to lie down so she can feed him the potion herself, leaving him stunned, because she never mentioned this kind of treatment before. In the end, Moon obeys, lies on the sofa with his head on Anna's lap, and she strokes his hair like a pet, telling him to relax, then presses a finger to his lips and orders him to close his eyes. While soothing him, Anna pulls out a funnel and says, her potion is nothing like the last one. It even has a fruity scent, this one peach-flavored, and Moon is too busy calming down to notice her next move. The moment Moon says he likes peach, Anna shoves the funnel into his mouth and pours the entire potion in without hesitation, leaving him wide-eyed and completely caught off guard. Before he can even swallow, Moon falls off the sofa and starts coughing violently from the sudden force-feeding. Fighting the discomfort, Moon scrambles up to run away because he clearly doesn't want another drop, but Anna instantly sees through him. She stretches out her leg to block him and calmly asks where he thinks he's going, and just as he tries to stand, he feels a powerful force clamp around his neck. Anna locks Moon's neck between her thighs and slams him back onto the sofa, squeezing so tight he can't escape while forcing him to swallow the rest, giving him no chance to spit it out as he chokes and struggles helplessly. After a while, Moon finally finishes the entire potion, panting hard as he taps Anna's thigh in surrender and admits defeat. Only then does Anna release him, and Moon gulps in air while rubbing his chest, complaining she went way too far, but she just smiles and says she warned him. She was never a good person. He's just too trusting. After that brutal test, Anna smiles and asks Moon if he feels anything different. Moon checks his whole body from head to toe, but finds nothing strange, and when he says nothing changed, Anna looks disappointed, yet admits failure is normal with ancient potion research. She stretches and leans back on the chair, clearly drained after watching and refining the potion all day. Sleep hits her fast, and after a long yawn she tells Moon the club key is in the third drawer, asks him to lock up, says goodnight, and plans to sleep first. Anna then curls up on the sofa, hugging her knees, resting against the backrest, looking completely exhausted as Moon decides not to bother her. But he notices she has no blanket on, so worried she might get cold, he quietly grabs her uniform jacket nearby. Just as Anna is about to fall fully asleep, she feels warmth over her and opens her eyes to see Moon gently covering her with the jacket. Moon places a hand on his chest and bows politely, wishing her good night with a soft smile before leaving, and Anna nods drowsily as she watches him close the door. It's already late and most students and teachers are asleep, yet one office in Santa Maria Academy is still lit, meaning the acting principal is still awake. Summoned at this hour, Brown storms in and slams the desk, demanding an explanation for disabling the third-layer Great Shield without permission. Sitting across from him is the Pink Bear, the newly appointed acting principal, calmly trimming his nails and smoking a cigar, while saying the barrier wastes nearly 1/5 of the Academy's yearly budget. Brown grows even more upset and asks directly if this order came from His Majesty, or if it was the Pink Bear's personal decision. The Pink Bear takes a slow drag and replies casually that he is the acting principal now, so his decision is the only answer needed. Brown fires back that the third-layer Great Shield is vital for student safety, and besides, the maintenance cost is funded by nobles, not the Academy's budget. Exhaling smoke, the Pink Bear looks at Brown like he is naive, and asks if he has ever wondered why the higher-ups chose someone like him as acting principal. He then states clearly that he represents the will of those above, and the peaceful education system is no longer acceptable, making Brown realize they plan to force students to face real danger. The Pink Bear crushes the cigar into a crystal ashtray and reminds Brown that he too once studied at Santa Maria. With rare seriousness, he says that in his time dozens died each year, yet that generation became the golden era that built the empire, and since the third-layer Great Shield was erected, no true geniuses have emerged, and talent is not the issue. He believes excessive safety made students lose their fighting spirit and sense of duty, and though Brown admits the current students lack drive, he insists this method is far too extreme. But the Pink Bear cuts him off, saying there is no time left. The original plan was gradual training before disabling the shield, yet unexpected incidents forced them to accelerate everything, leaving Brown realizing the situation is far worse than he thought. When Brown mentions the unexpected incident, the Pink Bear covers his mouth and laughs eerily, digging inside the mascot suit and asking if Brown truly wants the truth. Brown answers without hesitation, and the Pink Bear pulls out an item, saying Brown himself taught him how to use it years ago, making Brown's eyes change instantly. It is a black stone tablet carved with runes and faint golden magic circles glowing on its surface, something Brown recognizes all too well. The object in the Pink Bear's hand is a memory covenant tablet, and Brown realizes the situation is serious enough to require it. After taking the stone, Brown swears on his life to never reveal Tonight's conversation, or his body will explode on the spot. Once the oath is complete, he returns the tablet and tells the pink bear to explain everything. The pink bear's voice turns low as he says the evil gods have begun moving again, and this time it is not minor cultists, but the ones behind them personally appearing. Brown immediately asks which evil god has stepped in directly. The pink bear casually picks up a pen and draws two symbols in front of him. One looks like a susan and the other like a moon, and he says the Lord of Withered Garments is actively approaching the silent moon. Brown finds it unbelievable, because the evil gods have always stayed out of each other's affairs. The pink bear says he does not know why, but with the Lord of Withered Garments' nature, it is surely not a friendly visit, and most likely he found the silent moon's weakness and wants to tear into it. Brown clenches his fists, realizing that if those two collide, it will become a divine war. The pink bear adds that once a divine war erupts, the entire world will suffer unpredictable consequences, and the true priority is the sealed object beneath the academy. So he redirected power from the third layer barrier to reinforce the remaining seals and purposely disabled the shield to flush out internal spies. Hearing this, Brown frowns and asks what he means by internal cleansing. The pink bear calmly says it means exactly that. There are spies inside the academy, and tonight will likely be very lively. Brown's expression shifts as he realizes a cult attack is coming tonight, and what shocks him more is that the pink bear already knew. The pink bear admits he personally disabled the barrier, and even leaked the information to the underground on purpose. Brown explodes in anger, saying the students are asleep without proper warning, and this is like opening the gates for the cult, and treating lives like nothing. The pink bear exhales smoke and coldly replies that if these students cannot handle a few low-level cultists, then the academy has no reason to exist. He adds that before summoning Brown, he already sent warning letters to the students, because this rare chance will show how flowers raised in a greenhouse react when facing life and death. Night slowly covers the female dormitory of the academy. Cecilia has also received a warning letter from acting principal Pink Bear. The letter clearly states that the academy may be attacked tonight. It orders her to lead the student council in defending the school, and after reading it, Cecilia's heart grows heavy. At the same time, in a hidden cave outside the academy, followers of the True Love Church gather in large numbers. The fanatics chant about burning heretics, their screams echoing through the cave in a twisted chorus. In the center stands a massive pyre, with a blue-haired young man tied on top, surrounded by dozens of muscular men shouting to burn him alive. The high priest holds up the scripture of the True Love Church. After reciting the first doctrine, he publicly lists the blue-haired youth's crimes, because in their belief only same-sex love is true love while heterosexuality is heresy, and this guy dared help an 80-year-old woman carry groceries, milk a cow, and even chat more than 3 sentences with his childhood female friend, which to them is an unforgivable sin. The high priest pretends to be heartbroken, saying they were both early believers blessed by the God of love, yet the blue-haired man grew his hair long and shaved his beard, which to him is pure betrayal. After the accusations, he asks if the young man has anything to say in defense. The blue-haired youth simply closes his eyes and lets tears fall without a single word. The high priest immediately orders the purple-haired follower beside him to light the fire. Flames roar up as the cultists scream wildly around the pyre. Hearing the agonized cries, even the one who lit the fire cannot hold back his tears. The followers below whisper that what a tragic pair they are. Not long after, the burning ends, and the high priest wipes his tears as he steps forward again. He loudly declares that besides punishing a traitor, they have a far more important mission tonight. He then calls a follower named Rand to step forward. The high priest announces that the God of Love has issued a divine oracle, and the holy war has officially begun. He claims the root of all sin hides inside Maria Academy, and now that the barrier is gone, Rand will lead everyone to secretly infiltrate the academy tonight and carry out a glorious crusade. The cultists erupt into frenzy, eyes burning as they shout kill over and over inside the cave. Finally, the high priest coldly names their target for purification, Moon Campbell, who offended their supreme master. None of them notice 2 figures in black watching from the dark cliff above, one worried about using these lunatics, while the other calmly says followers of the god of corruption are always insane and perfect for spreading chaos. It turns out, these 2 mysterious figures deliberately lured the cult toward the academy to throw everything into disorder. Back to Santa Maria's dormitory in the quiet night. While the high priest and his men secretly infiltrate the academy, Moon is still fast asleep, but a strange purple aura surrounds him, making him uneasy. In his dream, heavy rain pours from the sky as Moon slowly opens his eyes and wonders when it started raining. He sits up groggily and quickly senses that something is wrong. Before him hangs a gigantic moon floating in the sky. A strange female voice whispers by his ear, saying everything was fake from the start and nothing more than a small amusement. A woman appears behind him and grabs his hand, murmuring that he is like a little dog who wags happily for a bit of kindness. And even after she pushed him away and showed her darkest side, he still chose to stay. Moon once said that whether she was human or monster, he would never hate or leave her, and that confession truly made her happy. In the next second, her hand pierces straight through Moon's back as she thanks him for his love. To her, this is the most beautiful memory she has ever had. She says she cannot change fate, and the only thing she can do is devour Moon's heart. Then she drags him into the endless moonlight, as if to trap them there forever. Moon jolts awake in panic, with his heart pounding wildly. He realizes this is another cursed prophetic dream, and after once being sliced to pieces, now he even gets his heart ripped out in his sleep. Moon decides he must open the black book later to see if there are new hints. Feeling sticky from sweat, he plans to take a shower to clear his head, but the moment he steps in front of the mirror, he freezes. Reflected there is a stunning blonde girl with blue eyes. Moon instinctively checks his body and instantly falls into mental collapse, because the girl in the mirror is actually him. A terrified scream echoes through the male dormitory in the dead of night. Even in total panic, Moon has to admit his current look is unbelievably cute. Still, he quickly checks his body again, just to be sure. After confirming carefully, he realizes only his appearance changed to female, while everything else remains the same. That is when it finally clicks. This has to be Anna's ancient potion. Moon guesses it turns men into women, which explains why Anna had no reaction before, but knowing the cause does not solve his huge problem. How is he supposed to leave the male dorm like this to find Anna? And he does not even know where her room is, making him wish he had asked earlier. While stressing out, Moon suddenly remembers something important. Every Friday night, he meets Eamon and GRU at their secret base, and if he does not show up, they will definitely come looking for him. And today just happens to be Friday, so if he sends them a letter for help, they can pass it to Anna and maybe fix this. Thinking that through, Moon finally lets out a relieved sigh, realizing connections really matter. He plans to take a hot shower and then check the black book about the new prophetic dream, since getting his heart ripped out feels way more dangerous than turning into a girl. But just as he stands in front of the mirror brushing his long hair, a massive explosion suddenly shakes the air. It sounds like something blew up inside the academy, and with Santa's security, that should be impossible, yet it feels very close to him. Moon immediately gets alert, cracks his door open, and freezes on the spot. At the end of the hallway, dust fills the air as a group of bulky men rush forward with fierce momentum. The followers of the God of Love storm into the dorm like gangsters and kick his door wide open. Moon pretends to panic and yells, asking who they are. The purple-haired man frowns and says this should be room 526 of Moon Campbell, but instead they find only a blonde girl, which makes no sense. Hearing that, Moon's heart sinks because they are clearly after him. A muscular blonde man sneers and says he gets it. This girl must be Moon's girlfriend, since everyone knows his reputation with women. The purple-haired man points a scythe at him and coldly demands to know where Moon Campbell is, while Moon acts terrified and says he has no idea. He quickly lies that he is Moon's cousin, who just enrolled at Santa Maria and is temporarily staying here. The purple-haired man's expression turns even colder, because a cousin makes perfect bait. He immediately orders them to seize her and use her as a hostage to lure Moon out. Meanwhile, in other parts of the academy, senior student council members have already begun fighting the invading cultists. From above, the pink bear watches calmly, noting the students are performing better than expected, while Professor Can angrily questions why there was no warning. The pink bear remains relaxed and says these cultists are small fry, just a live combat test, and he trusts Cecilia can handle it. Plus 17 professors are present anyway. According to him, every Santa professor is a top-tier mage, so dealing with this trash should be easy. After talking as if nothing serious is happening, he even says he needs to return to his beauty rest. He then jumps off the building and flies away, casually saying goodbye to professors and students. Professor Can scolds Brant for not stopping him, but Brant can only sigh because this was an order from above. As for Moon, he is dragged to an open field in the academy, where the high priest stands beside him, holding a bright golden magic loudspeaker. The high priest broadcasts loudly, calling out Moon Campbell of second-year Santa and declaring that someone important to him is in their hands. He continues to provoke, telling Moon to stop hiding like a turtle if he wants to save her. He demands Moon appear like a real man, and within moments all eyes across the academy turn toward the scene. Moon almost cursed out loud, because the person they were hunting was literally standing right here, and no one noticed. He thought it was just a prank at first, so he didn't fight back. Turns out a real evil cult had stormed the academy, and he had no clue what was going on. Not far away, Ariel swung her greatsword across the battlefield. Every strike was heavy, and cultists dropped one after another. Gia stood beside her and asked about the situation. Ariel said she was fine, but clearly annoyed that Moon Campbell showed up again. Deep down, she even suspected the cult might have something to do with Moon. But when Ariel glanced toward the hostage, she suddenly froze. The golden hair and those striking blue eyes were impossible to ignore. Since when did the academy have a top-tier beauty like this? Without hesitation, Ariel threw her greatsword over her shoulder and rushed forward, telling Jaya to fall back to the student council's area first. The closer she got, the more stunned she felt. Long silky hair, deep blue eyes, and a stunning figure. Absolute perfection. While running, Ariel shouted for the beauty not to worry. She was coming to save her. At the same time, somewhere else, Senior Anna fought with effortless grace. Every sweep of her claws sent another cultist crashing down. A playful smile curved on her lips when she realized the blonde girl was the effect of her potion. Anna couldn't help but think Moon never failed to amuse her. Meanwhile, at the student council, Wire stared at the image inside the triangular crystal. His face darkened when he saw the cult taking hostages. Even Celicia, who had been sipping coffee, turned serious. She ordered Wire to lead the elite squad to wipe out the cult and prioritize rescuing the hostages. As for her, she had something else to handle. Trusting Celicia completely, Wire asked no questions and left at once. Only then did Celicia slowly shift her gaze toward the dark corner of the room. She coldly said the intruder had been hiding there for half an hour. She even sent Wire away on purpose to make him feel safe. So how much longer was he planning to hide? The moment she finished speaking, countless sharp black spikes shot out from the shadows straight at her. The room fell into a terrifying silence. Just 20 centimeters before Celicia's toes, a thin layer of eerie blue ice formed in midair. Frost patterns spread rapidly across the floor. In the next blink, overwhelming ice magic erupted above the castle. The heavy silence dragged on before a hoarse breath echoed out. A figure in a black cloak stepped from the shadows, holding a dim lantern. He rasped that he never expected the third princess to detect them so soon. A little later, and the Empire's proud princess would have died here. Celicia slowly lifted her head, her eyes turning cold. Even she didn't expect two different evil god cults to interfere with Santa Maria Academy at the same time. Outside the window, the full moon had turned into a dark blue sphere. The air felt suffocatingly still. The evil god of silence, the tranquil moon. Frost filled Celicia's face. She never thought the cultists would dare to invade this place. Then she asked coldly, was she their only target? The man in black calmly nodded. The others had their own missions, and to deal with someone who hadn't fully mastered her divine blessing, he alone was more than enough. Celicia quickly realized he belonged to the Tranquil Moon cult, but from his reaction, it seemed they didn't know everything about her. That only made the coming battle feel like child's play. She had zero interest. With a slight lift of her hand, the man's lantern exploded into pieces. His pupils shrank in shock. Celicia slowly drew her sword, her voice colder than ice. Whether they followed the god of love or the tranquil moon, today they would all die here. Meanwhile, at the dormitory area, the battle had turned completely chaotic. The clash of weapons echoed everywhere. Goliath stood above with a magic loudspeaker, commanding like a true general. He ordered the third-year male students to fall back and let the seniors take over. Warriors had to hold the first line, and anyone injured must retreat immediately. At the same time, mages occupied the buildings across the field to maintain long-range fire. Dormitory Block 11 had been cleared, and the student council used it as the launch point for a full counterattack. The president shouted that these cultists were nothing but small fry. As long as the whole academy worked together, they would crush them and save the hostage. Watching this, Moon was so touched he almost cried. Just hold on a little longer, and the seniors would rescue him. But on the enemy side, the purple-haired man was losing patience. He reported to the high priest that half their forces were dead. Yet Moon Campbell still hadn't appeared. The high priest's face darkened. He decided to stop waiting. He coldly ordered them to cut off the hostages' arms first. If Moon still didn't show up, then take the legs too. Hearing that, Moon truly panicked and shouted for them to stop. The purple-haired man sneered, saying the high priest's order was crystal clear. With a cold laugh, he raised his scythe and said, if anyone was to blame that cousin who refused to show himself. Seeing things go this far, Moon couldn't hold back anymore. He was ready to break free and fight back. But right then, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Try taking this. A massive flaming arrow dropped from the sky like a meteor. It targeted the purple-haired man directly, forcing him to raise his scythe to block with a pale face. The shockwave blasted Moon away, slamming him face first into the ground. When he staggered up, he saw Ariel standing in front of him, great sword raised to guard. She coolly said sorry for making the beauty wait. No need to worry now. Then she turned with style, a blade of grass in her mouth, introduced herself as Ariel Buga, and asked for his name. The high priest only laughed in disdain. A third-rank warrior who could use magic was impressive in this academy. But on their side, even the weakest was third rank. So today Ariel would die for sure. Ariel spat on the ground in disgust. To her, these cultists dared invade the academy and threaten such a beautiful girl. They deserved a beating. Today, she would deliver justice. The high priest stopped wasting words and ordered everyone to kill Ariel and seize the hostage. Ariel spun her blade to meet them. Wild wind and heavenly fire erupted from the greatsword, merging into crushing pressure. Moon stared with his jaw wide open. This was the legendary overpowered protagonist type. One against many, switching between three elements like it was nothing. In his eyes, Ariel was absurdly strong. While she drew all the firepower, Moon decided it was the perfect time to slip away. As he lowered his head, he spotted the hairpin Ariel had dropped earlier. Moon quietly picked it up and used the level 8 lock-picking skill he learned from Uncle H to unlock the cuffs. After saving him so many times, his lock-picking skill came through again. The moment he was free, he imagined the open sky and endless sea. But before he could run, someone noticed. The cultists shouted that the hostage was escaping. Several muscular men rushed at him, like predators spotting prey. Ariel gritted her teeth when she realized more enemies were hiding nearby. Moon thought if he just had a weapon, he could at least resist a little. At that critical moment, downstairs, Anna suddenly took out a small explosive potion. Without hesitation, she threw it straight toward Moon's position. A deafening blast shook the entire area. Smoke and force sent Moon flying from his spot. He dropped straight down, thinking this time he was definitely turning into meat paste. But Anna had clearly calculated the distance in advance. She activated Guiding Dance and leaped high into the air. Any cultist in her path was casually taken down without effort. In the blink of an eye, Anna appeared beside him and caught Moon in a perfect princess carry. Moon's eyes widened. He never expected Anna to be the one saving him. She smiled confidently and said she came to rescue him. See, she's reliable, right? Ariel arrived just in time and let out a breath of relief, thinking Moon almost fell to his death. Then Ariel asked who the woman carrying Moon was. Anna was a bit surprised. Ariel was the first reinforcement. She praised Ariel as the strongest second year and said the student council was on the way. Ariel could handle things here, while she would take the hostage to safety. Ariel hadn't even replied when Anna already jumped down with Moon in her arms. While they were free-falling, Anna softly said, "If you're scared, you can hold on to me tighter." Moon's face suddenly changed and he shouted for her to be careful. There was still a love god cultist hiding below. The man roared like a madman and swung his weapon at them, trying to drag them down with him. With no room to dodge, Anna raised her arm and took the hit head-on. The impact blasted them straight through a nearby window, and they crashed hard onto the floor inside. Moon scrambled up and anxiously asked if Anna was okay. She pushed herself up and smiled, saying she was fine. If Moon hadn't warned her, she might have been seriously hurt. But Moon suddenly stared in shock at what he saw. Anna looked down at her right arm. The torn sleeve revealed small snake scales spreading beneath her skin. She froze for a second, then quickly pulled her uniform down to cover it. Turning her back, she began wrapping the wound. Moon hurried over, worried, because he clearly saw blood earlier. Anna just smiled and said it was a minor injury, already handled. Then she leaned closer and asked if she was amazing. She checked him next, asking if he was hurt from that heavy crash. Moon waved it off, saying he was fine since she protected him well. Anna lightly poked his nose and laughed. Her potion might weave turned him into this, but he did look pretty cute. Moon felt helpless and just wanted to turn back immediately. Seeing that, Anna took out a purple potion and handed it to him, saying this was the antidote. She had planned to study the experiment longer, but now wasn't the time. The cultists on the rooftop were stronger than expected. Ariel alone might not handle it, so Anna had to return and help. She would also clean up the leftovers. Moon just needed to drink the potion and revert back. Before leaving, Anna reminded him that the antidote's effect would be intense, so he should take off his clothes first. A while later, outside the alchemy club, Anna leaned against the wall, clutching her injured arm. Her heavy breathing and pained expression showed she was enduring something terrible. The moment she entered the room, she collapsed onto the sofa, her body curling in pain. Even she didn't understand why this episode worsened so suddenly. Looking at the snake scales on her arm, Anna's eyes filled with disgust and deep hatred. Anyone could feel how much she loathed those scales, like they were her greatest nightmare. Outside, the moon hung silently in the night sky, its cold light making everything feel even lonelier. After Anna left, moonlight shone through the hole in the wall onto Moon's face. He moved to the door to check for lurking cultists. Thinking back, the only being he had offended this badly since arriving in this world was that insane love god. Today's attack had to be connected to her. A breeze lifted his golden hair. He sighed, thinking the cultists were bold enough to invade the academy. If he had known the love god held grudges like this, he would have taken Anne and run away long ago. But Moon quickly forced himself to calm down. Regret solved nothing. First, he had to return to normal and get back to the fight. After all, Today's chaos started because of him. His eyes fell on the purple potion in his hand. Just as he was about to drink it, he remembered Anna's warning. He had to take off his clothes first. Moon took a deep breath and tried to convince himself. After a long mental battle, he chose the safest option. Better safe than sorry. Anna loved teasing, but she never gave pointless advice. Gritting his teeth, Moon stripped completely. He kept telling himself that if he didn't look, it wouldn't be awkward. He even shut his eyes tight, refusing to look at his current body. Then he drank the potion in one gulp. The moment it hit his stomach, a burning sensation exploded. Magic power surged like lava through his veins, scorching his organs from the inside. His whole body felt like it was about to ignite. Every nerve screamed in pain. Every cell felt like it was tearing apart. White smoke began rising from his skin, and soon his entire body was wrapped in mist. As expected, Anna's potions were never normal. Moon forced himself up with his last bit of strength, but the heat was so intense he could barely control his body. In the end, he screamed in agony. The cry echoed through the empty room for 5 full minutes, though to him it felt like centuries. When he finally regained consciousness, the room was filled with thick white steam. He felt lucky he had endured the Withering King's karmic fire before, or he would have blacked out long ago. Moon slowly stood up, legs still shaking. Now he understood why Anna insisted he take off his clothes. With that insane heat, his clothes would have burned to ashes along with him. He looked around the room. His old outfit was unusable. Too many people had seen it. If he wore it again, anyone sharp enough would start asking questions. And he knew very well that this academy was full of sharp minds. One tiny mistake could expose him. Thinking back to where he fell, he was still in the male dorm area. This had to be some student's room. He walked to the wooden wardrobe by the wall and silently apologized to the owner. He was just borrowing clothes. He would repay it tenfold later. Definitely not stealing. Moon reached out and opened the wardrobe, never expecting to regret it instantly. The moment the door swung open, a pile of clothes burst out like a landslide. Underwear buried him on the spot, along with all kinds of indescribable smells. After crawling out, Moon stared at the mountain of men's underwear and questioned his life. Who in the world hoards this many? There were more here than in an actual store. This was beyond saving. Then he suddenly froze as a thought hit him. He remembered Cilicia once warning that a pervert had been stealing underwear in the male dorms recently. A male dorm underwear thief. Moon looked down at the underwear in his hand and got goosebumps. No way it was this much of a coincidence. Was this the thief's room? From love-crazed cultists to underwear-collecting perverts, his life was getting more absurd by the day. After a long sigh, Moon shook his head. Things kept getting weirder, but right now, the battle outside mattered more. The pervert could wait. He tossed the underwear back and focused on a student uniform hanging inside. Holding the uniform up, Moon blinked at its oversized length. Just how huge was this guy? He tried it against himself and realized he would look like he was wearing a stage cloak. Then he noticed a tight black combat training outfit beside it. It looked closer to his size, so he grabbed it. In the other corner of the wardrobe, 2 longsy swords hung neatly on a rack. Slim blades, razor sharp, reflecting cold moonlight. Moon had just been worrying about lacking a weapon. Now he almost laughed. This underwear thief had unintentionally helped him big time. Without wasting time, he changed into the combat outfit. It was still a bit loose, but far better than being naked. After dressing, he tested a few movements. Twists and kicks felt fine, slightly loose, but good enough for a fight. What truly bothered him was something else. With chaos on this scale, the teachers had to know. Explosions, spells flying everywhere, half the dorm destroyed. Yet only students had shown up. Not a single teacher in sight. That could only mean one thing. The cultists were allowed in on purpose. The teachers were probably watching in secret, waiting for the right moment or testing the students. And just so conveniently, the cult's main target was Moon. An idea sparked in his mind. If he made a grand appearance and dragged all the cultists straight to the teacher's area, he refused to believe those old men would keep watching. But just as Moon was thinking, the door handle suddenly made a faint clicking sound. A tall figure blocked the doorway, almost filling the entire frame. Broad shoulders, thick neck, and that familiar face made Moon freeze. After a few seconds, Ren spoke in a low voice filled with suppressed anger. Moon Campbell. Moon forced a smile and awkwardly asked if Ren came to hang out too. Ren ignored the joke. His bloodshot eyes stared at the trophies scattered across the floor. The collection he carefully treasured was now everywhere. Some even stepped on. Rensai slowly said this was his room, and he didn't expect Moon to hide here. More importantly, it seemed Moon already knew his secret. Moon's smile instantly stiffened. Inside, he was screaming that he really didn't mean to find out, but on the outside, he kept a fake, calm face. While talking, Moon slowly stepped back, quietly channeling magic into his legs, ready to dash at any second. He even tried negotiating, saying he would repay 10 times the outfit he borrowed. Maybe they could just pretend none of this happened. But Ren clearly had no intention of letting it go. His face was eerily calm, yet his eyes burned with fanatic madness. He coldly declared that since Moon knew the secret, the only option was to send this blasphemer back into the arms of the love god right here. However, the moment Ren finished speaking, his pupils shrank. The attack in front of him was impossible to dodge. A sharp explosion tore through the air. Moon unleashed a powerful spinning kick, pouring all his weight and magic acceleration into it. Even though Ren was twice his size, he was blasted backward. Moon's figure moved so fast it left afterimages almost impossible to follow. Ren's massive body bent like a shrimp and flew backward, feet off the ground as debris and dust exploded everywhere. Stones shattered and dust covered the yard. After the violent crash, Ren's huge body smashed into the wall, crushing the stone behind him before finally stopping. Moon slowly walked through the thick dust, dark magic still swirling under his feet. He coldly looked at Ren. If you were just some idiot student causing trouble, I could ignore it, but you're a cultist hiding inside the academy. Moon sneered. What kind of love god is that? Ill curse her to her face. What can you do? You people are so brainwashed you've lost basic reason. Ren staggered up from the rubble, blood dripping from his mouth. He stared at Moon with a twisted gaze. What would someone like you understand? Moon spread his arms in mock surprise. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't collect men's underwear and stuff them in a closet like you. Just thinking about it feels unhygienic. As he spoke, his eyes drifted to the scattered underwear on the ground, curiosity all over his face. Moon deliberately dragged out his words, making things more awkward. Don't tell me you couldn't get a girlfriend, so you switched teams, Ren. That's rough. By now, Ren had fully stood up from the debris. He yanked out the massive blade on his back. The huge edge swept a cold arc under the moonlight. His eyes were completely insane. You dare insult my love, heretic? Women are nothing but tools for reproduction. True love only exists between men. His fanatic voice sounded distorted and chilling. Shame exposed and twisted pride mixed together, pushing him close to madness. To him, Moon was a blasphemer who had to die tonight. Moon laughed like he just heard the world's biggest joke. Calmly, he asked, if you can enter Santa Maria Academy, your family must be decent. So tell me, is your mother still alive? Or in your eyes, is she just another expendable tool? Ren didn't even blink. To him, she was just a Viscount's mistress. What value did she have besides being used? His tone was flat and emotionless. Hearing that, Moon slowly drew the longsword from his back. It seemed the love god's followers truly had broken minds. In their eyes, only that twisted god mattered. Family and normal feelings were all distorted. The blade reflected a freezing light in the night, sharp enough to make anyone feel danger just by looking at it. Moon's icy eyes reflect on the blade. Dark mana floods the sword as black mist coils around it like a living thing. He stands there like a cursed blade just unsheathed. Fine. From now on, I won't treat you as human either. The moment he finishes, Moon unleashes the attack he prepared. Flash Step activates and his body vanishes. In the darkness, only a cold slash tears through the air, sharp like death's fangs charging straight at Ren. A deafening clash of steel explodes. The two blades lock together, sparks spraying across the room. In that flash of light, Moon's frozen face and Ren's crazed eyes collide mid-air. A shockwave blasts out instantly. Ren barely regains focus before Moon is already in his face. He can only raise his greatsword in desperate defense. Even blocking the first strike, countless afterimages press him from all sides. Every slash aims to kill. Cornered, Ren roars and throws everything into a desperate horizontal sweep. A pure life-or-death gamble. The terrifying force blasts Moon backward. Even the aftershock could send someone flying. But under the moonlight, a massive shadow drops in front of Moon like a mountain. Ren uses the opening to chase him down. He grips the greatsword with both hands and lifts it high. His eyes burn with twisted excitement. Is this all you've got, Moon Campbell? Ren roars and brings the blade down with all his strength. The giant sword tears through the air and slams into the ground without mercy. The moment it hits, the area explodes. Bricks and dust erupt everywhere, a huge crater forming beneath him. The shockwave shakes the entire dormitory. Seeing empty space ahead, Ren frowns. He dodged, his eyes scan wildly for Moon. With your strength, the next hit will finish this. But before the words fade, Ren senses something rushing from his side at insane speed. A dark figure bursts out like a hunting beast. His pupils shrink. In that instant, everything slows down. In Moon's hand, eerie green flames ignite. They flicker in the dark like fire from hell. The power of the withering sovereign. His flame-covered hand thrusts toward Ren's massive body at a deadly angle. But suddenly, Moon's wrist is locked by a crushing grip like steel pliers. The force is terrifying. Shock flashes across his face. Ren smirks cruelly as Moon struggles. Just cheap tricks? You think that little fire spell can scare me? His grip tightens harder. Got you, Moon Campbell. Then he swings the greatsword straight at Moon's neck. The blade screams through the air like death itself. But Moon laughs. Who said I was going to use fire magic? As he speaks, his other hand forms a blazing sphere of light. It shines like a miniature sun in the dark. Ren recognizes the technique at once, yet grows even more confused. Isn't that just a spell to interrupt battle skills? I'm not even using one. The thought barely forms when a massive explosion erupts in front of him. His vision turns pure white. He can't see anything. Moon's flash spell, packed with overwhelming mana, detonates far beyond normal power. In an instant, Ren's eyes burn like they're on fire. The searing pain makes him scream, "You filthy heretic!" When he barely regains awareness, Ren realizes he has already let go of Moon. Then Moon's cold voice echoes. The real heretic is you. A man who doesn't even respect his own mother has no right to preach. Before Ren can react, a chilling sword flash cuts through the darkness. The flawless arc slices straight toward his arm. Too fast. So fast Ren can't even defend. A horrific scream fills the room like a dying beast. Moon's blade cleanly severs the arm holding the sword at the elbow. The massive arm and greatsword crash onto the floor. Blood gushes out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red along with scattered clothing around them. Ren collapses like a puppet with its strings cut. His face twists in agony and panic. He stares at his severed arm, and the flooding blood, trembling uncontrollably. Moon exhales slowly, cold sweat running down his forehead. Nothing good ever comes from dealing with the god of love's followers. Lucky he hasn't turned into an Aluka-class monster yet, or this would've been much worse. Moon turns to leave to assist other battlefields, but something suddenly changes behind him. Ren's body is pulled off the ground by an invisible force. It feels twisted and unnatural, with no clear source. Hearing the movement, Moon's spine turns cold. He snaps his head back, eyes widening in shock. Ren's body begins to swell and distort. Bones and muscles expand violently as veins crawl across his skin. Every cracking sound reshapes him further into something grotesque. His eyes turn blood red with no pupils left. Drool drips from his mouth. Kill Moon Campbell. Kill him, heretic. The familiar madness burns in Ren's gaze again. But this time there is no sanity left at all. Only pure killing instinct and terrifying savagery remain. In Ren's blood-red eyes, there is only one target carved into his soul by a dark god. A command he cannot escape. For my lord, I must kill Moon Campbell. His voice sounds like a beast crawling out of his throat, filled with corruption and madness. But before the words even fade, a fist tears through the air straight toward his face at near invisible speed. A bone-crushing impact echoes through the night. Ren's mutated body is sent flying like it was hit by a speeding carriage. Moon poured everything into that punch using flash step acceleration. All his speed, strength, and anger condensed into a single strike. Ren's body smashes through wooden doors and crashes into the corridor. Then it is launched off the roof amid heavy destruction. Cold moonlight falls on Moon's face, revealing exhaustion and sweat. He exhales. Even a disposable pawn like you has a second phase? That damn god is generous. I didn't even plan to kill you with that hit. Below, Ren lies motionless in the rubble. Moon sheaths his broken sword and mutters. Crushing his head should have been enough. He turns away, eyes shifting toward the distant rooftop, where Ariel is still fighting Anna. If he delays, that side will be in danger. But just as Moon turns his back, a shadow suddenly rockets up from below at terrifying speed, dragging a violent gust behind it. The moment Moon senses the killing intent behind him, his entire body goes cold. Instinct screams danger as his pupils contract. He whips his head around. What he sees makes his expression change. Ren's crushed head has already regenerated, now even more twisted than before. He swings a brutal, arcing punch at Moon. Only the command to kill Moon Campbell remains in his eyes. A sharp metallic impact rings out. Ren's fist collides with Moon's hastily drawn sword. A circular shockwave erupts, distorting the air and blasting debris outward. Cracks spread across Moon's blade like spiderwebs. Before he can react, Ren's fist crushes the sword completely and drives into his chest with monstrous force. Moon is blasted backward, slamming into a stone wall as dust explodes around him. Through the fading dust, a figure is seen kneeling on the ground. Moon grips the broken hilt tightly until his knuckles turn white. He stares at Ren. Damn it, I miscalculated. So he can regenerate. Hez just like Aluka. Moon's blue eyes turn completely cold with killing intent. Across from him, Ren's body radiates heat like a furnace fresh from the forge. Steam rises from his twisted form, making him even more terrifying. Those murderous eyes lock onto Moon again. In the next instant, Ren roars and charges like a mad beast. An alarm rings in Moon's mind. This is bad. If this regenerating monster escapes, countless people will die. Students, teachers, civilians, everyone will be targeted. I have to end this here. Moon takes a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He finally understands the core of that technique. Unlike Flash Step, which is pure movement, this is more like a brutal collision technique. In the Black Book, that demon had used it to torture him countless times. Every bit of that experience was paid for with failure and pain. Moon steadies his breathing, stabilizes his heartbeat, and guides his mana into the correct flow. Moon's mana reserve is extremely low, his greatest weakness from this useless body. His capacity is pitifully small. To engulf that monster in one strike, he only has one chance. If he fails, it's over. Meanwhile, Ren's heavy footsteps close in, shaking the corridor with every step. The rumbling echoes through the narrow space. Moon silently repeats the incantation in his mind, waiting for the timing. Just a little closer, a little more. Finally, Ren appears right in front of him. His grotesque face is inches away. A massive fist packed with destruction power drops down toward Moon's head to crush everything. At that moment, Moon's eyes sharpen. Third-level lightning strike activated. As he speaks, violent lightning erupts from his palm. Ren's blood-red eyes widen. The lightning reflects in his pupils. He tries to dodge on instinct, but it's already too late. A compressed energy projectile shoots forward at terrifying speed. The lightning sphere stretches into a blazing tail and pierces straight into Ren's chest. In an instant, the entire room is swallowed in blinding white light. Rampaging electricity tears through Ren's body from the inside out. Flesh and bone are shredded under the violent current. He screams in agony, his body convulsing as bones snap and clash horribly. But just as Moon predicted, his mana runs out immediately after the strike. The lightning cuts off. Moon's body goes limp from exhaustion, nearly collapsing. The air still crackles with residual electricity. Burn marks stretch across the floor from Moon's position to Ren's, leaving a scorched trail. Moon clenches his trembling left hand, still shaking from the backlash. Not bad, but I didn't expect my level to be low enough to shock myself too. As the dust settles, moonlight illuminates the ruined room. Ren has returned to his normal human form, lying motionless on the ground. All grotesque mutations are gone. Moon finally exhales in relief, so it's really over. He drags his exhausted body toward the exit. Every step feels heavy as his mana is completely drained. Suddenly, a weak voice echoes in the silent room. Hoarse, broken, but unmistakable. Moon Campbell. Moon's legs buckle, and he braces himself against the wall. Don't tell me, there's a third phase too? He almost screams inwardly. If this continues, he won't be able to fight anymore. Below him, Ren struggles to breathe. Moon Campbell, don't worry. I can't stand up anymore. Hearing that tone, Moon realizes something is wrong. Ren's eyes. They are no longer red with madness, but return to normal black. Moon frowns. You've come back to your senses? Ren answers weakly. Yes, thanks to you. I've finally broken free from the god's control. He looks up at the ceiling, voice fragmented. Back then, after my 38th failed confession, a man in black with a heart symbol came to me. He gave me a strange idol and said it was a divine gift that women would fall for me if I accepted it. Ren lets out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. A lonely fool like me fell for it. Before I knew it, my desires spiraled out of control. I became violent, unstable, my mind clouded. Then I joined the Church of Love and committed countless atrocities. Many innocent people died because of me. Moon cuts him off immediately. Enough. If you want to repent, save it for someone who cares. I'm not here to listen. Ren falls silent for a long moment, then whispers, Kill me, I've committed too many sins. Only death can atone for it. But the only response is fading footsteps. What nonsense. Moon keeps walking toward the rooftop without looking back. Under the moonlight, his silhouette stretches cold and steady. If you were still a puppet of that god, I would have killed you already. Moon's voice drifts back, calm but distant. I have no interest in executing the innocent. The one who should judge you is Cilicia, not me. And stop trying to escape responsibility with death. If you truly want redemption, then live properly and make up for what you've done. His words dissolve into the night along with his fading footsteps. Moonlight quietly falls over the ruins and Ren's tear-streaked face. He watches Moon's silhouette fade away. His lips tremble as if he wants to speak, but no words come out in the end. Deep in the 13th basement of St. Maria Academy, inside an area called the Mercury Well, lies a massive underground city, hidden beneath the earth. The entire place is covered in traces of arcane machinery. Mechanical devices line the streets, gears constantly turning, pistons pumping, and steam drifting through the air. A white-haired boy looks around in shock. So this is the true core of St. Maria Academy? Who would have thought? There's an entire city under the ground. He touches the wall beside him and immediately realizes something. This is mithril, right? Such expensive metal is used like ordinary bricks here. This place is ridiculously rich. The man in a hat beside him coldly warns him. Shut your mouth unless you want the defense system to tear you apart. The white-haired boy shrinks back, innocently. Okay, no need to be so harsh. But his eyes keep scanning everything in the underground city, full of curiosity. A moment later, the white-haired boy leans toward the masked man and whispers, Hey, are your teammates really okay? One is luring a professor, the other is holding off a royal princess. That sounds extremely dangerous. The masked man replies irritably. With his abilities, even if he doesn't win, he can escape easily. Worry about yourself instead. The white-haired boy scratches his head in confusion. But weren't they all lured away? So this place should be the safest spot, right? The masked man's face darkens. It is safe on the way in, but getting out is the real problem. After all, what we're about to do is no small matter. What exactly are we going to do? What's the plan? The moment the question is asked, the atmosphere freezes. Silence spreads like ice. The masked man stands frozen in place. He turns to the white-haired boy in disbelief, his pupils trembling. Don't tell me you don't know anything at all? The white-haired boy tilts his head. Huh? Do I need to know something? He scratches his head again. Or is Moon Campbell hiding down here? That must be it. The masked man almost loses his mind hearing that. He grabs the white-haired boy by the collar in anger. You idiot. You came here without knowing anything? The boy looks even more innocent. The high priest told me to come, so I came. The masked man can only hold his forehead in silence. He curses inwardly. He never expected someone this clueless in the team. The Church of Love is really full of lunatics who don't understand anything. After forcing himself to calm down, he walks forward again and says coldly, If you don't know anything, don't ask. If you want to live, stay close and stay silent. Yes, the white-haired boy obediently follows behind. Soon, they stop in front of a massive silver-white gate. The entire door is made of unknown metal. Ancient runes glow faint gold across its surface, and a giant golden gear slowly rotates at its center. According to intel, this is the place. The masked man's voice turns excited. Once we pass this gate, we reach the deepest part of the Mercury Well. But at that moment, a low voice suddenly echoes from the darkness behind them. The sudden sound makes the masked man flinch. He reacts instantly, drawing his weapon. The white-haired boy also grips his sword nervously. The masked man shouts into the darkness. Who's there? Show yourself. From behind a stone monument, a figure slowly steps out. It is Pink Bear. Thick cigar smoke coils around his body. He smirks mockingly. That was an interesting sentence. He tilts his head at them and chuckles. Sneaking into someone else's territory. Aren't you the real rats here? He takes a long drag from his cigar. Feeling the overwhelming aura, the masked man becomes extremely alert. Who the hell are you? Pink Bear calmly pulls out a heavy mace. Seems your intel is more outdated than I thought. He removes the cigar from his mouth, looking both strange and dangerous. I am the acting headmaster of St. Maria Academy, and you two are nothing but rats sniffing around the treasure beneath this academy. The moment he finishes speaking, the air turns suffocatingly heavy. The pressure crushes down so hard that white hair turns deathly pale, while the masked man breaks out in a cold sweat. Pink Bear says coldly that keeping just one alive is enough to extract information. Instantly, a deep crimson killing aura erupts around Pink Bear like rising waves. His mace drags across the ground, sparking continuously. He looks at the two and asks oppressively who wants to die first. The masked man is already frozen in fear. He quickly considers betraying white hair just to create an escape route for himself. But before he can act, a piercing sound echoes. A sword thrusts straight through his chest from behind, its blood-soaked tip reflecting eerie magical light. Pink Bear freezes, completely stunned. He shifts his gaze from the blade in the man's chest to white hair, who still has his hand raised, his mind going blank. After the fatal strike, white hair raises his both hands and immediately switches tone. Can I surrender now? The masked man collapses into a pool of blood, twitching briefly before going still. Pink Bear stares at the scene in silence, completely unable to process what just happened. After a few awkward seconds, white hair quickly explains with a desperate expression, "Please believe me." Then he suddenly starts slashing the corpse repeatedly, almost frantically. He screams that the man insulted the headmaster, threatened him, dragged him into this cursed place, and called him an idiot. Pink Bear finally snaps and shouts, "Enough, stop. If you keep chopping, I'll have to clean this mess later." He frowns at the gore-covered ground. Hearing that he is spared, white hair instantly changes mood. He rushes toward Pink Bear excitedly, thanking him dramatically, and calling him like a reborn parent. But the moment he touches white hair, Pink Bear freezes again. That brief contact reveals something extremely abnormal. This guy shows no trace of love god corruption. White hair scratches his head casually. That high priest guy never paid me, so why should I be loyal? Pink Bear grabs him by the collar and lifts him up, shouting in disbelief. He cannot understand how someone not even a cultist got in here and killed their prisoner so casually. White hair then recalls that he joined after seeing flyers claiming the Church of Love grants true love. But inside the cult, he realized it was all a scam. No one matched his taste. During this invasion, the high priest revealed the true goal, and the moment he saw that person, he knew it was true love. Pink Bear's expression twists in disgust. He concludes that this man's feelings are so pure that even the love god cannot corrupt them. Then he asks who the target is. White hair pulls out a blood-stained portrait from the corpse. It unfolds mid-air and slowly falls. Inside is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy with a calm, handsome smile. Pink Bear freezes completely, eyes nearly popping out. He drops white hair and stammers. So this isn't a cult spy infiltration. But at that moment, the corpse behind them suddenly twitches in a grotesque motion. White hair immediately points back in panic. "Boss, it's moving." Hearing this, Pink Bear clicks his tongue in annoyance. He curses himself for forgetting to finish it off, and instantly dashes forward at terrifying speed. A wet explosion echoes. The masked man's head is instantly smashed apart. Blood and brain matter splatter everywhere as Pink Bear's mace drips with red and white gore. But it is too late. From the headless body, a distorted voice echoes from the abyss. "As long as I appear here and confirm its existence, that is enough." The voice grows louder, filling the entire space. Twisted words repeat endlessly about the moon and eternal life, sending chills down everyone's spine. Suddenly, the lantern in the corpse's hand explodes into fragments. The flame inside transforms into blazing green karmic fire. From within the inferno, a lighthouse slowly emerges, its radiance shaking the entire area as a terrifying aura spreads everywhere. A twisted moonlight pierces through the clouds, dyeing the entire sky in an eerie blood-red glow full of unease. The battle against the cult is nearing its end. Only faint magic light and the clash of weapons remain. Guayin orders the battle mages to fall back to defensive lines, as the appearance of the god behind the cult changes everything. All offensive mages shift targets at once. They form neat ranks, staffs glowing in sync, and unleash a massive barrage of spells, ice, fire, lightning, and wind erupting together. The elements overlap into blinding streaks that tear across the sky and slam down on the massive monster below. At the center is the corrupted high priest of the god of love, his face now twisted beyond recognition. A deafening explosion erupts. The high priest's distorted body is blown apart into chunks of flesh and blood, raining down like a crimson storm. But Weir's heart suddenly turns cold as the magic light begins to fade. The initial relief vanishes, replaced by suffocating despair. Weir realizes normal attacks are barely affecting the creature. If they keep burning mana like this, the mages will be exhausted long before it falls. At that moment, hurried and panicked footsteps sound from behind Weir, as if someone is rushing straight into the battlefield. Reacting instantly, Yor grabs Priestess Lee before she can rush out. Lee struggles and cries that Ariel is still trapped inside, and she has to save her. But then a spark of hope ignites in both of them. Deep inside the monster's grotesque body, a faint light flickers through the darkness. A figure keeps cutting through layers of flesh with a great sword. Ariel is still fighting inside the creature. Ariel bursts upward into the air, her small body moving like a phoenix spreading its wings. The oversized greatsword contrasts her frame, but flames erupt around her with overwhelming intensity. She unleashes her technique, and divine flame erupts from the blade, tearing through the high priest's body. A huge section is burned away, revealing a pitch-black core underneath. But it is still not enough. The god of love regenerates by absorbing life force from its devoured followers. Their screams echo as they are drained and converted into energy that repairs the monster and fuels counterattacks against Ariel. Countless tentacles shoot out like mad serpents, tearing through the air toward Ariel. She twists and dodges mid-air. Inside her ring, the soul fragment urgently warns that the enemy's level is beyond her and she must retreat immediately. Ariel grits her teeth and slices down a sneaking tentacle with a sweep of her blade. She refuses to back down. Behind her is the Academy, and she will not retreat even if her master must intervene. The spirit in the ring suddenly shouts in alarm, "Behind you." But the split-second distraction is enough. Behind Ariel, a horrific tearing sound erupts. The supposedly destroyed flesh is still alive, crawling back into position, and countless tentacles bloom outward like a blood-red flower. They surge in from all directions, weaving into a dense net that seals off every escape route around Ariel. There is no gap left to dodge. A devastating impact slams into her body. Ariel is blasted away like a cannonball and crashes into a distant wall, her body embedded in cracked stone as blood spills from her lips. The corrupted high priest stares coldly into the dust cloud ahead. His twisted face is full of contempt, looking at Ariel like she is nothing more than an insect defying a god. He growls that a creature like her dares interrupt the resurrection ritual of the Lord of Love. He declares he will turn Ariel into part of his own body. Instantly, 3 grotesque flesh drill spears form on his arm, spinning at terrifying speed, covered in jagged spikes. In the next second, the high priest suddenly freezes. Shock spreads across his deformed face as if he has just witnessed something impossible. When the dust clears, only a shattered wall and scattered blood remain where Ariel once was. She has vanished without a trace. The high priest erupts in rage, vowing to crush whoever interfered. Meanwhile, in a hidden corridor of the dormitory, a young man quietly drapes a coat over Ariel. Her consciousness is fading, and she weakly asks who he is. Dark magic still lingers around him as he calmly says, "I made it in time. You held on long enough." He introduces himself as Campbell and tells her to rest here. The student council will arrive soon, so she is safe now. Cold wind blows through, lifting Muon's blonde hair under the moonlight. His confident smile and handsome face make him look like a hero from legend. He calmly says he has handled situations like this before and will take care of the rest. Back on the battlefield, Yor has no idea what just happened. She continues commanding the elite student council forces to launch another attack on the high priest. The high priest looks at them with disdain. Even as his body is repeatedly blown apart, it regenerates instantly. Their attacks are nothing more than mosquito bites to him, and he mocks their weak magic. Unnoticed, in a dark corridor, faint ominous ripples spread from under Campbell's feet. The air turns heavy with danger as he lowers his stance, preparing to strike. A tearing sound of wind erupts. In an instant, Muon appears behind the high priest. His speed leaves only a blurred afterimage under the moonlight. His blade gleams cold as he locks onto the sacred object above the enemy's head. The high priest turns in shock, fear finally appearing on his twisted face. But it is too late. Muon's blade pierces straight through the demonic scripture-like artifact that connects him to the god of love. The blade continues through into the high priest's skull. Black lightning erupts, writhing like serpents and tearing through his head from within. The monster lets out a deafening scream. Its massive body convulses violently, while tentacles flail and destroy everything around it, reducing buildings to rubble. The high priest roars in madness, calling out Campbell's name in hatred, and swearing he will kill him himself one day. As Muon lands calmly as if finishing a performance, the monster behind him explodes violently. Flesh and blood scatter across the battlefield like a grotesque crimson fireworks display. The elite student council mages stand frozen in disbelief. Hundreds of eyes stare at the scene, realizing the cultist has finally been eliminated. Even Kwai-Oh cannot hide her shock. Her lips part slightly as she stares in disbelief that the one who defeated the god was Muon Campbell, the man once seen as useless. But before anyone can recover, Muon immediately dashes toward the student council formation. His movements are sharp and efficient. Arriving instantly, he reports that Ariel is severely injured and hidden in a dorm corridor, ordering them to send rescue immediately. Hearing Ariel's name, Lee and the healing mages immediately rush out. Her face turns pale with panic, tears already forming in her eyes. At the top floor of the academy, the white-bearded elder watches the battlefield with rare satisfaction. He praises the perfectly coordinated command system, where every unit performed its role flawlessly, especially students like Ariel, who stood against a godlike entity without a single step back. The man beside him nods in agreement. He says the most outstanding figure tonight is Campbell. He is shocked by Muon's calm judgment and lethal decisiveness. He even considers personally taking him in for training in the future. But before they can continue analyzing, Professor Prang suddenly interrupts with a panicked scream, warning that the battle is not over yet. Prang's face is completely drained of color as he stares out the window toward the battlefield. Scattered flesh on the ground begins to twitch again. What should have been lifeless meat starts moving in the shadows with disturbing sounds. The demonic scripture is still glowing dark red. Under its pull, all the shredded flesh gathers into a bloody vortex. The twisted mass rotates around the artifact, forming a horrifying whirlpool even more sinister than the high priest himself. Rotten flesh surges forward like swarms of insects drawn to a corpse. The entire battlefield becomes a crawling river of decay moving toward the book. Campbell immediately realizes the situation has gone beyond expectations. His expression darkens as he prepares to retreat, knowing he can no longer handle what is coming. Wire also feels a chill down her spine, but she forces herself to stay calm and orders all students to continue suppression magic. Hundreds of spells erupt at once, merging into a massive flood of elemental power that crashes down toward the demonic scripture. Wire also unleashes her strongest blue beam attack. At that moment, a hand slowly reaches out from inside the book. It is covered in blood, pus, and rotting black sludge. The hand opens and catches the entire storm of magic. Then it slowly closes its fingers. A sharp tearing sound echoes as if space itself is being crushed. The raging mana storm suddenly loses its ferocity. It gathers around the hand like a tamed beast, an unnatural and terrifying sight. All incoming magic is forcibly compressed mid-air. Opposing elements twist together into a single vortex. A crystalline blood-red energy core forms in the palm as if it is being casually molded. Every mage freezes in shock. Their spells are not only stopped but broken down and absorbed completely. They realize too late they were feeding the ritual all along. In the chaos, Weir's mind suddenly sharpens. She pieces together every clue with terrifying clarity. And then she understands the truth. The cult never needed to win by force. The entire invasion was a setup to harvest their mana. The ritual had already begun the moment the academy started fighting back. Wire realizes everyone's magic was the key to activating it. Her body trembles as she bites her lip until it bleeds, overwhelmed by helplessness and self-blame for letting things reach this point. In her despair, countless transparent crystals suddenly appear around Wire, reflecting a familiar cold light. A gentle voice tells her she has done well. Wire's pupils shrink instantly upon hearing it. The voice calmly explains that anyone would fall into the same situation when facing something beyond understanding. And so far, not a single student has died, which already proves Wire did more than enough. Under the moonlight, Silesia's silver blonde hair sways gently. She holds a slender silver sword in one hand and the severed head of an intruder in the other. She calmly apologizes for being late. Seeing her, Wire finally breaks down in relief. After a brief assessment, Silesia concludes the demonic scripture is completing a summoning ritual, and it is already done. From this point on, it is beyond the capability of ordinary students to interfere. Silesia immediately orders the Academy's hidden underground shelters to be opened. Her voice carries absolute authority as she commands evacuation, while the Student Council stays behind to support and cover the retreat. The order is executed instantly. All students begin retreating without hesitation, carrying the wounded toward safety. But Silesia notices a familiar figure still standing at the front line. Her icy blue eyes lock onto Campbell as she coldly asks why he is still here. Meanwhile, Muon is casually rummaging through the ruins, searching for a usable weapon. He flips through broken blades and tosses them aside, saying he is just checking if the cult left anything decent behind. Silesia's gaze grows colder. She clarifies she is not asking about weapons, but why he is disobeying evacuation orders. Muon calmly replies that she is still here too. She answers that she is the final defense of the academy as student council president. Muon says he has his own reason as well. Without hesitation, Muon explains he is the target of the cult. If he retreats with the others, casualties will only increase. Staying here as bait is the best option. Silesia's eyes flash with complexity. She asks if his family, the Campbell house, never taught him to avoid danger. Muon laughs lightly and says that if even a princess like her is not afraid, he has no reason to back down. The Campbell family rose through battlefield achievements, and his father would not run either. Silesia lets out a faint, satisfied smile. Her previous doubt toward Muon disappears, replaced by genuine recognition. She tells him to at least try not to die since she won't arrange a state funeral for him. Muon simply replies that won't happen. In the administration building, Cade stares at the battlefield with a tense expression. He senses the ritual nearing completion, the mana pressure becoming overwhelming. The white-bearded elder interrupts, saying they must not focus on the summoning anymore, only on the danger of the emerging entity and the slow evacuation. He asks who will stop it when it comes out. Professor Brand silently reaches into a spatial rift and pulls out a small pink wand. Despite its cute appearance, the pressure it emits is terrifying. Cade looks at him suspiciously and asks if he is serious, since the enemy is a god-level creation. He warns Brand not to fall apart mid-fight. Brand replies with a slightly annoyed tone, saying not to underestimate him, he is not as useless as Cade thinks. Brand glances at the two elders and cuts in sharply. He asks how they expect to fight when they are still injured from the demonic battlefield, and whether they plan to turn the exhausted scholars into shields. Hearing this, the two elders stop arguing and admit the truth. Among them, Brand is indeed the most skilled in both combat and magic. They agree to assign him to hold the enemy while they evacuate the students. A deafening explosion follows as Brand drops straight in front of the demonic scripture. The ritual has reached its final stage. The black book floats mid-air, emitting a sinister red glow, while a reverse blood vortex churns above it. Brand grips his pink wand tightly, muttering to himself. Even after countless battles with it, he still finds it strangely hard to get used to. Golden magic circles unfold in front of Brand, ancient runes spinning violently. He coldly observes the scripture and says it absorbs mana. Then he begins to declare his countermeasure. But before he can finish, several pure white feathers suddenly brush past his face. A sorrowful cry echoes through the air. From the depths of the scripture's darkness, footsteps approach, and an overwhelming pressure descends as countless white wings begin to spread like falling snow. A hymn suddenly plays. Sacred and mournful tones overlap, creating an eerie contradiction. The entire academy trembles as debris is swept into the storm. Muan struggles to stay grounded against the wind and shouts in disbelief, asking what kind of situation this is, complaining it even comes with background music. Brand's face turns pale as he stares into the light. He cannot understand how a corrupt entity could emit such pure divine radiance and sacred hymn. Then, amidst drifting white feathers, a breathtaking figure in a white dress steps out of the demonic scripture and descends into the world. A crown of sun and moon stars sits upon her head, forged from pure silver and embedded with precious gems that radiate divine light. Her white ceremonial dress is embroidered with golden threads, highlighting an almost perfect form. Under the blinding light, Silesius' eyes widen in shock as she instantly recognizes the rank of that crown. The figure frowns slightly, her gaze both compassionate and distant, as if looking down on all life. Behind her, massive white wings spread wide, illuminating the entire academy. This is no longer a human being, but a transcendent existence beyond mortal limits, the crowned being, Holy See Saint Belina. Silesius' face goes pale with disbelief. In the tense silence, Moon casually asks if that thing is really that strong. Silesia turns to him in shock, asking if he is serious and how he could not know what a crowned being is. Moon calmly replies that he really doesn't know. Looking at his genuinely clueless expression, Silesia can only sigh in frustration. She begins to explain, only those who break past human limits, reach the fifth realm, and are recognized by the world itself can become crowned beings. Ordinary people call them demigods. Although not true gods, every crowned being stands at the peak of human power. A single action from them can alter the fate of entire regions. The Campbell family also has one such existence. Moon breaks into a cold sweat. An image of a towering man flashes in his mind, a presence as immovable as a mountain. Moon slowly asks in disbelief whether she means his father, the war god of the empire, who once crushed an entire heretical frontline alone. Yu Kongbo frowned heavily as he thought it over. If the woman in front of him was truly on the same level as his grandfather, this was no joke anymore. He gritted his teeth, wondering how that insane god of love could have a believer at this level. Shi Li Shi Ya immediately warned him that if Belina's target was humans, they had to leave now. An observer was not something they could face. At that moment, Beilina slowly opened her blood-red eyes. Her previously empty gaze now burned with eerie crimson light. A strange heart-shaped mark appeared inside her pupils. Her pure aura vanished completely, replaced by a dark, corrupt presence, swallowing the divine glow around her. The saintess slowly raised her hand. Instantly, a terrifying pressure crashed down over the entire academy. Purple-black mana swirled around her body like screaming black lightning, making it hard to even breathe. The entire academy began shaking violently. The tremors were not from outside but rising from deep underground. The ground cracked open, buildings swayed, and Shi Li Shi Ya struggled to stay upright. Debris flew everywhere as she realized the truth. Damn it, the ground is being lifted. Her target is the great ritual. Bande immediately understood, his eyes sharp like blades. So you're aiming for the great ritual as well? The moment he spoke, the pink wand in Bande's hand erupted with blinding light. A massive explosion followed. From one corner of the academy, a giant metal tower suddenly rose from underground. Without stopping, 11 more towers emerged from all directions of St. Maria Academy. Their peaks pointed upward, forcing the rising ground back down. 12 massive towers stood like steel nails, pinning the academy in place. Bandi waved his hand, and golden chains shot out from the towers, linking them into one structure. Ancient runes filled the air, forming a giant light barrier covering half of the academy. But even he knew it was only temporary. Even a fully activated second-layer great ritual would not be enough to stop a descending god. At that moment, Ye Kangbo and Shili Shiya noticed the tremors had vanished. The ground stabilized, and even the falling debris slowed in mid-air. Without a word, Yua Kangbo and Shi Li Shiya immediately retreated. They sprinted through the ruins at full speed. Against a being beyond life itself, they were no different from ants. Then suddenly, a voice called out Yue Kangbo's name. Both of them instinctively turned back at the same time. Before Shi Li Shiya could react, blood suddenly exploded in the air beside her. Yue Kangbo's body was hit as if by a speeding truck at full force. The impact was so violent he was launched away instantly. Yu Kangbo was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into a distant stone wall. The wall caved in, cracks spreading everywhere as rubble kept falling. Under the flickering red light, the saintess's perfect face remained unrealistically flawless. Yet there was no emotion left in her eyes at all. A highly compressed energy sphere formed on her pale fingertip. Dark red mana swirled inside like boiling blood. A cruel light flashed in her crimson eyes as she said coldly, "Disappear, annoying insect." The moment she finished speaking, the entire St. Maria Academy was drenched in that terrifying pressure. The energy sphere shot forward, tearing through the air with a piercing scream toward Yue Kangbo. Seeing the attack, Banda rushed forward without hesitation. His thin body erupted with incredible speed, crossing dozens of meters in a single step. When Beilina saw him appear, her corrupted red eyes flickered slightly. The massive energy sphere was kicked off course by Bandai before it could hit its target. The impact warped its trajectory violently. He roared in rage. "Damn heretic god, you dare touch my student right in front of me." Beilina tilted her head slightly and dodged the counterattack. A faint ripple passed through her crimson eyes, almost invisible. But Bandai had no time to focus on it. He immediately shouted to the great mage standing on the upper level of the academy. The mage understood instantly and activated his strongest teleportation spell. A massive blue magic circle lit up in the air. His aged hands formed seals continuously while ancient incantations echoed without pause. Moon Campbell clutched his blood-soaked chest, feeling his heartbeat weaken with every painful throb. At that moment, a blue light instantly engulfed him and Shi Li Shiya. The mana felt soft and strangely warm, gently lifting their bodies. Space expanded into a stable gate, and both were pulled away from the front lines in an instant. From afar, the blue light looked like a shooting star tearing across the night sky, before vanishing beyond the horizon. Seeing Moon safely evacuated, Banda finally let out a slow breath. Then he turned to Beilina, his aged face filled with pain. "It's been a long time, Beilina, my most outstanding student. Didn't you leave with the one you loved to live happily? Why did you become like this?" Even though her body still looked like a perfect young girl, Beilina's eyes now carried an unfamiliar emptiness. Then a hollow, sinister voice echoed from within her body. "Beilina, you mean this vessel? You know it?" Hearing that, veins bulged on Bandai's forehead. He gritted his teeth until his whole body trembled. "You damn heretic god, she was my most proud student." A faint, contemptuous smile appeared on that beautiful face. Her lips curved in mockery as her cold eyes looked down like it was all a joke. "Then what does it matter to me?" She continued, her voice filled with killing intent. "The only insect capable of standing in my way here is you, right?" The blood around her surged violently. A mysterious ancient sword slowly materialized from it. Even Bandai froze for a moment. His eyes widened as his breath caught in his throat, because he clearly saw it. The moment that sword appeared, tears began streaming from Beilina's empty eyes. Her face was filled with sorrow, while wailing cries echoed across the battlefield. Something beneath the earth was responding to her call, completing the final contract. Bandai's hand trembled as he tightened his grip on his staff. He finally understood everything. So that's it to control her. You erased her entire consciousness. He gritted his teeth in pain. She has hated heretic gods since she was a child. If even a shred of her will remained, she would have resisted until the very end. Only by erasing her mind completely could you take control of her. Bandai's gaze turned ice cold. "I don't care if you're a god or a monster, you will die here today." Banda tightened his pink star-tipped wand as blazing light erupted from it. He looked at Beilina with both sorrow and resolve. "Beilina, I will bring you back." After Beilina fully descended, St. Maria Academy's defensive line collapsed in an instant. Just her divine yet corrupted presence was enough to crush everyone's will to fight. Then a devastating sword strike slashed downward. A thunderous explosion followed as massive stone walls of the academy collapsed one after another. Two overwhelming forces clashed in midair, shaking the entire academy. Bandai's magic met Beilina's sword intent head-on, sending light and fire scattering everywhere. But the holy sword's aura was far stronger. Golden divine light pressured him into constant defense, with magical barriers being crushed and instantly rebuilt over and over again. Bei Li Na's white dress fluttered violently in the storm. The former symbol of purity had become a puppet of a heretic god. Her eyes were hollow, yet tears still streamed down her flawless face. Even so, every strike carried lethal intent without hesitation toward Banda. While defending, Bande's old memories surged back. He saw young Bei Li Na again, a girl with bright, shining eyes full of dreams. Teacher Bande, I'll become the strongest saintess someday. Her childish voice echoed in his mind, full of excitement as she dreamed of purifying evil under the guidance of the gods. The memory continued. That same girl grew into a graceful and composed young woman. Her saintess robe made her aura even more radiant. Back then, Bei Li Na smiled gently and told Banda not to worry too much about her. As the newly appointed saintess, she likely wouldn't be sent to the front lines. Besides, King Li Huyi was still guarding the northern border, so victory was assured. Then time continued to flow. Bei Li Na had fully grown into adulthood, no longer wearing the saintess robe, but simple everyday clothes instead. Her beauty at this point was enough to take anyone's breath away. She once smiled happily to Bande, saying the church refused to hold her wedding because of her past status. But her husband decided to invite all family and friends back to their hometown for a very special ceremony. Her eyes were gentle enough to melt hearts. Then she looked at Bande with expectation. Without you and Madam raising me, I would not be who I am today. So I want to ask you to stand in for my father as the witness at my wedding. Is that okay? Those memories left Bande frozen in place. His aged face twisted through countless emotions before turning into overwhelming rage. His eyes burned red like molten lava. Kia, you heretic beast, today you are dead for sure. He roared every word. At that moment, a massive and terrifying magic circle erupted from Bande's hand, releasing mana so intense it shook space itself. As the great spell activated, the entire St. Maria Academy felt like the end of the world had arrived. Shockwaves screamed across the battlefield, followed by earth-shattering explosions. The ruins were blown apart once again, dust and debris rising to cover the sky. Meanwhile, in the high-level classroom area of the academy, the aftershocks of the battle continued to spread. Walls trembled violently, the ceiling shook, and stones kept falling, keeping everyone on edge. After finishing treatment for the recently rescued, Professor Garan returned on his staff. He reported that the blonde boy and Ariel were both heavily injured, but after drinking potions and receiving advanced healing, they were now out of immediate danger. Blinding light from the battlefield kept flashing into the meeting room, casting alternating shadows across everyone's faces. Garan looked into the distance and sighed heavily. He never imagined a pure saintess like Bei Li Na would one day be corrupted by a heretic god. What he couldn't understand most was why she was chosen. Cade fell into his memories as well, his usual sharp gaze turning distant. He quietly said that back then, Banda and his wife had almost raised Bei Li Na like their own daughter. Then he asked heavily, could Banda really bring himself to strike her down? Gran continued staring toward the battlefield with a heavy expression. He slowly said that the issue was no longer whether Bande could do it or not. The sword in Bei Li Na's hand was one of the 5 sacred swords of the church. One mistake would mean Bande's death, but what truly frightened him was something else. The academy was now facing 2 heretic gods at the same time. Gran's voice lowered further, as if afraid something might be listening. Outside, the protective barrier of St. Maria had already developed countless spiderweb cracks. The fissures spread from the top and covered the entire surface, creating unbearable pressure just to look at. Especially as the strange moon drew closer, the barrier weakened even faster. Someone spoke anxiously, 2 heretic gods descending at once, and even a king level being willing to pay an extreme price to intervene. This proved that whatever was beneath the academy was something they were determined to seize at all costs. But what disturbed everyone most was that no one knew what it was for. A figure in the shadows spoke slowly. The actions of the heretic god of love could at least be explained by madness. His nature was already unstable, so his behavior made sense in a twisted way. But the other one was far more dangerous. Why was he so determined? Another voice replied in a low tone. They had lived deep underground for too long, almost isolated from the outside world. Many recent events were beyond their intelligence network. Something major must have happened recently that they completely missed. Garan shook his head helplessly. He suspected Bande knew something, but the old man refused to speak a word. In Garan's judgment, this was related to something called the silent contract. Another person analyzed the situation. If only one king-level enemy appeared, even with Bei Li Na wielding a sacred sword, the academy would not be doomed yet. The real danger was that no one knew how much of her power the heretic god of love had fully overwritten inside her. And above them, another heretic god was still waiting to destroy the Great Formation at any moment. At that moment, the head of the support department spoke cautiously. So should we wake that person up? Just one sentence instantly made the entire room fall silent. All eyes turned toward the man sitting at the center seat, filled with both hope and fear. Cade let out a tired sigh. He never expected the situation to escalate this fast. Had St. Maria Academy finally reached the point of making its last choice? The man in the main seat spoke slowly. Two heretic gods attacking at once, with one even partially descending in true form. Such a thing had never happened in St. Marius history. Whether Banda wins or not, the Academy must prepare its final contingency. He scanned everyone in the room as he spoke. A man immediately stood up in protest. What about reinforcements? This is still Belen Kerma territory. The royal palace can't just watch the Academy get destroyed. But the reply instantly chilled the room. It's too late. With this scale of phenomenon, Imperial experts should have noticed already. At most 3 to 5 minutes for a king tier to arrive. Yet there's still no movement at all. That only proves one thing. The entire Academy has been completely sealed by that entity. Only those inside can perceive what's happening. The outside world senses nothing. For civilians beyond, tonight is still just a normal evening. Hearing this, the chairperson made the final decision. No more hesitation. Vote by the old rule. Those who agree to wake that person, raise your hand. The moment he finished speaking, 16 hands rose simultaneously in the dim room. An old man in the corner sighed heavily. He still felt this was too cruel for that person. But someone else quickly objected. If we don't wake her now and she wakes up later to find the Academy flattened, she'll be even more furious. After a long silence, the old man finally raised his hand as well. Slowly, heavily, like lifting a stone. The result was confirmed. 17 votes in favor. The decision was passed. But just as everyone breathed a small sigh of relief, a new problem hit them. Who exactly is going to wake her up? The serious atmosphere of the high-level meeting shattered instantly. Everyone started finding excuses to escape, piling up ridiculous reasons one after another. Some claimed joint pain, others said back injuries flared up. Clearly, no one wanted that cursed job. And then things got even worse. With a whoosh, the remaining 16 people vanished from the room at insane speed, leaving only faint afterimages behind. Seeing this, Gran froze completely. He stared at the empty space in disbelief. He clearly wasn't here, yet those bastards had dumped the entire nightmare task onto him. A helpless sigh escaped the old professor. He shook his head repeatedly, as if rejecting fate itself. Of all things, he absolutely did not want to handle waking that girl again. Her sleep rage was a nightmare. She looked like an innocent loli, but when she got angry, she was basically a monster. Thinking of this, Gurren's eyes suddenly changed. He paused, as if a dangerously unethical idea had just crossed his mind. Then a sly smile stretched across his aged face, wide enough to reach his ears. He looked like a fox preparing to push someone else into a pit. If he needed a scapegoat, he already had the perfect candidate. Meanwhile, Moon Campbell was still recovering in the infirmary. His body was wrapped in bandages, his face still pale from the earlier battle. Suddenly, he felt someone standing by his bed. Under the dim light, the figure flickered in and out like a horror scene. "Hey Moon, you finally awake." When Moon saw the old wrinkled face and sunken eyes, he almost jumped up. Damn, this looks straight out of a horror movie. Moon's foggy mind snapped awake instantly. He looked at Gurren in shock. "Professor, are you trying to scare me to death?" Gurren only smiled calmly and casually asked about his condition. Moon tried to move his arm, each motion heavy and painful. Thinking back to the golden-eyed woman, he still felt chills. She barely moved, yet the pressure nearly crushed him completely. He then looked at Gurren with gratitude, realizing it was likely this man who saved him. Hearing that, Gurren immediately went full performance mode. He gestured dramatically, describing the situation like a life-or-death battle. According to him, if not for his heroic rescue and massive mana expenditure, Moon would already be in the afterlife. Then he casually added that it was just a small effort. Moon nodded seriously and bowed his head in gratitude. To Gurren, it might mean nothing, but Moon genuinely remembered this favor and would find a way to repay it. The moment he heard that, Gurren instantly moved in at lightning speed. His face lit up with obvious excitement. "I was waiting for that exact line." He then said he had a very small favor to ask Moon, deliberately stressing that Moon definitely wouldn't refuse his savior. In that instant, Moon immediately felt something was off. A wary look appeared in his eyes. He was just being polite, but the old man actually took it seriously, and that was the scary part. Gurren leaned even closer, almost pressing his face into Moon's. He began talking about his granddaughter, saying she was a bit difficult to handle. After that suspicious buildup, his real intention finally came out. They needed a blonde pretty boy to go wake her up. Gurren even kept persuading him. According to him, his granddaughter was definitely the type Moon would fall for at first sight, so there was absolutely no reason to refuse. It sounded like a request, but the pressure in his tone clearly left no room for refusal. Moon Campbell froze on the spot. After all that dramatic buildup, the job was just to wake up the professor's granddaughter? Seeing Moon's betrayed expression, Gurren smiled suspiciously and said it was basically that simple. The only issue was that the girl was a little grumpy when she woke up, but there was nothing to worry about. Moon almost flipped mentally. That vague attitude made him even more uneasy. No matter how he looked at it, this old man did not seem like someone who would drag him all the way here just to wake a normal girl. Even the way Gurren referred to her as that one felt wrong. Who talks about their own granddaughter like she's a disaster? But before he could think further, Maria Academy shook violently once again. This wave of attack was so strong that even the foundations trembled, and the supposedly safe infirmary was affected. Guran's expression changed immediately. He looked at Moon with urgency and said there was no more time. They would explain everything on the way. Moon protested with a twisted face. He was still wrapped in bandages and hadn't even properly changed his clothes. But it seemed Guran had already prepared everything in advance and calmly said it was all arranged. Not long after, the two arrived deep beneath St. Maria Academy. Magic lamps lined the corridor, casting a faint golden glow that made the atmosphere both ancient and oppressive. Standing before the massive metal gate, Moon went completely silent. The door felt so heavy and enormous that a human beside it looked like dust. He couldn't help asking if anyone actually lived behind such a monster-level security gate, and it didn't even look like something that could be opened by human strength. Guran snorted in disdain. He said the gate was built from countless rare metals and hundreds of magic arrays, crafted by generations of master engineers. Its defense was strong enough to hold back even a heretic god for a short time. Compared to this, even the famous vaults of Belland were nothing. Moon's eyelids twitched non-stop. In his memory, only the Holy Land of Life from the Life Church had security at this level. He turned to Guran suspiciously and asked directly if what was inside was really his granddaughter, or actually a hidden weapon of the Academy. Guran paused briefly, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face before forcing a smile and insisting the Academy was for training people, not hiding weapons. But his stiff expression and darting eyes gave him away completely. Moon could tell the old man was lying, and Guran himself even choked slightly when he stepped closer to the gate. Inside the compass-like mechanism at the center, 16 gemstones had already been inserted. Each one glowed with a different color like stars, arranged around a massive formation. Seeing this, Guran couldn't help but complain that those old men always said they were weak and aching, yet they moved faster than teleportation when needed. Then Professor Guran took out a transparent green gem from his robe. It looked like condensed spring vitality, with a soft flowing light inside. He carefully placed it into the empty slot, and it fit perfectly. In an instant, the entire massive formation activated. Layers of heavy mechanical locks began unlocking one after another, echoing through the corridor. The enormous gate slowly opened, letting a soft light from within spill out and illuminate the dark passage. Standing right in front of the gate, Guran turned to Mukangbo with a serious expression and asked if he truly wanted to go inside. He said he wouldn't force any student to do something against their will, even though he badly needed help. Mukangspe stayed silent for a long moment before finally agreeing. Hearing that answer, Guran stroked his beard and let out a huge sigh of relief. He honestly thought Mukangbo would refuse. A trace of relief and gratitude showed in his aged eyes. But the more Mukangbo saw Guran's reaction, the more uneasy he felt. He admitted he originally planned to refuse, but then he suddenly remembered something else. The crown-level woman who once attacked him was the former saintess of the Life Church, right? The moment he asked, Guran's brows tightened in shock. Guran was genuinely surprised. He looked at Mukangbo in disbelief before slowly saying that Saint Tess had been missing for 20 years. He even thought the younger generation wouldn't recognize her anymore. Then his tone suddenly turned strange, suspecting Mukangbo of sharing the same hobby as Headmaster Hong Xiong, collecting rare Saint Tess photo albums from different eras. Mukangbo could only force a dry laugh. He quickly denied it and made up an excuse that his father had mentioned those figures before. But the truth was simpler. All of it came from the original storyline. The only problem was that the timeline had already shifted far away from canon. In Mukangbo's memory, in the original story, the Saintess controlled by the Love God had once infiltrated the Academy. But back then, she had already accumulated enough power and did not bring those sacrificial cult followers like now. She acted alone, which made her even more terrifying, since no one could predict what a crown-level powerhouse would do. The Love God's real target in attacking the Academy was Ariel. As the heroine of the original story, Ariel had long become a thorn in his side, after repeatedly wiping out his cult in Belland. In the end, the Love God grew furious and directly controlled the Peak Purification Saintess to launch a full hunt on Ariel. Of course, as the protagonist, Ariel wouldn't die so easily. After that incident, she actually turned misfortune into blessing and broke through to a higher realm. But the timing was wrong. This event was supposed to happen at the end of the school year, not now. In the original timeline, Ariel hadn't even deeply clashed with the Love God yet, let alone provoked him enough to trigger a personal attack. The next invasion should have been a month away. Thinking about it, Mukangbo could only smile bitterly. The biggest variable that changed everything might be himself. What Mukangbo still couldn't understand was the Love God's attitude at the time. He clearly wasn't only targeting him. Attacking him felt more like a side move than the main objective. That meant there was a far bigger scheme behind it. Thinking about the butterfly effect he caused, Mukangbo let out a complicated sigh, pulling himself out of his chaotic thoughts. Mukangbo looked straight at Guran and asked seriously. He no longer cared who that girl behind the gate was. The only thing he wanted to know was whether what was inside could deal with the crisis the Academy was facing. At this point, Guran stopped pretending. His expression turned unusually serious as he confirmed that whatever was inside could indeed resolve this crisis. He only reminded Mukangbo not to call her a secret weapon, or she might get angry. Hearing that, Mu Kangbo finally stepped toward the gate. His footsteps no longer carried hesitation. The entire academy was hanging by a thread, and he never planned to hide in safety forever. But just as he was about to enter, Mu Kangbo suddenly paused. He turned back to Gu Ran with doubt and asked why Professor Ban Lan wasn't handling this himself. In the original story, Ban Lan was the one who stopped the love god's invasion. With backing from the Great Mystery and Sanzi Si being his former student, this kind of attack shouldn't have forced the academy to reveal such a terrifying hidden trump card that even Mu Kangbo had never heard of. Gu Ran explained that Mu Kangbo had been unconscious and didn't see the full situation. If it was only Sanzi Si being controlled by the love god, Ban Lan could handle it easily. The real problem was that another evil god had interfered. Gu Ran's voice grew heavy as he mentioned that name. The moon had descended, and the one who wielded the power of darkness had arrived. Mu Kangbo had originally been thinking calmly, but in the next second, his expression changed. The moon? Moon Campbell's face shifted in shock. If it was Jing Yue, then this situation had already gone far beyond ordinary danger. In everything Moon Campbell knew about the original storyline, Jing Yue had never appeared at the academy at this stage. That evil god only showed up in the mid-game, long after the academy arc had already ended. Yet now, it had suddenly interfered here. Thinking that far, Moon immediately wanted to reconsider. He hesitated and tried to speak, already backing away unconsciously. But before he could even turn to run, a kick appeared right in front of him. Since you're here, get in already. Gu Ran showed zero mercy and sent a powerful kick straight into Moon's backside. He even shouted that if Moon kept dragging his feet, Ban Lan would really be finished. A wave of imbalance hit instantly. Moon only saw the ground vanish beneath him before his entire body was launched straight through the gate. But what awaited him beyond imagination? Behind the door was not a room, but an entirely separate world. With a whoosh, Moon crashed headfirst into the ground in a completely undignified pose, his face buried into something soft like a cotton mattress, while the pain from his kicked backside still lingered fiercely. For a few seconds, he didn't even know which part to hold first. After checking his face and confirming it was still intact, Moon finally let out a relieved breath. As he stood up and brushed off the dust, he muttered curses at that old fox Gu Ran, saying at least he should have warned him about the landing height. But the moment Moon raised his head to look around, he froze completely. Before him stretched an endless sea of flowers. Countless species of blooming petals spread across the world, layered over each other like an infinite ocean of color. The scene was so beautiful that Moon couldn't even find words to describe it. A gentle wind swept through, making the flower sea ripple like waves. Above, the sky was tinted soft pink, blending a dreamy twilight glow with an almost feminine serenity. The entire space felt unreal, completely cut off from the outside world. Another breeze passed by, carrying a pure floral scent mixed with a comforting warmth. Just one breath was enough for Moon's tense mind to relax slightly, but that only made things more suspicious. A place this peaceful was supposed to hide a secret weapon? Thinking that, Moon slowly walked deeper inside. Then suddenly, Moon froze mid-step. His pupils widened, heartbeat spiked, and his mind went completely blank for a moment. The shock hit him so hard that he stood motionless like a statue. Among the blooming flowers, a young girl lay in deep sleep. Blossoms had woven themselves into a soft bed, lifting her body gently in mid-air. She wore a cute pink nightdress, and her pure white hair stood out, so strongly it overshadowed the entire flower sea. Simply put, she looked like a textbook loli. Moon Campbell stared at the white-haired girl without blinking, his mind completely short-circuited. The Academy's heavily guarded trump card was just a little girl who looked around 12 or 13.